You're not like actually in the fields, man.
No,
He's in the fields, man. That's
He
how he
is.
rolls.
In the
He's
fields,
smoking in
like
the fields.
clouds.
Hey,
are
go
just
Doesn't
grab
matter.
one of
He's
those
taking it
tacos
bro,
and roll
man.
a
We don't need no
burrito real
serious.
quick.
We don't need no cheesecloth.
Do you,
man.
do you
Just
see
fucking
any
look at
people
that
there?
cloud.
He's
He's
as
gorky.
distant as you can get.
Who knows, man? There may be some. I mean, yeah, that's social distancing 101 right there.
101.
Carlito's probably in his fields watching that Opus tobacco.
All right, everyone. Welcome to Developing Palates. I'm Aaron Loomis. So we have Jiunn Liu, Seth Guys, John McTavish from Developing Palates, Will Cooper from Cigar-Coop, Klaas Kelner from Davidoff. We're just hanging out tonight. We'll have more people, moving in and out of this vHerf, but wanted to hang out with all of you. And since we're all in quarantine and shelter in place, and this is an old technology that's kind of come back to life since people can't hang out in person anymore. So we wanted to give it a nice little boost and give you a chance to take a break from your quarantine blues or whatever. So I'm just going to shut up. We'll just kind of get back to the conversation we're going. We're not doing anything specific tonight. We're just kind of having a BS fest tonight. So I hope you enjoy and throw stuff in the chat room. If you want to throw questions out at us, that's fine. We'll kind of keep the conversation going from that.
What were we talking about?
We talked about a lot of stuff.
Sorry
We
for
talked about a
interrupting.
lot
Making
of
fun
stuff.
of
Yeah.
Evan Carpenter.
Evan Carpenter, the refs took away my game.
2 times in a row, but now he's got Tom Brady. So I think it's fucking epic. But at the same time, I was talking with Phil Michael today. This is Phil Michael, Havana Phils, who also kind of, hey, he's a Davidoff guy for you, Klaus.
There you go.
There you go, but don't. And then he also does stuff with us, and he's a North Carolina guy. Anyways,
Yeah.
we were talking about how fucking hysterical would it be that if Jameis Winston goes to the Patriots, gets the starting position, just wait. It gets
And then
better.
they go to the Super Bowl.
Has no interceptions all season, and he takes the team to be undefeated and wins the Super Bowl. I mean,
Whoa.
if I'm Bill Belichick, if I see Tom Brady after that, it's just like the little fucking.
Yeah.
And he'd be fair to do it. That's fair game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So let's go around the room and talk about what we're drinking because there was actually some interesting bottles. Klaas, you had something kind of fun there.
Yeah, when I went to the Bourbon Trail, I visited a couple distilleries here and there, but I did manage to pick one of these up. And you got to understand that in Dominican Republic, we don't get bourbon. There's very few bourbon brands, and if at all. So if you ever come down to Dominican Republic, please bring a bottle.
You want to go to Davidoff? Drink bourbon.
Bring a bottle of bourbon.
Bring a bottle. We'll pay. But this one is a Gene Beam Signature Craft, 12 years.
Nice.
So it's part of their limited series, but this is like an ongoing limited series. It's considered like a small batch for them.
The seasonal, was that annual release there, John?
I'm not sure
It's
actually.
regular production. It's
Why do you have to
it's
belittle
one of
him
those
like that?
limited.
You're like,
not
oh, it's
limited.
regular production. He gives his whole
It's a
spiel, and the
limited
first thing you say
regional
is,
release.
oh, it's regular
No, it's
production.
true. Like it's a limited
Such a-
regular production.
Yeah.
That's such a dig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something I
Sorry,
would have
man.
done. I love it.
Whatever. Fucking
No, it's pretty good.
open some pappy soon.
It's been very smooth right from the beginning. And I went for bourbon because I'm smoking a Davidoff Yamasa. So
Nice.
I was trying to match the sweet and the spices.
Hmm.
And you don't want, I also have a single barrel from Gene Beam, but that's like 90 plus proof. And when I had it yesterday, it was just too powerful and it would have really gone against the Yamasa. So
Yeah.
this one is a little toned down and it actually doesn't fight it, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean that's true. We talk all the time about barrel proof stuff, and that's kind of my go-to now. But yeah, if you're pairing with a cigar, barrel proof can be a little bit much for a lot of tobacco. So as much as I enjoy it, speaking of barrel proof, I'm going with the Aberlour, going back in the day to the Cask 46. So that's as barrel proof as it gets, 60.4%. This is kind of where I like to be. And this one's Oloroso, although they say it's entirely Oloroso, but I kind of get some bourbon character off of it. And I've had the Cask 37, and I thought it was a lot more sherry forward. In fact, I found kind of over time, Aberlour has gotten sort of incrementally less sherried over the years. You know, they used to be massive. In fact, you could get an Aberlour 12 back in the day, and it was like a sherry bomb. And now, you know, not quite so much. I mean, I'll still buy it. Don't get me wrong.
You had wine right before this. When we were doing video recaps, you were drinking red wine.
I was,
No.
which is so this is weird. I really like wine, but I don't understand. Like everyone I know, they have dinner, they open a bottle of wine, and then they go through a bottle of wine. And I mean, I like to drink. Don't get me wrong, but we just can't do that. Like I can have a glass, I can have like 2 glasses, and we have like half a bottle of wine left, and I'm like, I'm good. So the problem, of course, is that wine only lasts, at most a couple days. It almost immediately starts losing the flavor. So it's tough to buy a really nice bottle of wine because I'm only going to really drink half the bottle.
I'm pretty sure that's a personal problem.
Crazy.
You should just drink it.
Any good bottle of wine with 2 people should last no more than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a rule I live
right.
by.
Calm down, White Claw.
And it's Trulies, man. Don't go shitting on the Trulies.
That's the Bud Light Lime rule.
But oh, dude, in a warm Bud Light Lime, magical.
Did you say warm Bud Light Lime?
Dude, the lime pops when it's warm. I'm telling you, buy a 6-pack. Do they sell them in 6-packs? That's just buy a case. You'll love me for it. Put one cold and then drink one warm. I'm telling you.
I can feel the hangover coming, and I'm not even drinking it. It's like right.
That's
there.
whenever that you feel like, oh man, it's like hitting rock bottom. You're at the pool. What I do is you just wait for rest period where the kids can't swim for 15 minutes, and the lifeguards kind of go off duty, and you're just throw yourself in the water, and then when you're halfway drowning, you wake up and you're good. That's what I do. Next morning, champ.
Don't try this at home.
You don't try this at home.
All right, what are you drinking,
Only
Seth?
certified professionals.
I got a Guinness right now, and then I support a local business by doing a curbside pickup, and I went to the local Joy Mongers. I got a Kolsch.
Nice.
What's that local pickup stuff like for beer and booze? Did they just come to your car, drop it off to you, or
Put it in your trunk, probably, right?
No, they can't. I mean, we don't have that here. They have that in Pennsylvania. No, it's just this is because you can't go into the brewery to get anything,
Right.
so you have to go to the window and they just fill up a crowler for you. But in PA, they had the little. Do you remember those, Coop? You ever go into one of those? The beer
Yep.
drive-throughs?
Oh yeah, I remember those. Yeah.
You drive through, you tell them the order.
Yep.
I always had to show ID. Then they swipe your card and they put it in the trunk for you or back seat or both, depending on how much you're buying.
Oh yeah. It's a long time ago too.
It's great though, man. That's the experience. Because in Pennsylvania, you can't buy a 6-pack. I don't think. I think you have to buy cases.
Yeah.
That's weird. It's like some kind of
State.
weird local beer law.
yeah, they're state
Yeah,
control.
it's like state. Yeah. Well, it's North Carolina. You can't sell liquor with wine or beer.
Nope.
Yeah.
We have ABC stores.
It's so weird to me.
Dude, it's the Bible Beltway, baby.
Yep. Very true.
What are you drinking, Jiunn?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm drinking home filtered and water softened water with lime from the backyard.
What's up with that?
No, I'm gonna finish the cigar and I'm gonna go pour something.
What are you smoking?
Having a Padron 50 year.
Fancy.
Yeah.
It's Coop drinking.
Which diet did you go with, Coop?
Coffee.
Jeez.
Coffee?
Coffee.
Is it full caffeinated or?
It's no caffeinated. I've been going decaf lately. But I got some really good water processed decaf. From it's Costa Rican beans and it's really good.
Oh yeah. It uses
Costa Rican.
It's the Swiss.
Costa Rica.
The Swiss method. You get a lot more flavor back in the beans that way.
You really do, yeah.
What is this? What's the method?
So there's 2 different ways you can decaffeinate. One uses some kind of crystal, like the crystal absorbs the caffeine of the bean, and the other way you can decaffeinate it is I don't know the technical details, but it's called the Swiss water method. So basically, the water leaches all the caffeine out of the bean, and then they extract the caffeine from the water, and then they rehydrate the bean so that all the any of the flavonoids or whatever you want to call it goes back into the coffee. And if you're going to drink decaffeinated, Swiss water process is way better. Way better.
Much more flavorful.
It's that Swiss Alp water.
Yeah.
That's right, buddy.
It's washing away the impurities. That's not really like Nazi or anything there,
You
guys.
know,
I wasn't going there. If anyone,
the interesting thing is when you go to Hawaii, you cannot get decaffeinated coffee on the island because it's too expensive. Because there's no processing on the island, so they have to ship it off the island.
that
So
or they're just smart.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think if you look at some of the water decafs, they're pretty good.
What's going on, Pete?
Hey, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm trying to figure out how to get these things to work with this dial. Oh, nice.
Sounds good. You guys are good.
Yeah, but I think I'm just talking to the phone. I'm not talking through my headset.
Oh, okay.
That's
No,
coming
we're
through
fine.
okay.
It sounds great.
All right, good. Well, it's pretty quiet out here, so I'll leave it that way.
Nice.
How's everybody?
Good.
Yeah, you're using something tonight to clean your throat out. That Abunda will kill everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I won't have any problems. I won't have any sickness. Yeah. At cask strength, nothing survives, including my stomach lining.
I will tell you that we went till what? I went till 3. What time did you guys leave?
I
think
left at 1:15 Pacific, so that was 4:15 your time. So you were still there, right?
No, I left at 3 my time.
Okay.
I finished at,
Oh
like,
yeah. I
11:20 or something
hung
like
out with On and Trip for like a little bit longer. So yeah, I left maybe like 30 minutes later.
Well, I got back into the house and realized that the bottle of 22-year-old whiskey that I was drinking was gone.
That'll happen.
I will tell you something funny. So I have trouble sleeping. So I've been experimenting with melatonin lately.
Uh-huh.
And you're gonna love this one. I woke up somewhere around, I don't know, 4, maybe 3:45, and needed to go to the bathroom, but realized that I might have like left the door unlocked. So I walked downstairs, went to the bathroom, and then I saw the first chair that I could find and said, "Wow, I'm tired." And I sat down in the chair and I slept there for a couple hours.
That was the melatonin, not the 22-year-old whiskey?
Yeah, no, I think it was the melatonin. But my wife, she goes, I finally got back up to the room somewhere around 6. She goes, "Where did you go?" I go, "I really have no idea." Not my proudest moment.
Right.
At least I was at home. What's up, Seth?
What's up, man?
How's everybody doing today?
Very good.
Good, man. I wish I was smoking, but it looks like I made the right call because it went from it's like 49 degrees, 51 degrees. It was actually kind of nice out, and then all of a sudden decided to snow. So it would have been right in the first third of the cigar, and I would have been coming inside, which wouldn't have been good.
Is it snowing out there?
Yeah. Go figure.
You could get those screens, John, that'll cover your entire patio, and it'll
Yeah,
wind and all that.
you can, and then if you're in a townhouse condo, then the condo board sends you threatening letters about smoking on or at least covering your deck or whatever.
Send me your governing documents, dude. Let me look over that.
Hi, Michael Herklots. How are you?
What up, brother?
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
How you doing, fellas?
Michael, this
I
got to
like
be
the,
this 17th vHerf for you in 6 days or what?
I don't know if it's 17. It's been fun though.
Yeah, you've been popping them out, man.
Yeah, tell me you're going to pop that bottle of Old Sparky behind you.
Bro. That would be one long vHerf, my man.
We got
here
time.
all night, right?
We got time.
Where is everyone? Pete, you're in Miami?
Yeah, still. Well, yeah, we're in the same spot we were last week.
Yeah,
I think.
no, but I don't see the tikis behind you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sitting on my patio instead.
Oh, must be nice. This guy's breaking my stones because I had 3 trees behind me. He's like, "Oh, what are you in the middle of the forest?" I'm like, "Are you serious, bro? You've got like a thatched roof behind you, and now look at you. You're in like the Palace of Versailles. I mean, come on, bro."
Yeah. I think the person that actually built this house wanted
Was
to
Al
live in the
Capone?
Biltmore. No, yeah, they definitely wanted to live in the Biltmore for sure. But yeah,
Nice.
Cool spot. The
Well,
wife loves it.
I wish I was outside too, but apparently I have the same weather as you guys have up north. We were snowing all day today. I couldn't believe it.
You know, like even if it's cold, there's a point, you know, and it's been this last couple of weeks, there's a point where I just don't care anymore and I'll just go outside. But I mean, if you get snow or rain coming down, you know, it feels a little hillbilly to be holding an umbrella and smoking, like, you know, like it approaches a point where you're like, it's a little bit too much work. So
I don't suffer. I mean, that's my rule. I feel like a cigar is meant to be enjoyed.
Yeah.
And if there is any element of suffering, it's not the right time.
Yeah.
Find an alternative. It's not for me.
Well, I would say it was a little sticky out here tonight, so I'm pretty much suffering through it.
Oh, muffin.
It's rough.
Oh. What is it, like 94 there?
No, yeah, I think the pool is, but no, I think it's about 86 or something like that.
Oh man, these are hard times, huh?
Gotta go find a violin here.
Well, look at
Klaas
me.
is in a field, man. Look at
I'm in
him,
the field.
dude. Yeah, he's in a field, man. He's probably sweating his tail off.
I actually
Klaas,
took that picture on Friday.
Oh, jeez. I know you can change your virtual background, right? I almost did that.
Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
So did you guys see Klaas's hat that was vanishing into the clouds?
When he was wearing like the Panama hat.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right when I
Look at
logged
this.
in, I was like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
How about
Yeah, that's for Phil right there.
Yeah, they're right there, right for Phil.
Nice.
Love it.
Better call him up, Seth. Tell him he's sponsoring this virtual HERF, whether he likes it or not.
He likes it. He'll take it, dude. I told you about when I went in there. He had like 5 bottles of wine open and like 1 cup. And I'm like, I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, we're doing a wine tasting. I was like, yeah, that's one way to do it, man. Everyone shares the cup.
And that was the spit cup, which was brutal.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I got real nervous right when I signed on because first you were talking about sports, which obviously I would have to sign off and join at a different time. Then we moved on to the fact that I can't drink a bottle of wine in a sitting, which obviously that's problematic for me. Then someone said something about warm Bud Light, and I'm like, you know what? I think
Spiraling out of control.
I'm just going to say that my Wi-Fi is out, and New York has a new quarantine, and I can't vHerf. I don't know. But I got rather nervous, but I'm glad we're at least. I'd rather talk about nothing than talk about that shit. Perfectly honest. With you.
New York has been asked to limit your data usage and only use Netflix half an hour a day.
Yeah, and we'll end up being taxed per megabyte.
That's right.
You know, if we're watching
Right.
anything that involves smoking, alcohol, or
Yeah.
if they show a plastic bag on television, we also have to pay for that.
Although, so
Extra large soda.
I heard that
And soda.
I heard that a number of places have said that you actually can't bring in cloth bags or
Right.
reusable bags. You actually
So
have
this
to bring
is
a
actually
plastic bag.
interesting. So where I live in New Jersey, they passed this whole plastic bag ban, and so you have to bring your own, or it's paper or whatever. And in all our grocery stores, they all have plastic because of exactly that. That all these reusable bags are just petri dishes of germs that just keep being recycled back and forth. And so now all of a sudden there's plastic bags for everyone. And, I can't help but think everything, all this stuff about, online going away. Well, online is the only thing that's keeping our economy going at the moment because everyone else is closed. I mean, it makes me think that hopefully, and I know this might be a wild pipe dream, but hopefully there might be people paying attention and maybe rethinking some of the logic that they've applied in the last just 36 months and saying, maybe e-com might be a good idea. Maybe plastic bags aren't so bad because they are disposable as opposed to, carrying around a bag of COVID and putting our groceries into it every time, it's I hope this brings some sense of logic.
Is
But it
Coop
probably
on
won't
here,
happen.
right?
I was just going to say, where the hell did Coop go?
He's
Oh, here.
He's being quiet.
He's behind
really
one of the
quiet the last 2 days.
behind one of the
yeah.
Perdomo sons.
Yeah.
His head blends in with a fucking Perdomo son. Just put a P on it.
Coop, what are you
No.
smoking?
Feral pig.
Oh ho ho!
Been on
A
long.
nice luge hat.
Yeah, luge.
Well done.
Yep. Yeah, he. We got to know him pretty early. And
I didn't know him.
He was a super.
I didn't know him
super
either,
guy.
Mike.
Super nice guy.
He
That's
was a
what
guy.
I heard.
I actually think if he put a little more into his brand, he could have been pretty big. And he just never wanted to do that. He always wanted to just stay small. He told me.
And did he manufacture, or people manufactured for him? I didn't know his background.
They manufactured for him out of the DR. I don't know whoever. He never would disclose who did it, though. I think he was going to different factories, probably. His stuff was good stuff, though.
Wasn't he in Chicago, Coop?
Coop, how's your health, man?
Well, I'm doing well. I'm
Good.
doing really well. But I did self-quarantine myself last Wednesday.
But don't you generally self-quarantine for like 6 months out of the year?
No, he's like back and forth to Miami every 3 weeks the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He goes everywhere, man.
I'm feeling great though, but
It's a good idea.
yeah, it's I don't want to mess with that stuff anymore. It's I'll just wait it out.
You know
I
what?
don't remember.
Funny? Everybody says I'm going to self-quarantine myself.
Right.
When you can just say I'm going to self-quarantine.
Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of like, let me introduce myself to myself.
But I mean,
Would
honestly,
that be like, why don't you go fuck yourself?
Right. Yeah.
Would that be the same?
Yep.
I was actually telling Seth this. I woke up. I had a nightmare that I was back in the hospital with an infection. This time it was a coronavirus. I jumped out of bed and I ran into the kitchen. And once I was in the kitchen, I realized I had a bad dream. So that's
Are you
how
taking melatonin?
Oh man, no.
He's on the Ambien, bro.
Do it to you.
No, I sleep better these days because part of I think why I got sick was I didn't have good sleep habits on top of that, and that was something.
Telling you, man, that is the reason that I don't get sick. I mean, I get my balls busted a lot for going to bed on time, but it's like I don't get sick because I make sure that I get 8 hours.
Are you lights out under the covers?
Lights out under the covers? Probably 10 after 10.
Dang.
10.
Wait,
Yep.
what do you mean probably? That
Probably.
could not have been more specific.
Maybe 11.
That's like you
Maybe
turn
10:05.
Yeah, he turns off the 9
10:15.
o'clock news.
Yeah.
At 10, brushes his teeth. You put on your nightcap.
That's
and
right.
Then
Gotta keep it tight.
Boom.
right under the covers.
What time do
You
you
really
wake
go to
up,
bed,
John?
like 10 o'clock?
Well, so I'm a corporate monkey, and so I have a really hard because we're in the northern latitude, right? So the wintertime, it's dark till like probably 8:30, 8:45 in the morning. So it's really, really hard, or at least I find it particularly hard waking up when it's pitch black outside. So my lovely wife, who's listening to me talk right now, so I'm talking about how great she is. She got me a one of these natural light alarm clocks for Christmas.
The ones
So-
from Sky Mall magazine.
No. It's like Amazon. It's all
What is that supposed to mean, man? What are
Same
you,
thing.
Saying she
Same
sells the
thing.
Sky Mall?
Yeah, it comes from the Sky Mall in China.
Well, I mean, I just want to know somebody that actually bought something at a Sky Mall.
Sky
Does the
Mall's
whole room
famous.
get lit up?
Love
No.
Sky
It's like a little round alarm clock, and it starts.
Oh.
I don't know what the Kelvin is, but it starts basically like the color of sunset, and then you can program it the length of time you want it to go to full daylight. And since I've started using that, it comes on, and probably within 5 minutes of it coming on, I'm like awake and like actually not groggy, stumbling around the room, not
Is there
sure where I
sound
am.
also?
There is, but the sound comes on after. You can program it so the sound comes on after the light hits full peak. And
Did
I
you
would
say
say,
what the Kelvin is?
yeah, I have no idea what the Kelvin is.
I don't know what Kelvin is.
Okay.
Oh,
Canadian-
What do you mean?
It's a Canadian
Kelvin
measurement.
is?
That's right. So like I'm 2
So his
Kelvin.
name's Calvin.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what it is.
When you're 2 Kelvin?
Then Calvin sneaks into his room.
Calvin.
So
and
Calvin
starts
sneaks into my
rocking it
room
gently.
and he's like, okay,
Wake
bro,
up.
take a deep breath.
Wake up, Calvin's
You're
here.
gonna feel some pressure. No, it's the measure of the warmth of the light is measured in Kelvin. So like a normal white is 6,500 Kelvin or something like that. And so like a yellow is like 5,600 Kelvin. So it's supposed to mimic.
Canadian thing.
No,
it's
it's
a
well, I
Canadian
guess
thing.
it's science. It's not freedom.
Don't fuck with people, man.
Yeah, so that's like 13,200 Fahrenheit or whatever. I guess. But no, since I started doing that, I'm probably awake 5:45 in the morning.
So you get like 7 hours, almost 8 hours.
Yeah, and I feel like coherent, rested.
That's a good sleep period.
Yeah, and like I really don't ever get sick. Even when I go in country, unless I eat something weird, and even then, like I just don't get sick. So I think the short version of that story was if you get enough sleep, don't get stressed out, smoke a good cigar now and again, you'll be fine.
That's the recipe for you.
That's a recipe. And drink cask strength whiskey and everything.
That does help.
It does help.
You got to make your body really inhospitable when the sickness is coming around. That's true.
Doesn't want to stick around very long.
No, you can ask my wife.
that.
You can ask my wife about this. Listen. I got a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. This is what you do. So the second someone gets sick, like I've gotten thrown up on the face on, you just start consuming the perfect level of bourbon that like you're happy, you're still functioning, and you can go to work. But like you got to keep it up for a really long period of time, and it's an investment because you'll go through.
Wait! You only do that when people get sick?
No, I step up. No, that's moderated.
I was thinking that's like a general strategy.
That is kind of a general strategy. But you got to smoke a lot. You can't sleep. You got to drink a lot. You still got to work out. All the sickness is like, dude, I can't fucking handle this shit. It's like going on tour with Motley Crue.
Dude, speaking of, my best friend is going on tour with Motley Crue.
Wow,
is this
awesome?
This new tour?
Yeah, my best friend Steve is a drum tech, and
Nice.
he was on the Motley reunion tour. Then he was the drum tech for The Voice for years, and Tommy just called him like 2 months ago and was like, "Bro, come hit the road again."
Tommy's a badass drummer. People don't give Tommy enough credit.
Tommy's
He's a great drummer, and he's actually a great dude, and he's sober now. So is my buddy. So it's I think this tour is going to be very different from tours of years past. I'm sure the music's going to be better than ever because everyone's going to be in peak health and
girls will be
condition.
best.
Oh, I can't wait.
God, that's right around. They come to Charlotte at like PCA, and if PCA gets canceled. You, me, Coop. Girls.
Yeah,
girls.
no,
You got to tell the girls story because pretty much only 4 of us will understand what that story is. You have to explain that.
I mean, you can go
Coop's got a lot of Motley Crue
Live
stories
with it. I mean, you can go on Coop's page and find it.
we got to take them in the car. We take them in the car with me. They'll understand.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Coop's got a lot of Motley Crue stories. Herklots, you ever been in a car with Coop?
I've never been in a car with Coop.
Okay, Klaus, Pete, Michael. Next time we're gonna get you in the car with Coop. We're gonna let him drive you around for like 20 minutes.
No,
I think we should do wait.
Random stops. Random stops all the way.
What if we do like what's that show where they sing in cars?
Oh yeah, karaoke. Carpool karaoke.
We kind of did that.
Yeah.
We did that to kickstart my heart.
I mean,
So Michael, here's the deal. Back in the 80s, my dad owned a private, he owned a limo company. He had sedans. And when I was in college, I used to drive for him in Manhattan. So I kind of acquired a certain style of driving, is what I'll just say, that I never let go.
What do you call it? What's that? What do you call it? You don't say aggressive.
Offensive driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't be an offensive driver as a limo driver.
Who can?
I didn't drive the limos. I didn't drive the limos. I drove sedans. So I was driving like Oldsmobile 88s and stuff back then.
Because I'm always amazed with limo drivers, like the ability to just balance the gas. I mean, almost never touch the brake. It's all about just that like real easy maintaining distance.
Yeah.
No. New York City sedan driver, fully offensive.
Yeah. I mean, what I did, I made I mean, I used to be, I guess, before you had Uber, you had gypsy cabs, and I'd go into Manhattan on a bad weather night, and I'd make a ton of money.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You're a
Hold on.
gypsy taxi driver?
Wait, stop.
Oh my gosh.
You said
Oh my
you
gosh.
said you said you were a sedan driver, which is slightly different than a gypsy cab driver.
Well, I'm doing an analogy to it. I'm doing an analogy of it. Basically,
But street hail black car or car service, and you were wearing a jacket, picking up a reservation.
I did both. So like I would do the reservation stuff for my dad, but on bad weather nights when we had nothing, the best way to make money was to go into Manhattan.
And was it legal at that time as a gypsy cab to pick up on the street?
That's a no.
Like I shouldn't.
Yeah, that's a
hang
no.
on,
You couldn't be picking up the streetwalker. That's
No.
for sure.
I shouldn't say legal. I shouldn't say legal. But for like in Queens,
We had to be careful with the medallion cabs. Didn't like it. Let's put it like that.
yeah, in Queens, even when I first moved, it was technically illegal to hail a gypsy cab, but there were no other cabs, so it didn't make a difference.
No.
So it was no problem.
Yeah, I never really had a hail. Like I would go over, to Avery Fisher Hall, Rockefeller Center, those areas, and people were waiting for cabs because it was, when it's bad weather, it's just a shortage of cabs, and I'd say you need a ride, and it's kind of like if you go to the airport, you see people.
I was going to say you're that dude in the airport standing there with like the fake Uber sign. Limo,
Hey, need a lift?
taxi,
Need a
limo.
lift?
I love messing with those guys. It's one of my
Hey,
favorite
city.
things to do. Oh man, I show up with my phone and I'll be like, "Oh, are you my Uber driver?" "Oh, yeah. I'm like, "Oh, you're my Uber driver." They're like, "Yes. Don't worry about the app." I was like, "No, this isn't you. I'm waiting for you." He's like, "No, that's me." I'm like, "That's not you." And like after 5 minutes, I'm like, "Oh, my car's here. I gotta go."
Yeah, but I never drove the limos though. They didn't. My dad only had a couple limos because at that point they weren't cost effective, and a lot of the corporate people didn't want to pay him. They just wanted regular sedans.
I still think there's something really rock and roll about a real stretch limo.
Oh yeah.
Sedan, long, like not the stupid long one, but just like a 6-passenger. There is still something like.
Is it like the part of
Rock and
crawling out of it? Is that what's rock and roll about it?
No, I almost mean more like spectator. When you're on the street and you see a limo pull up, to me, there's still, maybe that's just the nostalgia of it, but I just
Except for
remember
in
thinking
Vegas.
it was so cool. Except, of course.
Yeah.
Except, yeah.
You know what they do? They cut the car. They literally cut the car in half.
Yeah, I didn't
And
say
then-
it's a good idea to be in it.
Yeah.
I just said there's something rock and roll about it. When I'm in it, all I think about is this thing splitting in half.
Yeah.
Mike, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking this is actually an interesting story. So I was in Washington State, actually like 2 weeks before this Corona thing broke out, so I was a little nervous. But I was doing an event at St. Michel, and Joe Arundel that owns Rain City,
Yeah.
I had him do it with me, and
Leonetti.
so Leonetti.
Don't worry, I'm catching up. I'm moving forward in the story, but I'll get there.
Okay. So Joe did the event with me, and Joe's a bit of a wine guy, and obviously I'm a big wine guy. And it was the whole St. Michel portfolio. So it wasn't just the Washington St. Michel's, but it was Stag's Leap and Patson Hall and all that. So we set up this really nice sort of after dinner. It was a full portfolio tasting throughout the St. Michel estate. And so we were up with Patson Hall, Stag's Leap, and God, I'm going to forget the name of the other. It's a Washington one, but 3 of their real like premier wines. So we really had a blast. And then Joe started talking about these other wines that he drinks from Washington, being a Washington guy. And when I got home, 2 bottles showed up. So this is a Mourvedre called Syncline.
Oh yeah, okay.
But it's a Columbia Valley, but I was shocked that it's 100% Mourvedre, which generally it's a blending wine. But so I was actually looking at it just before we started chatting. And so it's a blend of 2 different vineyards, but 100% Mourvedre. But it's nice, bright, good fruit. It doesn't have that like Washington funk. It's lovely.
Now Joe likes. He sent me a couple bottles after the TAA one year. One of them was a Leonetti. I drank it one night. I don't remember it that well, but it seemed to be good.
He's such a good guy, man. He's terrific. And man, what they're going through. I mean, you can't smoke in a cigar store in Washington. He's got a bus parked outside, set up as a lounge.
It's a great shop.
Jeez.
It's a great shop.
Great shop.
And he's such a great guy. And TAA, obviously, which we're not doing, but we're going to do it virtually on Wednesday.
So for those of us that aren't Set 2, what is a Mourvèdre? Is that the particular type of grape, or?
It's a grape, yeah.
Okay.
Set 2.
I'm just saying, bro. I wanted to take the test, but it's all shut down because of the Rona. So I'll have to
otherwise
wait.
You were going to do it.
Yeah, I was so ready. I was all studied up.
Yeah, I was fully ready to do my master's, but it's just the timing and everything.
Timing's all wrong.
Mourvèdre would be like
the hand washing.
Mourvèdre would be like Piloto Cubano or maybe Pelo de Oro.
No. It's more like San Vicente. The class is still on. It's more San Vicente than Piloto, because you could make a cigar of 100% Piloto, or even smoke 100% Piloto as a little surullo, and it's got some balance and flavor. San Vicente generally by itself is like licking an aluminum can. Usually, to me at least, Mourvèdre is a little more the aluminum can. But this is really killer.
San Vicente.
No, I love San Vicente, but it's
a lot of people that can smoke San Vicente 100%.
You know a lot of people?
Yeah, I know a lot of people that can smoke San Vicente 100%.
Well, I can smoke San Vicente 100%.
It's not what it sounds like, man. It sounds like you can.
I'm perfectly capable of doing it. And I could drink 100. I could lick a tin can too. I'm just saying, if I had to choose, I would prefer San Vicente in a blend as opposed to San Vicente 100%. So I was surprised to see the Mourvèdre at 100%. That's all I'm saying. I break my stones about it.
Pab be more like a Piloto Cubano, I think.
Say it again, Klaas?
A cab would be more like a Piloto Cubano, I believe.
A cab would be more like Piloto. Yeah, I think that's a good call. 100% cab is like, so you can have a great red blend, the typical Bordeaux, which has a lot of cab, but then other stuff. So a Davidoff Grand Cru, obviously no action. That's funny. I'm saying it out loud. I sound like an idiot. Davidoff Grand.
Do you know the blood? Do you know the Davidoff?
See the dots connect? A Davidoff. But this is why I'm saying a Davidoff Grand Cru, like a great Bordeaux, which is what the Grand Crus are named after from the Cuban Davidoff, which now all the stars are aligning, would be cab primarily, and then blended with whatever. Corojo. Merlot, Petit Verdot, Corojo, Criollo 98.
Merlot, Habano.
Dude, you know what?
You would say Merlot is Habano?
This is the start of something really good.
I look at Merlot like Habano.
We have to make a blend exactly like this. So I'm gonna do a limited edition of Merlot Cubano, Mourvèdre Sante, and Cabernet Criollo 98.
A Pinot Olor.
Strong, very strong.
Oh, I don't know if I can go for that one.
So what would you equate a Syrah or a Shiraz in tobacco?
Wow, big pepper bomb.
Pepper?
Yeah, it would be it would have to be Nicaraguan.
Yeah, Esteli probably.
It would probably. So I'll tell you a funny story.
I would Criollo Esteli, like a Ligero from Criollo Esteli, like that's got a lot of spice to it, but
yeah, but also Pete,
I'll be honest,
it would have to be flash fermented. Because if we're gonna do it, I mean, like the Australians, do you know this wine, Two Hands?
Yeah.
You know Two Hands. So this guy Michael 12 Tree, we were at a dinner at a wine
tree
dinner.
with 2 hands.
12 Tree, dude, the shit he went through in his life with those names, forget it. But we were drinking a wine, and I tasted it, and this thing was on fire. And I was like, he's this Australian guy, like really gregarious. And I'm like, man, this has got to be like 14%, 14.5% easy. And he's like, oh, yeah, right, definitely. Plus or minus 5. And I'm like, almighty. So the equivalent would be, yes, Esteli and flash fermented. It would be the, 2020? It would be the 2019 crop in 100%.
It might even be like a Capaduro, like a second growth on the plant.
Yeah. Like if one of those shooters came off and you just let that go and you took what's on top and rolled that up, that's Shiraz in a cigar.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't pick a tobacco for Shiraz or Syrah.
No, that's true.
It's just, well, Syrah maybe. I don't know, something about the French Syrah is got a little bit more elegance to it.
Wait, is this the first time that wine has ever been discussed on a Developing Palates? Have we totally bombed?
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
Have we?
There's nobody watching.
Yeah. I don't know if we have ever talked about wine.
It wouldn't be on.
You ever talk about wine on Pour and Tell?
No. John and I are both beer and spirits
back on
guys.
sharing our parents, we talked about wine all the time. I actually struggle, and this is just me, but I actually struggle with pairing wine with cigars. Like that's the one.
It's the best pairing in the world.
Thank you, Michael.
Those FOH guys do it a lot. What's his name? Rob and
Rob Ayala from FOH
Habano.
does wine pairing all the time with Habanos.
Well, I heard you guys talking about it before, and Klaas, I thought you said it perfectly when you were talking about cast strength in a cigar, and you were nervous that it was going to overwhelm the flavor. And if we're really talking this, I think there's a big difference between drinking and smoking what you want and creating a pairing. And the spirit of a pairing is the idea that the two can live after they go together. That's a true pairing. So for me, wine is better for pairing because it's typically lower alcohol, just like beer too, typically lower alcohol. So it plays better and they can coexist on a palate. Whereas high alcohol spirits, awesome accompaniments, but for me, it's not as good a true pairing.
I like that.
I always start with first looking at the cigar, and then I look for the pairing. But what I normally like even more is I try to look for a cigar that I can enjoy 100% by itself. For me, the perfect cigar is a cigar I can enjoy even without water. And if I went to the whole cigar without even having to add anything else to make it more, or make it better, then that's when I think I have found a cigar that I truly enjoy.
But I think that's the essence of every pairing, in my opinion, which is the individual things should be perfectly balanced alone. So the wine should be perfect by itself. The dish, if you're eating, should be perfect by itself and shouldn't need anything else. You shouldn't have to add anything. It should be perfect. The pairing is the idea of how do you take two things that are perfectly composed and perfectly balanced and create new balance by combining them in a certain way. So I agree 1,000%, Klaas.
Or create complexity. Because when I like to use the word complexity, for me, it's like layers of flavors on top of each other. Because we all know, like, for example, Esteli can be a pepper bomb or in the back of the palate, a lot of bitter. But then if I can put something else that also hits back there, then I have two layers of different types of flavors, creating a new flavor. And for me, that's what complexity is. That's what I try to look for in pairing, matching those areas.
You guys seen that masterclass YouTube video advertisement I see all the time? You guys should do one.
Which one, bro?
You know the master
James
class?
Suckling does one. James Suckling does one with wine.
Yeah, I see the Facebook videos all the time.
You guys should do it with like cigars and whatever you choose.
Are you talking about the James
I'll leave
Suckling
that to
one?
Michael Herklots.
Yeah.
No,
I didn't buy it. I'm not going to go buy it. I'm just, it's a thought. Well, cigar related.
Actually, I think Brightman should do a master class.
I think Brightman should do a master class as suckling. I like James, and he's a smart guy and amazing. But there's one scene in that. There's like 2 or 3 actually in that trailer where he just keeps going. Oh, oh. And that turned into like a GIF that went around in the wine world. All my wine buddies were sending me the same GIF over and over. That was just James going. So I haven't brought myself to do the class yet. But how cool is that? That whole masterclass thing is amazing. He's doing it.
Right,
Thomas Keller's doing it.
Oh.
Yeah, they were way ahead of their time with this whole home quarantine thing.
Yeah.
They're probably selling out every time.
Amazing, man. What a great idea.
All kinds of industry too, even DJs and everything.
They
Everything.
had the
Herbie
guitarist from Rage Against the Machine, I think, did it.
Yeah.
His was pretty
That's
cool.
killer.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet.
None of us can play what he plays, but yeah, sure.
That's why you got to keep taking the class.
The same class over and over again.
Well, I mean, Thomas Keller you got to do 4, 5, 6 classes, right?
Is that the secret? And you do 6 classes, no
that's
problem.
Why it's called a master class, because you need 6, 8, 12, 15. That's revenue generating.
Yeah.
That's
So,
cash
Mike,
flow, my man.
So when we're done, do we become masters? Like real masters?
I actually think I could be wrong. I think all we have to do is just agree.
You know, Pete, I grant you a seat on the council, but we don't give you the rank of master, unfortunately. Isn't that how it goes?
And if we all agree, I think we could then certify others to be close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we could actually. I've heard about this.
So you start out at a level, and then you create another level of people,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have a third level. So you have multiple levels to the program. Is that
to the pyramid?
Right.
What's important though is that we remain
at the top?
The top.
Yeah,
You understand?
we
You
can
said
do
I
like
didn't.
Cub Scout, Boy Scout, Eagle Scout, and then
Master
Master.
But you know what? Even better. I think we should do like Volado Scout, Seiko Scout, Viso Scout, Ligero Scout,
Medio Tiempo Scout.
Medio Tiempo.
Corona Scout, Medio Tiempo Scout, the Bud, and then there's just like one king flower at the top.
What about the sucker? Who's going to be the sucker?
That's the offshoot. That's when someone else decides to come up with their own new one.
Or is the sucker the guy that buys into it?
That's right.
You know what? I will tell you this though, and I mean this sincerely. Tobacconist University, I give Jorge so much credit.
Jorge's got a good spot, man.
I think I've said this publicly a bunch, when that whole thing started, and it had to have been like 03, 04,
Yeah.
06 maybe, I don't know, somewhere around there. And I met Jorge in New York actually at an event. Actually, it had to have been 06 because I was at Columbus Circle, so it must have been 06. And we were talking, and he said, "Listen, I would love for you to do this certification." And I said, "Okay, sounds great. You know, where's the test? I'll do it, and we'll see what happens." And he goes, "Well, I really want you to take the course." And I had this moment of like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on, man. You have a store, I have a store. Like, we've been around a long time. Like, so it was exactly kind of like we're talking about. Like, who are you to certify me? Which is a total pompous asshole position for me to take. And I fully fall on my sword for doing it. But I give him so much credit. He said, you can't just take the test. You have to do the coursework, and then you can take the test. And I told him, I'm like, that's not for me. And then I was thinking about it, and it was probably 2 or 3 days later, and I was at Rothman's, which was my hang at the time in Midtown, and I was talking to my buddy Tommy, who's the Somm, and I realized, you know, all these Somms have lots of different schools of accreditation and different things, whether it's American Sommelier or the court or whatever. But in our world, there was nothing.
Nothing.
And so here's a guy that's actually creating something to create credibility. And I said, you know what? I'm in. So I did the course. And I got to tell you, if I had not done the course, I would not have passed the test. No way. Absolutely no way. And it's not stuff that you need in everyday life as a cigar enthusiast or as a retailer or anything, but it gives you a level of theory, probably not unlike the court and other stuff, where it gives you more background and rounds you out in a way. And if nothing else, it forces you to take the job seriously.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, looking back, I'm so impressed with the work Jorge put into this. And when I got to Nat Sherman, we made every single employee take it and pass. We've generally maintained a fully certified staff. And actually right now, while we're closed, those folks who have not passed, their assignment while they're home is to be studying, and they have to come back certified when we reopen. It's mandatory, absolutely mandatory. So I have a lot of respect for Jorge for setting that up. And I don't know what this other group is, the cigar sommelier thing. I've spoken to them. I give them credit because they're obviously passionate about what they're doing. And they're creating awareness to a new group, and they're forcing people to take it seriously. And I know people who have sat through classes and seminars and whatever they do. And, you know, you have to give credit where credit's due, because they are organizing and educating to some degree. And maybe it's my fault, I don't know enough about where they come from or why they're qualified. And so maybe I should do a little more research. But, you know, I do think what we have always lacked in our industry is the sort of curriculum and standard to be able to be taken seriously. And frankly, I think that's what has kind of hurt us early on in legislative things and other things, because cigars have always just kind of been it's a casual thing that's closer to a habit than a hobby in the perception of people that just look at combustible tobacco. And we all know that obviously that's not true. So anything that puts polish on our hobby, I think ultimately will be greater for us in the long term.
And it's something we have to support. The Cigar Sommelier Association, they've reached out to me a couple times, and they're doing events all over the world, like not only the United States, not only Latin America, in Asia, in Europe. And they always reach out to me. It's like, hey, do you have a Davidoff store? Or can you sponsor our event? Can you sponsor our seminar? And it's like, can you sponsor in Taiwan? It's like, well, let me look up and my people in Taiwan, and let's see if we can get something going. But it's not only focused like in one geographical location, it's the whole world, which is why I love it so much. That's why I support them.
So I'm very disappointed with the direction Tobacconist University has been going in. And I'm gonna light the flame here.
No, say it.
Okay, so they're going down this road called certified cigar reviews, and I have a real problem with the direction they're taking this in. I don't have a problem with maybe having a certification standard for cigar reviewing, but the way they're going about doing it is they're making all their certified retail tobacconists get the opportunity to be certified reviewers for free, and anyone else has to pay $25. And what that's kind of scaring me about is now the retailers are going to be the certified cigar reviewers. I can't. There's a huge conflict of interest with that, and I'm really disappointed at Tobacconist University taking that route. I don't see how that. I'm not worried about competition there. I just worry about. I don't understand how a retailer is more qualified than someone who is who's done this or someone who knows tobacco. And I feel that they're giving the edge to the retailer here. And you can go to CertifiedCigarReview.com. It's right there.
But I don't disagree with the things you're saying, but I would at least offer that retailers, as a retailer, I'm 100% all in tobacco. And my job is to smoke cigars all day and review them, at least in my head at the very least, not writing tasting notes, but certainly memorializing in some way my experience with that cigar in order to give my feedback and split hairs for a consumer that might want to enjoy it. So I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I would disagree that retailers are profoundly qualified to review cigars because they are reviewing cigars every single day. No,
they're a conflict of interest. It's a conflict of interest.
But what's the conflict?
But why can't
conflict of interest is you're selling the cigars.
Yeah, but why can't they? I mean, but can't you as a retailer? Listen, it doesn't matter. I mean, so he.
But is the conflict? Sorry, Seth. Hang on. Is the conflict that somehow the retailer is incentivized to give a more favorable review to a better seller? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. It could be a cigar they're trying to move. I mean, I've done a lot of data analysis, particularly with the year-end lists, and we see a lot of this happen, where the retailers will do their top cigars of the year. And if you look at it, and Aaron's kind of, and I, we did a little diving in this, there's some significant trends you'll see. It's cigars they're trying to move, and they're not going to put a cigar, they're not going to give a bad ranking to a cigar that they don't carry, or they're not going to give a high ranking to a cigar they don't carry. You know what I'm saying?
Well, aren't they not going to review the cigar then if they don't carry it?
I'm sorry, I heard two people at once, but
actually it was three, but those they can go.
Go, Seth.
I was just going to say, I mean, they're not going to review it if they don't carry it. I mean, if I'm a retailer, and let's say I'm not a Davidoff guy, I'm not going to go on there and say Davidoff Grand Cru sucks.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't, Klaas.
But if you're not a Davidoff guy, you're not going to go on there and say the Davidoff Grand Cru is the best cigar I've had this year because you don't carry it.
Yeah. That's true.
I think that was my point. It's from store to store, so you can't. It's not really a conflict because some stores don't get to carry every cigar.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just say, all right, I'm wrong on that part, which I don't think I'm wrong, but the fact
you're the unbiased person in the group.
Why are retailers getting a financial advantage to do these?
That's
reviews?
different.
That's where I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Look, I work with Abe. I work with Abe. He's in the media. That there's some blurred lines. I get it, but I don't understand why the retailer has the financial advantage there. And I if they fix that part, I would be fine with it.
Okay, but Coop, I hate to point this out, but you have a Perdomo wall behind you.
and
is there any?
No, but if you look, there are some. Believe me, go look at the.
I fucking love it.
No, I don't.
I couldn't hold it in anymore.
How many Perdomo cigars made the Coop top list last year?
I don't know.
Well, they just signed up as a sponsor.
I was saying,
so this year that they're going to make.
But they came in this year.
You notice Nick's making cigars now.
Two Coop's defense.
I'm teasing you, Coop.
Two Coop's defense. Aaron wants me to stop reviewing cigars because every time I review a sponsor cigar, I just trash it, and he's like, just stop.
You've never once heard that out of my mouth, and
and believe me, and I can say the developing palates guys, believe me, they probably pissed off more sponsors than I have. But I pissed off more.
Coop,
what do you think? I came back to rebuild relationships.
Hey, here's the deal, Pete. Advertising is part of the media game. We can't exist without it.
No, Coop,
I'm not apologetic for it. Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not apologetic.
But Coop, okay. I would say that the bias you're assuming is not unlike the bias that Pete just pointed out.
I mean, I understand what you said.
Your defense to it is what doesn't exist. And I would argue as a retailer, for most retailers, it probably doesn't exist either. And there are certain cigars that sell better. There's certain cigars that are manufacturers that retailers have longer standing relationships with and that kind of stuff. but maybe it's kind of like COVID-19. I think we just need more, and then we need more tests, and then the overall sample group becomes larger.
Wait,
and
you're
then
not
those
telling me
individual percentages. We don't need more COVID. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. I was like,
no,
whoa,
I'm not
whoa.
worried about the COVID. I thought you were talking about
No.
more cigar retailers.
No more
It's like,
Rona.
Whoa.
No.
Those
What
guys.
I'm saying is, let's say if there are more and more certified reviewers, and I didn't even know this existed, so I'm getting caught up. But if there are more, then the sample becomes greater. And if the sample becomes greater, then even if there are biases of a retailer pushing one blend or another retailer pushing another brand, ultimately, if there's a greater sample base, then those biases are going to wash themselves out, I would think. Because of guys like you and everyone on this call who are doing reviews unbiased. Except for Seth with Pan Americana and shit all over it.
He wasn't expecting
What
much.
did he say? What was the tagline again?
I wasn't expecting much when I went in. It was brutal, dude.
Wait,
Listen, you know what the sad thing is? I was harsher with Dylan and Camacho Liberty than I was with you. Because I finished my Camacho Liberty review by saying if I have to choose.
Oh my goodness!
I'd say, well, what did I say?
Between
If I have to choose between the Camacho Liberty and death.
If I have to quote Patrick Henry, if I have to choose between liberty or death, give me death. That was the last thing.
Wow.
That was the last thing I said. I remember
This is
I
Seth.
get,
He's in
a
charge of
call from,
relationship maintenance
I got a
and
call
billing.
I got a call from Evan, and he was fucking cursing me out. It was
Hey,
actually
Coop, in your defense, you're sponsored. Hey, Guerra, what's up, man?
What's going on
Eddie Guerra.
in the house? Relationship
house,
fix, Seth.
holy man! I just noticed him.
In your defense, if you think about it, with your wall, I mean, if Michael and his staff don't recommend a Nat Sherman first cigar out of the gate, there's a problem. There's a billboard outside that says Nat Sherman. They better be. The same thing with a Davidoff store. The first cigar that should be out of that retailer's mouth is their house cigar.
Yeah.
Because that's what drives the business.
Absolutely.
It does, but now when you're putting it under the guise of Tobacconist University and certified, that's where I'm having a harder time with this.
I think there's also a different issue, though, between reviewing and rating.
Yeah.
Those are two very different things. And that's where I love Thor's concept because it's not about scores. It's just about tasting notes and this is the experience. And that's, as a retailer, I don't finish describing a cigar and then say, and by the way, I'd give it a 3 out of 5 or I'd give it 92. I only say, here's what I experience: flavor, strength, aroma, combustion, balance, etc. These are the things I experience. Does that sound good to you? Yes or no? And I think that's most retailers' approaches. However, if we're talking about certified raters, I would agree 1,000% with your concern on bias. But if we're just talking about reviewing, giving
totally
comprehensive tasting notes in an unbiased way with absolutely no score whatsoever, but simply compiling the experiences of multiple cigars for other people to make their own decisions, I have no issue with that. But maybe to your point, there is something to the idea of a bias relative to a score, because when you start ranking, that's when bias, I think, starts playing a role.
Do they have a scoring system, Coop?
That's a good question. I mean, they're saying certified reviews, and Mike's brought up a fair point.
You don't even know if it's scored, man. You're just jumping the gun on it.
Well, you're reviewing, right? even if you're reviewing, if the
Seth
cigar
just
tastes
picked
like,
up my ball at the 1 yard line
Yeah.
and then just carried it over.
He's taking it in like Marshawn Lynch.
I mean, if you're saying the cigar smokes like a chocolate bar when it smokes like manure, that's where I'm kind of going with that. Yeah, that
What's
could be-
wrong with manure, dude?
No,
I love
but-
manure.
Yeah.
What are you talking
But
about?
if they're
Lot of
they're
manure
just
smells.
what if they're just recommending it, Coop? What if, like, let's say I'm a retailer and I just am like, Nat Sherman, the Sterling. I really recommend it. It's great smoke all the time, lots of flavor. It's a positive. That's a positive review, right?
Could you just look in the camera and say that one more time? I just want to
I
make sure.
tried to just hold your butt. But like, that's what I'm like.
But that's your job.
That's a positive thing right there, right, Coop?
That-
And you could consider that.
But
Yes.
again, but what's happening is we could go, all right, let's say that's the case. Why is it a retailer is getting a financial incentive to do that over the other tobacconist certifications?
You're going to win there. You're going to win there.
Well, then
Yeah.
let's start something.
What I
let's
think
actually
if-
knight people.
If we want to make it even, then anyone who is currently certified today
To be able to
under
do that.
any certification.
Right.
If you've already paid for certification for one thing, then maybe you should have the same incentive as any other pre-certified person to get a free second certification.
Coop, what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to get a cathedral, and then I'm going to find people and I'm going to knight them with the certificate of reviewing and the order of Coop. And I'm going to give you that
Strong.
credit. I'm going to give you that credit, and then boom, that's what you have. And then we up Cigar-Coop.
Right.
You are officially the Ligero Scout, Coop.
In the order of the Coop.
There you go. All right. I said my piece on that and probably bored everyone in the audience.
No, I think it was a good,
No,
good
this is
discussion.
It's a good conversation.
I just love that the Perdomo banner was behind you the entire
That was
time.
pretty funny.
You
I
notice
tell you-
how
You know what's
Aaron
funny?
Loomis is really quiet right now.
Aaron is very quiet. He's like, let me out.
Aaron's sending me messages like, shut up, Seth.
No,
I get.
I love it when Coop takes a beating.
Let me tell you something. I should actually like log the amount of like complaints I get, right? More than the like, believe me, when there's a problem, the complaints come in. Let me tell you.
With what?
We could
Like,
we
just
could all
Cigar
log the
Coop,
complaints
or-
you get.
Yeah. Actually, Mike, I have a Nat Sherman review out tomorrow. I'm not getting it.
no.
Are you apologizing now or what?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
What was the cigar?
The TAA from last year. It's coincidental that it got announced today. Yeah, it was actually totally
The TA
coincidental.
2019?
Yeah,
That cigar was
That's
fucking
a good cigar.
beautiful.
great,
man.
great cigar.
That was
It did very well.
beautiful.
Yeah, I liked it.
Ben Lee loved that too.
I'll tell you my favorite quote ever, and I will treasure it. I brought some of those down to Nicaragua and was smoking them with the Placencia crew, and Nestor, Sergio, everyone said, "This is the best Dominican cigar I've ever smoked." True. Why'd you
Wow.
laugh? Who laughed? Who fucking laughed?
I laughed.
I think that
I wasn't laughing at you. I'm just like, that is
What makes you certified to laugh?
Go back
man?
to sleep.
all right.
Really, I mean, I think that cigar is a really special.
It was good. It was a
Special
good
cigar.
cigar. It was very good. Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
So 2020
really
is
good.
coming out.
Yep. It was actually
shipped this
wait.
week.
I saw that today. I'm like, this is funny because the Nat
Wait,
Sherman-
you're shipping 2020 this week?
Yep.
Mhm.
Damn. I got to get ahead of my game.
Oh,
When are you
Ooh,
shipping?
I like those colors.
breaking news.
No,
Here it is.
Mine's
Black.
shipping.
Look at this, Pete. Come on. Is this up your alley? Look at this art.
Mm.
Oh, I
Look at
love
these
it.
colors.
Yeah,
Hey, Mike, can I say something else?
that's
You can say
very
anything you
rude
want,
on one of you.
Can I say something else? Why Mazos for a TAA release?
Bundles.
Bundles. Why bundles for TAA? Seriously. I mean, I actually was
I love it.
disappointed in it.
There's two easy answers.
Okay.
Number one, timing. So we started at the end of the year, but looking at the deadline for filings, looking at the deadline for the show, and then, quite frankly, looking at the deadline for pending transaction for the business.
Mm.
The thing that slows down production the most is box.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So Mazos made sense, and it's $2 less than last year's release. So we thought
Per cigar?
per cigar.
That's huge.
So the cigar is $12.
That is big.
Yeah. Okay.
And we kept, one thing we don't talk about, but I think it's important. So every TAA exclusive has a built-in donation back to the organization. Last year's release gave $1 per cigar, which is a huge contribution.
I think that might be the biggest, actually.
Yeah. So we wanted to keep that. And so we also wanted to make the price a little more competitive. We also lowered the quantity. We wanted to be in and out because we sold the 2019 TAA Limited. We sold out basically at Christmas. So, but we also made one of the highest productions. I think it was 2,500, 2,000 or 1,500 boxes, which is a big production for us for a limited. A lot of people did within the hundreds or up to 1,000. We did 1,500. So the idea for this
I'm not going to say what I did.
Yeah, like 40 million boxes. But then again, at a dime a stick, we still contributed more. No, I'm just kidding.
No, when I actually, it's funny you say that. When I did 50 cents, that was like the big deal.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
I remember. I'll tell you a quick funny story.
Hang on, Pete. Sorry. Hang on. Let me just finish. So we did Mazos just because we would not be delayed by box.
Okay.
Number one, we wanted to be sure we could deliver on time because we announced at TAA and we want to ship at TAA. So we're ready to ship.
No, that's beautiful.
At TAA.
Yep.
And we got to reduce the cost.
The black on black.
Those are the three reasons.
Okay, and I can see that. I can see it. As much as I'm not a fan of Mazos for TA release, I think there's some good reasons, and I do really like the color scheme on that, though. I gotta say
you're not a fan of TAA Mazos because there have been TAA Mazos before.
No, I think I haven't seen many TAA Mazos before, but I think
none
actually.
None.
Exactly. That's why I'm
First
saying.
One.
First one. So I look at TAA, best cigars for the best retailers by the best manufacturers, and bring your best packaging to the game. That's kind of how I look at it. So I was a little
Savage, yeah.
See, I'm not going to even answer what you just said.
But Mike, I'll say for a Mazo that does look sharp. I'm going to say that.
I will tell you.
Yeah. So that's
I'm like you.
You're such a Larry David.
I don't like the idea of bundles, which is why we dress this up because it's not a bundle, but it's all the cost is in the good.
Yeah.
I think it looks great. I think it's beautiful.
And Mike,
man.
you know I love the rebrand. I love the repackaging you guys did a couple of years ago with the brand. So I was a big fan of how you made. I mean, I always liked your packaging before, and I was one who really liked how you made those changes a couple of years ago. So I mean,
the Timeless is one of the coolest bands out there.
Oh, absolutely.
I just love the font. I love the way it goes around the band.
Yeah,
and Michael did a really good job with that.
And that was all in-house. We got this guy, Steve Silvestri, who Klaas, was Davidoff guy for a long time when I was there too. The guy's amazing. So we sat there drawing and away it went. But Pete, you had some bullshit story you wanted to tell and you interrupted me.
Honestly, man, it was a bullshit story. But when I did the 50 cent thing, I remember it was like a big deal. This was 10 years ago. This would be my 10th TAA cigar.
Wow.
And 10 years ago.
But you did 50 cents when you launched it?
I launched 50 cents. And George Padron made an announcement like 25 minutes later and said, we're going to be raising the price of the cigar. I'm throwing George under the bus. We're going to be raising the price of the cigar 25 cents, but we're going to add 25 cents to the donation. So they went to 50 cents.
Wow. Do you remember the TAA? When I did when I was doing the Dream Machine and I did the Padron deal?
Yeah. Spectacular.
So it was the first year so TAA has the Dream Machine and everyone is buying and it's all this, all this exciting stuff and you're trying to put your numbers in. And so we did it with this new configuration with a new device. And obviously there's some complications with IT and devices and whatever. And I did give George a heads up. But then we put up a Padron deal and it was like some insane deal, and everyone had their devices out, and they're like, "It's not working. I can't get my bid in." And I'm like, "Come on, guys. Somebody put in a bid when nobody's bidding on the Padron. I mean, how is it possible? Boy, they really fell from grace." And everyone's like, "I can't get my bid in. I can't get my..." And obviously it didn't happen. And I was like, well, if no one wants to bid, we'll just move on.
Honestly, though, that's what I love about this industry is that a lot of us are really good friends, and we get to bust each other's balls. And that's what you were doing with George, and we all got up and applauded that whole thing. A lot of us other manufacturers in the room, we actually gave you a standing ovation for that one because it was so funny.
Well, and George was George knew I was going to do it, but the rest of the crew didn't. And the look on their faces when that deal went up, I thought Orlando was going to fall on the floor. I thought we were going to have to get the paddles out. Really. It was so funny. And George was like, "What's going on? I didn't approve that." It was so perfect. A little levity on these things, Yeah. All right, good show, guys.
Good show. All right, yeah.
Killed it.
Wrap it up.
You guys said I was quiet.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just lit up another cigar. We got to keep going a little bit more.
Oh, we're gonna keep going. Don't worry.
What's number
Yeah,
two, Klaas?
we weren't quitting.
Klaus, where are you right now?
I'm in
the field.
farm. I'm in isolation.
Social distancing,
Eddie,
brother.
You can pick your own background, right?
Yeah, you can pick your own background.
Where do I find a Perdomo background? I'm gonna put that on.
We'll sell you one.
Download it, upload it. It'll be quick. Mike inspired me. He made me go to the Grand Cru.
My man.
Listen, every time we FaceTime this week, I want to see that in the background moving forward. That's it. I want to see you in the fields.
With the company, too.
With the,
Hey, Aaron, we got someone in the waiting room.
Oh, do we? Let's see.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'll bring him in.
Okay.
This is a big reveal.
Oh
Right?
no, just keep talking. It's
is
not.
where I
You're
get
gonna
off.
be
No
disappointed.
drum roll. There's no red carpet.
Oh no, Bear. Okay, I'm good with Bear. I'm okay.
That photo of him, man.
He missed all the fireworks.
Hey, Pete, with all the COVID stuff, are you guys still shipping? I mean, I know when we talked last week, you were still operating.
Yeah, I mean, again, we run pretty bare bones at the office, and I have the guys like separated pretty heavily. So,
But there hasn't been a shutdown or like a mandatory shutdown, anything like that?
in Los Angeles, yeah, there is. But I don't know. We're maybe not playing by the rules completely.
Well,
At your particular
Wow.
address on that particular block, there wasn't the same?
Yeah, goods. We're shipping goods to people.
well, you're essential to keep the post office like doing business. Or,
Yeah,
or the
UPS,
shipping companies.
post
Yeah,
office, whatever.
Yeah,
Has
you're
anyone
essential.
stopped shipping?
I don't think so.
No, we're open.
Yeah.
We're only shipping 2 days a week, but we're shipping.
Yeah, and you have a more hardcore lockdown than we do, I think.
Yeah, we're pretty shut down. But our facility in Greensboro is 2 days a week shipping.
Yeah,
pick, pack,
that's
ship
what we're
only.
doing. We're doing Monday and Wednesday,
Wow.
and that's it.
Well, my friends from Spain and Italy, all the shops are still open. And basically the governments have called a cigar or tobacco, nicotine, like a need or actually an essential good for your an essential good for your daily living.
Klaus, I agree with that. I believe it is.
Liquor
It helps.
stores are all open
It helps.
in New York
Yeah.
as essential.
You can't take it away from people. I mean, that's a part of their life.
I think it's
and,
it's
when
an
you're
essential
dealing
thing to
with
decompress on stress.
We
Exactly.
actually have
Exactly.
in Tampa, St. Petersburg right now, we actually have cocktail bars that are doing drive-by cocktails in the bag.
Yeah.
New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut temporarily changed the liquor licenses that if you have an on-premise license and you're offering curbside pickup. They've just changed it where you can offer off premise. And so anyone, if you're
That'd be
buying from a local
amazing.
restaurant, it's done. If you're
Yeah.
offering curbside pickup for your restaurant for a meal, whatever you serve alcohol, you can serve to go.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're doing some of the
I mean,
bars in
This
California.
is New
you
York,
could
New
buy.
Jersey, and Connecticut. I mean,
Yeah,
you can't
the
get a
strictest place.
plastic bag, and now all of a sudden you can get a drink to go, but only while this is happening.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
okay,
they're
but
gonna-
the
they're
drink
gonna change it
to
back.
go, does it happen to be a fully packaged drink? Like
Yeah. Of course,
like a
it's not a red Solo cup,
No,
It's
a bottle though.
right? But
What's
it's a
wrong with
bottle.
Red Solo cups, man?
Yeah,
I
Red
drive
Solo
with Red
cups
Solo
keeps
cups all the
Canada
time,
afloat, man.
dude.
I'm for it. Just generally that you can't get those to go. So I understand why someone would be, restricted. Except in DR, you can still get them to go.
No, we're doing that here. And DR, you can do anything you want to
There's
do.
drive-throughs for this in DR, which is ridiculous.
Everything's
It's not
You can
ridiculous.
drive
It's
by
incredible.
the window, pick up a drink, a foam cup in this case, not a red Solo cup, a foam cup with ice, and then just drive off.
That's even better, man.
Hey,
The
so Klaas,
drive-through
are you guys shut
Dominican
down?
Presidente, great.
Our factories are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eddie, same thing?
Yeah. So the Davidoff factory in Honduras and in DR both shut down. Our office, all the employees are pretty much home. We have a few employees in there for like essential like warehousing and shipping because we've kept the online store open, so we're still shipping every single day.
But there's no flights in or out now, right? It's completely shut down.
Dominican Republic, yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm down here still. I was actually supposed to go back up to this week. But,
To where?
well, I'm back to the office. I had a trip to Honduras, I had a trip to Argentina, I had a trip to Brazil. I was going to be in Mendoza in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I was so disappointed about that one.
And now you're just sitting in a farm.
I could put up
With your-
Mendoza background.
with your hands disappearing into the background.
I know, right?
That's great.
But I don't want to bring back up the old topic, but in Italy and Spain, besides it being an essential good, but what I find really interesting is another reason why they probably kept it open is because the stores are owned by the government.
Yeah, true.
So every cigar that they sell, the government gets a revenue. Which is
Right.
Pennsylvania
Probably.
is government-owned liquor stores, and they closed them all.
Interesting.
Wow.
Pennsylvania is also not very fun.
Let's not talk about it because if it comes here, I'm gonna cry.
If what comes there?
I'm with you,
The
Seth.
liquor store's closed. It's
Yeah,
bad
man,
juju
that's-
to talk
wait.
about it. It's bad juju to
Not-
talk about this, man.
Not
No, no.
COVID.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about the virus coming here. I was just worried if the liquor stores closed.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Dude.
An
I'm
essential
in.
service.
Seth, the way you've been pontificating online about closures being essential, I'd figure you would have stocked up by now. What are you talking about, bad juju?
I'm always stocked up, but you got to stay stocked up so you never drink what
It's a
you're stocked up
cycle.
on,
It's a
man.
cycle. You got to, you know,
rotate
first
it.
in, first out.
It's the overstock.
I'm about to drop the kids off in the land of Virginia. Jeez.
What's up, Bear?
How are you all, gentlemen?
What's happening, man?
I'll just living the dream, one day in
You're-
seclusion at a time.
Your beard is blending into your background the way Klaas is.
I was gonna
Floating
say-
face.
beard.
It's a fucking floating face, man.
I was gonna say that is one beautiful beard.
I think you have like a
Amazing.
third fist kind of hiding behind the beard, just waiting to pop out if things go out of control. You know what I mean? Like that is a monster beard.
It's got a
It's
little
it's
gnome in there.
the official gnome. It's the official winter beard of El Oso Fumar. So it's coming down actually in a couple weeks.
March.
I hope you guys
It's
enjoy it.
Hey, Bear, it's winter until baseball starts. Just remember that.
I think you should
Good call.
shave
You
it,
know what?
but
I think that's going to happen. Yeah, we'll do that.
So
this year.
2021?
Yes.
You should shave
It's a
it
long
live.
winter.
Hey, Bear, when was the last time you did not have a beard?
A full beard,
I don't know that it matters.
Facial hair.
facial hair in middle school.
Wow.
So like
But
4
I mean,
years
like-
ago.
Where you had
I would
facial hair
even give
all
you,
the way
like-
through.
Yeah,
Scruff, but I mean like, so even just scruff, but I mean like super trimmed up, anything like over an inch. So when did you have less than an inch hanging?
Oh, less than an inch. Oh,
Wait, I meant the beard.
Yeah.
probably.
Oh, hail.
It's probably less than an inch is probably just actually my wedding. I posted some photos from my wedding from 10 years ago, where I had more trim facial hair.
I saw those. So that was 10 years.
So,
Wow.
Yeah, 10 years.
Bear, how much would it cost for you to get like one of the Burnside things? How much are we looking at?
Burnside?
Yeah, the whole Burnside. You shave the chin down. Look up General Burnside.
I think we should start that right now.
How much would it cost? How much? $100?
Herklots has got this down.
$200?
Wait, I was gonna say. I mean, listen.
I got
in days like this, we got to raise a lot of money for a lot of good causes. If we put your beard up for auction,
Michael, how much did we raise a cigar for Manolo?
I was gonna say we got like $15,000 for Manolo's mustache.
Wow.
Yeah. True.
Man.
I'm not giving $15,000 to Bear, but I got I got a couple hundred on it.
Man,
what are you looking at? Are you looking at your bank account right now?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at his phone. It's like I got 37.
More positive than the stock market.
Listen, man, you gotta check the Venmo account, see what I have in on hold there, and I'll send it over.
PayPal, Pornhub.
Let's do a live shaving right now. Is what I think we should do.
Ugh.
No.
Man, I was 37 before I had any facial hair. Talking about middle school, like, man.
John, you're not even 37 yet, man.
I'm not even
I was gonna
37
say the
yet.
same thing.
John's been lying about his age for the last 30 years.
That's pretty much true.
It's like Benjamin Button.
Yeah, got a painting in the attic, and no one's allowed to see it. It's covered in a drape, and I don't talk about it.
Isn't that the Dorian Gray thing?
Yeah.
John's like 65 years old.
It's true, man. But it's all the clean living that keeps me looking young, right? Cigars, whiskey,
Canada air.
Hey, McTavish, tell us again what it was like to be around when Fidel took over Cuba.
It was rough, man. No one was expecting that. I mean, you'd think you'd see that coming, but just like that. No, true story. I didn't actually think I could grow facial hair, like a legit 6 months of facial hair for me, not shaving, looked like I was in high school, and growing that high school stash, that guys used to try and grow when they're 15.
Dusty one.
Yeah, it was like
it looks like an eyebrow under your nose.
What do you mean, guys are trying to grow? That's the weekend stash for me, man.
Yeah.
Already not.
Yeah. The French tickler.
Yeah. So it's like,
Coop.
Like you have dirt on your lip, or?
Coop, you ever grown a beard? I think we talked about this.
Yeah, we did. There is photo.
I saw a picture of Coop with a beard one time.
1993, you said?
No, about 1998.
Who are you in the picture with? It was like you a celebrity or something, right?
Yeah, it was Kurt Smith from Tears for Fears.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Tears for Fears.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice.
I did see that picture.
I let me see if I can share it. I'll try to share it.
Coop, you were probably
I can't do shit on my
Coop,
fucking
you were probably
phone.
like Rip Van Winkle in the 70s, man.
I have a question. Is anyone watching this?
Yes.
Or is it just us?
Yes, live, bro.
We got an audience.
You should see the comment scroll. Like I tried to log in earlier to the comment scroll, and it was just going as fast as I could read it.
Is it worth at all? Like, are there questions? Like, can we engage other people besides the 6 of us or whatever?
They're commenting. There's not a lot of questions. They're just making comments. Yeah.
10 of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fuck them, Michael.
Really,
Who gives a shit?
All right, fuck 'em. Trying to be a good steward of the industry.
No.
If you can't make it in the chat, your
there's
comments
lots of people
are
that would
worthwhile.
like to be in here, but it would get crazy if we had 15.
Yeah, it gets a little muddy.
So.
And anyone who has
I would be happy to drop out.
No, I stay as long as you want. Anybody stays as long as they want.
Mike, if I can keep someone out, I'm staying in.
Yeah.
It's like the old BBS days. You just keep dialing as quick as you can to try and get back in.
Yeah.
All right, here it goes, guys.
What is this?
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Shit.
And by the way, for folks who think I'm not married, that's my wife on the other side.
There you go.
Who's the guy in the middle?
It's Kurt Smith from Tears for Fears.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Never mind.
Yeah, we met him in Manhattan.
I was still back in Korea. They know.
Yeah, this was taken in 1998.
I was in the United
Wait, how
States
old are
and
you?
I don't know him,
You
bro.
could pull that off again, dude.
I was like 30. I was like 30 or 31 in that. I was 30.
Dang. You
You
still
look
look
good.
Yeah, you still look. You still have the same look.
A little
Look
thinner.
at that! Look at that! Look at that!
More hair.
Look at
I
that!
mean,
Cut, look at that cut on the chin, man.
Look at that.
Fucking baller, Coop.
Look at that chest hair.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a
Oh.
beast. Beast.
Taco
Wait,
meat.
is that chest hair?
Yes.
I'm not gonna zoom. I'm not gonna
It
zoom
ain't,
in.
it ain't taped
was
on.
gonna
Just
God.
There's way too much analysis going into this.
Well, take it down if
We
you
are-
don't want more.
It would be,
We are-
it would be
We
sweet
are
to a
certified.
mascot.
We are.
Are those
certified
unpleated
reviewers.
pants?
Please take it down. Please take it down.
Thank you, Pete. I was trying to figure out how to take it down. So there is evidence I've had a beard, yes, and I do have a wife. So you saw two for one you got on that.
What was the wife's
And
take on
by
the
the way,
beard when you had
that
it?
2-for-1 was brought to you by Perdomo Cigars.
Perdomo, future of Coop #1.
COVID Coop.
COVID Coop.
I love it.
Oh, I get comments from Carney. You got hammered on that TAA thing.
He wanted you to go through it again so you can catch another beating.
Yeah, right. I loved it.
That's good.
Let's get Carney in here.
Let's
You want
get
Carney in there?
because he's grown his hair out, and that's weird. So
All right,
let's
see
bring
if we
him
can get
on.
him in here.
Yeah, get Carney in there. Send him a
All right.
message.
We get Carney in, we're going to be here till 4 o'clock.
That was the plan all along.
Yeah, but thank God Juan Cancel wasn't in the room.
I'll just get him wound up. I'll tell him that obviously
I love
propane
Juan.
is the only
Can
way
I
to
tell you
cook
something?
steaks.
Hang on, I want to go on record. I think Juan, what he's done, he has done the exception to the rule, because everyone would have said there is
No way.
no chance that this thing is going to work.
Yeah,
And the only way it's going to work is if you go all in. And that guy has gone all in. And I give him so much credit, man. I think he's a
There.
great dude, but he has left it all on the field. And I just think he's an amazing guy. I'm so happy for him and his success.
And now he looks like Serpico.
Oh my
Hey, look,
god!
Dude, he lost a stupid amount of weight.
Yeah.
He was we were in a chat room with her earlier, and my wife came in, and I said, "You want to meet Juan?" She's like, "Absolutely not," and ran out.
Could you imagine if the only clip of this whole thing we had was we were in a chat room with him earlier, and my wife came in and said, "Do you want to meet Juan?" And she said no and left. I mean, we could use that. Oh man, the value of just that clip would be
Yeah,
fabulous.
exactly.
What was that?
It was in 1930.
His video
No,
went
the
out.
picture.
His video went out for a second.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Oh, he was just
My
plugging in.
my battery is dying, which is perfect timing.
John, you're on mute.
I was saying something bad about Mike, so glad it was on mute.
Ah,
Bring it.
When I came on, you were heavily complimenting someone. I thought it was me, and then I quickly realized it wasn't.
It was Juan Cancel.
Hey, John, is it cold up in Maine right now?
Dude, it's snowing. It's snowing.
wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm sitting out in the snow.
So
Is
now
it
that-
snowing?
Yeah, we got. I think we're supposed to get a couple inches.
That's what she said. Now that we're here, what's going on with that text message you sent me the other day, man? About my season tickets.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, man, the value's going to go up quite a bit. I already bought my Brady jersey.
They damn near doubled within a day.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm selling half my tickets at face value if anyone's interested.
I mean, the main reason I came on here, guys, was to talk about TAA packaging and Mazos. So
Is LFD doing Mazos now?
Exclusively.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
exclusively
Have you seen
Mazos, yeah.
these?
We're actually going to package
it's
them with the
Mazo.
Nat Shermans.
Take a
looks
look.
beautiful. Yeah, the black on black.
Here
It looks
they are.
nice.
Just want to make sure.
By the way, one comment on the Mazzos. It's great because Pete's mentioned too, there hasn't been, that's never been done outside of a box. So it's a really, I think it's an innovative thing. I'm kind of jealous.
And
Hey,
the One
John,
Can't
by the
Sell,
way-
One Can't Sell did them, but TA didn't know that he did.
That's I had them too, by the way.
Carney, real quick, you know that meme that people have sent out of Vince Neil when he was like, shadowed the devil,
Right.
and then today,
Quarantine.
yeah, that's what you're starting to look like, man. What happened to you?
Oh.
It's been a rough 12 days so far. I'm stuck up in Maine, nothing to do. All I've done is eat, as you've probably seen online.
Let me guess, mom's feeding you well.
No, she is doing my laundry though. That's been helpful.
Oh, nice.
Seen a lot of elk and duck, right?
Yeah. I've been eating a lot of duck. I've been ostrich is the one that I've been enjoying the most. I've really enjoyed ostrich. And then I've got some elk. I got yak.
Oh wow.
Yak coming
Wow.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, you get the yak from the
You
the
ordered in
Corona,
some
right?
yak?
Yeah. You are exotic, my friend.
Joe Exotic?
There he is.
Dude.
Yes.
Man, I'm
seen
telling you, it's
Why?
boring up here. It's real boring up here, guys.
If you haven't seen Joe Exotic, watch it, please. Everybody needs to watch it.
I'm 2 episodes in. The first one I was like, this isn't as crazy as people are saying. Then I see the second episode, like, all right, I get it now.
That guy's insane.
It's an epic thing to watch. I mean, it's really a lot of fun.
The Duplisea household is boycotting that Joe Exotic. My wife's a zookeeper, man, so we can't.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Way to go, bro.
No. I just know that it's really caught some fire during this whole deal and everything. So it's kind of funny to hear other people talking about it.
The Fort Worth Zoo is supposed to be incredible. I know I've mentioned this to you before. It's a great zoo, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Top five in the country consistently.
What are the top 5 zoos in the country?
San Diego's number 1, I think.
San Diego's usually up there. National Zoo, DC. Typically, the Bronx Zoo is up there as well. Oddly enough, Columbus.
Oh shit! Look at that.
Columbus,
Yeah.
Ohio?
Yeah, Columbus,
Yo,
Ohio.
bro.
I would not have expected that.
Yeah, it's
Really?
And Skip.
Maybe.
Oh god.
And Skip? Is that a zoo?
Depends on how you want to look at it, I guess.
I want to hear the rebuttal on this one.
There we go.
Skip-a-rooney.
Man, Pete, I am going to agree with you, man. I look like shit.
Skip, did you ask me something about a camera?
Yeah, your camera's. I mean, obviously you have a better camera than Carney, but I was wondering, what are you using? An iPad or what are you using?
It's my phone.
Oh, you guys are so fancy.
They got good Wi-Fi connections.
What the hell are
that's
you
true.
using?
Yeah.
Estely Internet.
It's like 2 hours delayed.
I'm smoking this. I'm smoking this DL660. I'm having all these construction issues.
At least you got one.
Actually, I dropped it, and I'm still smoking it. I don't care.
I smoked a Cro-Magnon firecracker last night.
Oh
The
man,
last one.
those
Wait,
two
hang
things
on,
are
hang
too
on,
short.
hang on. This brings up an interesting point to me, and I want to bring it up. I was thinking this morning. I walked outside and I picked up a cigar that I smoked last night, and I don't do it often, but once in a while, I like to relight a cigar from the night before. And I thought to myself that this is against every purist rule. And as a retailer, we try to stick to the rules, and as
You're a heathen.
as manufacturers, we try and stick to rules. But there are days when I like to break the rules, and there are times when I relight a butt, or I'll leave a cigar out and it's super crusty and dry, and I think that that's like great in certain times. I want to know from the group, what are the most purest cigar rules that you break?
I'm just
So
impressed that you've actually done that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
With the suit and tie on too?
No. Would it matter?
The number
Wishful
one
thinking.
the number one thing that I do that I think is against the grain is if it's a longer cigar, very often I'll cut it in half and smoke it in two parts.
Oh yeah,
That's a good one.
oh yeah,
I didn't expect that.
absolutely. Opus XAs. You got to cut those things in half.
So
I've actually done it.
Yeah, along that line, I'll sometimes cut it in half and smoke it backwards. I do that quite regularly.
What, so you can get the Chinese yo-yo? What the fuck?
Yeah, so I cut it. Like the one I'm smoking right now, I cut it in half and I'm smoking it upside down, both halves, separately. But so yeah, that's
But
one
if
of my
you're
weird
smoking it
ones.
upside down, it should be unraveling.
Yeah, you're gonna lick it and stuff, which again is another one of the pet peeves.
But
All right,
that's how
hang
you
on.
get
So we
two
got-
cigars for the price of one.
So we do have relight the butt, drop it, but smoke it anyway, and not complain and post a shitty review.
Right.
Yes.
What else?
Well, in my
Smoke backwards.
case, there's I have humidors all over the house, but we have obviously so many cigars in the house that they're just kind of laying all over the place. So I have cigars in the counters, on tables, on the nightstand, and sometimes I'll have like a cigar like on the bed. And I've been known to come back from work super tired, just throw myself on the bed and just crush the cigar. And it's like all crooked and stuff. And I was like, well, I'll light it. So I'll light it and I'll just smoke this crooked cigar and try to fix it. And
That's called a Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's called a
I was going to say the same thing.
no waste. I've been taught to not waste a cigar.
What else?
True.
John, don't you light your cigar before you cut it?
Yeah, I don't know if that's controversial though.
I don't think that's like high society.
That's not
right
breaking
there.
a rule. Yeah, that's hoity
Yeah, I think
toity.
sometimes I smoke 2 or 3 cigars at the same time. I don't think
What?
that's
Yeah, but
breaking.
that's like wine tasting.
Yeah.
That's like wine
Occasionally I'll smoke a cigar and then when I'm done with it, I give it a rating.
Can you convert that out of 10 for me though, so I understand what it?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I don't
don't know.
understand your
Are you
rating
do-
system.
Are
you
doing that
certified by
without a?
Tobacconist
That was
University?
fucking. That was
Are you
fucking.
cer- are
Did you pay
certified?
$25 or
That's a
did you get it for
line.
free?
That was just epic.
Name your
Are you,
sources.
are you properly licensed to do that? Is the question.
Are you certified?
I am Facebook certified in infectious diseases, so
You know, I was thinking of adding
I
awards.
stayed in a
this
Motel
year.
6 once.
I'm thinking of adding the Facebook for Political Pundit Award and the Facebook Infectious Disease Data Analytics Award
There you go.
There you
to
go.
the cigar industry people this year. Yeah, so
God, that was a good line. We so deserve that too, man. We're such guys. We're tool bags. I mean, I hate to say it. It's just like, the people are like, "Oh man, I love reading your reviews." I'm like, "Shit, you need help."
I've never said that.
Seriously? Not you. I mean, I don't give a shit what you think about it, but I mean, it's just funny. We're like, "Oh, I love your reviews." I don't, but I mean, it's just, God, it's so funny.
Oh, I specifically love your reviews.
Dude, there's so many people here. I don't know. I'm just following the fucking yellow line, man.
I only read the reviews when the reviewer sends me a press release.
I've heard that Skip Martin does reviews on reviews.
Yes.
Is that
he
a
does
real
reviews on
thing?
reviewers. He does.
But
reviews
he's only done it once. That's the problem.
He did that once, and I actually shared that with so many people. I thought it was beautiful.
It was so time consuming, you wouldn't believe.
Believe it.
Did you put at the end like how many times you read the review? Like I smoked 3 cigars for this, so I read this review 3 times.
Well, the way I did it was I went line by line of the review, and I did like a point counterpoint. Like I reviewed it in thirds. I reviewed the review in thirds. So. But Brooks loved it. Charlie, not so much.
Not so much.
Wow.
You gotta. It's the best fun thing to do is when you cut cigars with like your garage tools. That's the way
Wow.
to
I
do it.
haven't.
Like
I can't tell you the last time I cut a
a
cigar.
miter saw, or like when you're using a table saw.
Why would you go to that? You have a fingernail.
Yeah,
It's
if you're
just
doing
it's just to
woodwork.
see what you can do. Like, no, listen, like the other thing is you put in a table clamp and then you use a drill bit and you try and just get it just right. You gotta be.
I had a customer that
6
said our
millimeter, 8
cigar.
millimeter. What are we talking?
I had a customer that said the cigar was so hard to draw that he used his drill press to open it up.
Exactly. Yeah.
The things people do to smoke your cigar, Skip, I would take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Then he pulled a big stem out of it and said, "Oh, I figured it out. That was it."
Stop talking about STEM.
Pete,
It's the
that
worst
was
word.
Pete and I talked about that in our on our little chat the other day.
That's like my favorite Pete post of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just gonna say
Yeah.
that was the best SmackDown of all time. Just like you want to know what I think about stems? It's like completely opposite to what you just been yammering on about on Facebook, and boom, it was.
You know,
it
I
was
don't,
fantastic.
Mike. I don't know if I mentioned this, but George Padron had sent someone a reply one time, and he literally just straight up said, "You're wrong."
Yeah,
Brian
it was
Glenn.
awesome. It was
supposed
awesome.
to be there.
Brian Glenn. It was Brian Glenn.
I wish I actually had a copy of that because it's so cool. Because it actually validated all of us.
No,
Without
you've posted
it
that
would
before.
not.
I've read it.
It just wouldn't work.
What was it
Didn't-
about, though?
It was
Some
basically just
guy
like
was complaining about a stem.
Oh, about
yeah, it's
stems.
basically,
Oh.
it's basically like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But I assume I didn't see it, but I assume George said that without the stem, you couldn't smoke it, right? I mean, the stem serves as the fulcrum, creates channels of air, whatever. I mean, right? Was he trying to defend it? That's what
Yeah,
it's
he was
supposed to be.
defending it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He says it needs to be there. It's supposed to be there. It's always going
But
to be
wasn't
in
there
every
also
cigar.
was there a cigar that was all stems?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
the
Big
Tayo.
Yeah, Tayo.
Did anyone smoke it?
I did.
Yeah.
Aaron gave it top 10 cigars of the year.
Not 10. You're going a little farther, Skip.
It is the lowest scoring cigar on the history of Cigar-Coop.
Did anyone open it? Was it really 100% stems?
If you look
It
at my
is.
video, if you look at my review, it's chopped stems is what it is.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like a Cuban sandwich, except for it has a double binder, and inside the filler, instead of short filler or picadura, it has a carefully curated selection of stems from a variety of different leaves. Right?
You know, I got to tell you. Hang on, I got a question. Do you smoke any short filler machine-made cigars?
I used to.
Premium.
Yeah.
I
Dion makes great ones.
I think I really like. I mean, we make a cigarillo, but I was with Davidoff, obviously, and I like those cigarillos, which are obviously short, and the Demitas, and you know, there's these brands like Olifant and these amazing brands that are using so many different tobaccos.
Yeah, the Schusters. The Schusters
Yeah,
in Germany, you know, they've been making cigars for 100-something years, and what he taught me was when I went down into his cellar and saw all this tobacco he has, and he has grade A, long filler, Cuban tobacco, German tobacco, Nicaraguan tobacco, Brazilian tobacco, and I said, what do you use all this long filler tobacco for if all you make is machine made? You know, short filler cigars? He goes, well, this is what we use.
Yeah.
And what he explained to me is that short filler tobacco or picadura doesn't ferment correctly, and you can't keep the blend consistent unless you make the blend yourself. Right?
Huh.
So he takes long filler tobacco and very precisely chops it up down into short filler. And he has a cigar called the Trioli, which is just it's a Cuban filler and Brazilian Matafina wrapper, and it's great. But it's, you know, $3 for a small cigar, which is expensive.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, you end up paying for it, but I think, I mean, this Olifant brand and some of these others. I was at a dinner. Have you guys heard of this Churchill Society dinner? Happens in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It's a black tie.
Yes.
Yes.
So I went for a number of years, and one year Olifant was the sponsor. And they had a roller there, and they had all these different piles and putting these blends together, and they were spectacular. But there had to have been, I think they said it was something like 13 or 14 different tobaccos. And I said, man, this is the ability to create complexity with that level of pantry is pretty serious.
And consistency.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. And they burn great, they smoke great.
Yeah. The short filler cigars a lot of times are far more consistent, right? For that reason.
I got another question, and I would assume Pete, and maybe more on the manufacturer side than the other folks here. But what I'm always amazed at are the real, like, the diehard tobacco guys from these big companies that are out procuring tobacco. Like, these guys know more about tobacco than anyone who has ever signed a box could ever know. Do you agree with that?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And what's amazing is how many of those
And
guys
no one ever
smoke
heard of
cigarettes.
Yeah, of course they do.
That's what's crazy to
Absolutely.
me is like these guys that have these like crazy palates and all this deep knowledge of tobacco, and they're smoking like, you know, Lucky
Pack a
Strikes.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love talking to those guys because, I mean, they talk about tobacco in a way that is so different than the way we do. Because, I mean, they know it only as tobacco, inside and out. I mean, they're amazing guys, man. And women, I'm sure. I don't mean
what I like about those guys is how they strip out all the bullshit. You know what I mean? Like all the marketing bullshit, and they're just talking about it strictly academically. Guys like Gus Cura, or Frank Miller, or you know these guys. There used to be a guy that worked for Placencia.
Junkies.
You know, Petrus. I mean, do you remember this guy Pete named Petrus that worked for Placencia and Don Lee?
No, that would be probably Michael would know him.
The guy that got shot in the neck.
Oh no, I heard about him, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was another. Those guys were, to me, always. What's great about it is they just talk about it academically and agronomically instead of talking about, you know, all the marketing fluff, right?
Yeah.
Well, Klaas, who's the
but
guy
they
in
also
your factory that his name's Superman? That's kind of it.
Yeah, I got cut off a little bit, but just to go off what Mikey was saying, in the factory we have a guy who his name is Superman, and that's his actual ID.
His real name.
His last name is Marte, Superman Marte, Superman Mars, which is awesome. And I was training with him for about a month or 2 months, and the guy is just, you know, old school tobacco guy that's just done it his whole life. He's been working with us for 25 years now. And in all honesty, you could say he's basically almost illiterate. He can't really read, write, but he can read and talk to tobacco like there's no other. That guy could like look at tobacco from far and know what it was just by the smell of the tobacco that was being opened, the bale that was being opened. He knew what it was. He knows what it is. He's still there with us. It is impressive. And he actually trained under my uncle. And my uncle, we're Dutch from our Dutch descent, Hans Kelner. These guys, the tobacco purchasers, they've been trained all over the world. My uncle Hans trained in Brazil, trained in different islands in the Caribbean, trained in Asia, and he knew like 6 different languages. It was ridiculous, a little bit cuckoo, a little crazy, but his life was tobacco. And when you talk about people like them, every company has one, and every company pays, you could say, top dollar, especially the big multinationals that purchase large quantities of tobacco. These people are like the unsung heroes of the tobacco world. They know tobacco inside and out, and they know more origins of tobacco than any of us.
Yeah, we think we travel a lot because we're going to events and visiting customers and going to factories. These guys are gone for months in Africa and Asia and Indonesia and buying, you know, checking on farms. But it's amazing, man. Amazing.
So did you guys see the Pete? Did you see the memory that AJ posted today next to the broadleaf?
No. What was it?
So it was just it was like an
It's AJ
Instagram
next
memory.
to broadleaf.
Thanks, Mike.
So this is the new thing here is there's like 3 or 4 different people who are trying to grow broadleaf seed tobacco.
A lot of people
and it ends up, and what's really interesting is how, because it's the first generation, how even within this, all within Esteli or Jalapa or Condega, within this small region, how different the different broadleaf is.
Oh yeah,
man. Last year I saw broadleaf in Esteli with Placencia, and I saw it in Dominican with Manolo, and it was, you could tell it was broadleaf. It was almost, I mean, you almost couldn't believe it, but you could tell it was broadleaf.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this picture that AJ posted, it's these huge elephant ears, but it's on this it's on this criollo-sized plant, right?
Yeah.
So it's not the tall plant. It's like this, 3.5 foot tall plant with these leaves that look like, like elephant ear leaves. They're like, probably
it's like dwarf. It's
2 feet,
dwarf.
2.5 feet.
It's dwarf plants.
It's dwarf broadleaf.
They really things
Right.
things are oversized, and it's so I think if I recall, because we tasted broadleaf last year in Nicaragua, so it must have been second generation. But it was really interesting, and we tasted it as, just a surullo, so it was 100%. But it hadn't been fermented to be broadleaf the way we generally use it. But even just in a sort of filler dynamic, it had really profound character. I haven't smoked the stuff grown in DR yet. It'll probably be this year we'll smoke it, but it was pretty interesting, man.
Talking about these tobacco purchasers, I actually have a perfect example right here in my living room. My wife, her father.
You're in a farm, bro.
That's his living room, though.
My living room is in the curing barn.
Where are you pointing to?
Back there, that curing barn. My wife, her father works in Etab, in Dominican Republic, but I like to say that my wife is what we call or she might be one of the few, a tobacco brat. You know how you have like military brats that travel all over the world following their father wherever they get stationed? So my wife, Leticia, she was born in Venezuela because her father was working in tobacco there. Then she moved to Dominican Republic. They spent several years here. I believe it was 6 years. Then they moved to Philippines for 2 years. And then they moved to Indonesia, and she was there for 8 years. And then they stationed him back here in Dominican Republic. So,
well, let's get Leticia on here. What are you doing down here? I'm kidding.
I love we're talking to the invisible man, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she speaks fluent Spanish, fluent English, fluent Indonesian, and a little bit of Chinese. And it's because everywhere that they travel, and they know, her father knows tobacco inside and out. And it's really funny because my father-in-law, I got to talk to him in 3 things. I can talk to him about motorcycles, which I know nothing about. I can talk about soccer and tobacco. So I'm at least good in 2 subjects with him. That's all he likes to talk about because that's what he loves. It's tobacco.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when you talk to a guy like Pepin, that's what he knows. He's a farmer. He's a Guajiro. That's what he knows. And one of my funnest times were to watch him and Rolando Reyes Sr. have conversations at the trade shows, because these are 2 true Guajiros that grow tobacco and only know, they don't have any education, maybe 5th grade education, but they know about their farm and they know about the lot and they know about the soil. And to see those 2 guys interact was actually kind of fun back in the old days. I would put Rolando Reyes Sr., as crazy as he was, I'd put him in the master list.
Yeah.
He was a master.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But
Has anyone smoked?
How many people know him?
Sadly, not as many as there used to be.
And Pete and I were talking about this the other day. I mean, the real legends.
That was the first. that was the first factory I ever visited, and I think but they existed kind of all before this kind of social media thing, and never really got the cigar aficionado kind of sunlight. I mean, he had Puros Indios and all that, but they never really made it about him as much as they made it about the brand, like the way people do now. But I mean,
But
even
he
someone
didn't make it about him.
right. Well, even someone as recent as like Arsenio Ramos, it's amazing how many people don't know him or Jacinto or there's a lot of these guys, right? And
Julio Eroa, same thing. The old man, right?
Yeah, Julio's a champ, dude. He's one of those guys should be put on a pedestal everywhere.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most
even on the
hardcore-
Davidoff side, Manuel Peralta, amazing guy, man, a tobacco guy.
Yeah.
The guy.
Has anybody smoked Filipino tobacco?
Yep.
Yes.
Back in the day,
What strains traditionally are they growing?
Criollo, they have, but they also use Havanesis, like I guess you would say, what would you say, Pete? Like Corojo 96, Habano 2000, but most of it's Criollo. The stuff that I've seen.
They also grow
what's it generally
tobacco.
used for?
They grow burleys there too.
It's normally used to fill really shitty cigars.
That's true, man. Oh
And
my God,
a lot
those
of
cigars were
homogenized.
Yep. I mean, that's what a lot of people don't understand. Even here, like the Sumatra that Gus brings through here and the Cameroon that he brings through here from Ecuador, a lot of the Seco from here goes to European little cigar makers. And I
But by the
imagine
way, those cigars are unbelievable.
The Macanudo M, which is that flavored cigar that came out, it uses Philippine tobacco.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm with Carney on that.
I actually just double checked. I actually just fact checked that because I knew there was something from General they recently came out with it. But it's flavored. It's flavored, is what I'll say too.
Here's what I'll tell you, Coop. Let's say someone like AJ went and got a container full of Filipino tobacco and brought it here, or let's say a customer asked Nika Prosa or Prosa Nixa to bring a container full of Filipino tobacco. What would happen is a bunch of people would start to use it because it's kind of like when you go to the local market, whatever's available is what people kind of choose from, right? Like there's not a lot of people here making Matafina cigars because no one here makes a lot of Matafina cigars. So no one's really importing or processing big quantities of Matafina. But that's where you see these trends where if Ecuador, Connecticut has a big year, I guess it's kind of like grapes, right, Pete? Like if Ecuador, Connecticut has a big year or San Andreas has a big year, when there's a supply chain innovation like there was recently with San Andreas, then a lot more people start using it.
I think over the last couple of years, a lot of us has started to shift because of the lack of broadleaf that we had. I mean, honestly, like when we produce broadleaf product, especially in the factory with Jaime Garcia and La Rome de Cuba, or what I do with broadleaf, it's a big quantity. So I can't go to Gus and say, hey, give me, 2 boxes of broadleaf, because that's not going to help me. But I started shifting because out of necessity, like, okay, what do I need to move to that's going to sustain me for the next year? So Mexican came up and then Sumatra came up. It's really out of necessity.
Well, there's no shortage of broadleaf. There's just shortage of good broadleaf, I think.
Yeah, that's true. and we have 79,000 pounds of broadleaf in the factory right now that's not ready. So there's no shortage, but we can't use it yet.
But I mean, is there anything more frustrating in the world besides the box factory than when the tobacco is not ready? When you need it to be and you think it's supposed to be and it's not, and then you smoke it and it's not, and you test it again and it's not, and all you do, like, it is literally watching paint dry.
Well, it's like that with Autoparaca for sure, because the cycle on that is like 6-7 years, and but I mean, kind of to Pete's point, I mean, just in terms of scale, so he said, would you say 79,000 pounds?
Yeah.
We only use 6,500 pounds a year, and it still is hard to find the kind that we use, right?
Yeah.
That is a crazy, just different in scales just between the two of you, and then you have to think about
Yeah,
other people as
but
well.
you got to remember it's a different scale of a factory, but what we
Right.
do is pretty much the same shit.
Yeah.
And economically, broadleaf is the worst tobacco. it happens to be my favorite, but like even year to year, Pete could tell you better than me. But even year to year, the size of the veins affects the yield so much, right? Like if the veins one particular year can weigh 85-90% more than they did the previous year, and then your yields go from 18 pounds 1,000 down to to 20 pounds 1,000 or something. Right, Pete?
That's why I use a lot of broadleaf on small cigars.
Yeah, because you can get double cuts and.
Yeah.
I think we all have to agree to start using Philippines, because if we start doing it,
please no,
we're going to be able to create a new boom in the Filipino market. Help a lot of people.
Well, I'll tell you
help the Philippines.
What I've been seeing more and more here in the last year or so is, and it used to be Latin cigar or Scandinavia used to use a lot of this, which was the Peruvian and Colombian tobacco for filler.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're seeing probably double or triple what we used to see even a year ago. And I think a lot more people so you're going to start seeing people. And I don't know if that's because people want to use it more, or like if people are trying to go out and go back and replicate predicate blends. But it's become more and more. You start seeing pilon after pilon of Peruvian and Colombian tobacco.
Yeah, you just open up a rabbit hole, Skip, with the predicate blend thing, because a predicate blend with dry air cured tobacco, I can't tell you what I use.
I agree. But some of the big companies
are you making the same cigar I'm making?
Yeah, absolutely. We all are.
Yeah, exactly. But some of the big companies are really more anal about it than the little guys are, right? Like Drew Estate in Scandinavia, I think that they are really towing the line on exact kind of even down to the seed variety, supposedly. But anyway.
So my battery, listen, my battery is about to die. But just for funsies, I would like to know, for everyone who is on this call, in the spirit of TAA, because this is TAA week, there is one fundamental question that I have always asked, which I think is important.
The toilet paper.
And before I go, I need some clarity. So the question is twofold, no pun intended. The first question is, do you crumple or fold? The second question is, do you prefer the toilet paper going over the roll on the outside or on the inside of the roll against the wall? Allow me to start. I am on the outside of the roll, and I fold, but I generally do the mummy, right? Wrap it around the hand, pull it off. So
Mike,
that is mine.
When the toilet paper all goes into a trash can instead of into the toilet, it's fold is the only way to go.
The only way to go, except
right, P.
Yeah.
But I know crumplers in Dominican who then wrap it like a gift and put it in the garbage can.
How do you do that?
That's a shitty gift.
That's a woman. You just described a woman.
Okay, so I'm an outside of the roll and a folder with the mummy technique. Pete,
no,
go ahead.
It has to be the outside of the roll and the fold. It has to be.
Yeah.
Outside of the roll.
Yeah.
Carney just left because he doesn't want to answer this question.
He's gonna be a crumple.
Gotta go take a dump real quick and remember how he does it.
He can't remember.
I don't know.
Go figure it out.
I can't. Whenever I think about toilet paper, I can't get past that Office episode when Dwight Schrute's brother Mose is in the office with like a mill, and he's separating the 2-ply paper and making it half-ply.
Do you remember the individual sheets out of the dispenser? Did you ever have those? I had those in grammar school.
Dude, I had those in Thailand. That was the worst.
Same thing.
The toilet paper goes on the backside, and it gets folded.
Whoa.
Backside.
Against the wall?
Yeah, it goes against the wall.
The patent
All right,
clearly
Coop,
shows that it goes
Coop.
over the
Hey,
top.
dude, I'm from Maine. If you're telling me that's a Maine thing, you're fucked up.
Northern part of the
West
state.
side of Maine.
Canadian
West
thing.
side of Maine.
It's not a Canadian
McTavish,
thing.
back me up. It's Canadian.
No, you'll be straight up thrown out of the country if you put it on the backside. If you don't put it over top, you're out. You lose your citizenship.
And
I'm
crumple
so
or
glad
fold?
that you gentlemen are so
Oh,
passionate
fold.
about this as I am.
Fold.
It is
Yeah,
definitely
we're
over
not
the top.
animals.
Over
I don't
the
know
top.
how I don't know how you
Over the
get the
top.
I don't know how you get the tear at the precise place if it's hidden behind the roll of paper.
Right.
Absolutely.
The reason
Skills,
you do the
man.
roll behind, the reason it goes behind is because it eliminates excess rolling and waste, so you get more usage out of the roll. It
How
stops
far are you
rolling
from the roll?
faster on the backside.
How
No,
far are
because you
from
need
the
more.
roll?
You need
What
more
are
to
you
come out so
pulling
that
it?
you can get to it.
You
No, but
pulling it
that's
from
what John's
30
talking
feet?
about is that you're using less. I see what he's saying. I mean, it's still stupid, but I see what he's saying. You got to go over, man.
Apparently, you all aren't having as aggressive a bathroom breaks as I am.
It's all that elk and ostrich.
Yeah.
It's all that yak.
It's all the yak.
Seth,
It's not the meat, it's the acai bowls.
Seth, do you crumple or fold?
No, you got to fold.
Fold. Coop?
Fold, except when you have hemorrhoids, you crumple.
Oh,
No,
Jesus.
but you can still
Oh wow! Is that like a dab? Do you do a dab with
To
that?
another level.
We have
took
to
it
the
to the
oldest
next
guy
level.
on the show.
hang on. But even with the roids, you still you need a nice smooth surface. You can't have the edges of a crumple.
Well, you gotta be a little gentler. That's what I'm saying.
All right, Coop, you're out. Who else?
It's just
I tried to
dabbing.
give a union. How
Where's
do we get from
Klaas?
Philippine tobacco to this?
Because I got my battery. I got like 2% left.
Oh, okay.
Klaas.
Don't you have a charger?
Yeah, I'm out after this, but it's definitely a fold, and it's definitely over the top. If you
There
don't
we
do
go.
it that way, then you're just crazy.
Who else
You
is
guys
still on?
use
Joe's got to
There you
answer.
go.
anybody
So no.
use bidet,
So I will
by
say
the way?
this. I'm gonna go against the group here. It's over the top, but I'm a crumpler. I am a savage.
You look
I
like
will-
a crumpler too, man.
I really? Thank you. Thank you.
Dude, I look at you and I'm like,
there's
there's a fucking crumpler.
Mike.
I'm sitting here. Everyone's drinking wine. I'm got a Yingling and a Yeti cup.
There you go. Fair
Mike,
enough.
if you want to get down to it,
Who's
is
drinking
it the
wine?
forward swipe or the backward
Oh,
swipe?
Ooh.
Oh, no.
It's a Bert Kreischer question right there.
That actually, and that's not even up for discussion.
There's one way only.
You got to move away from the bits.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've ever had, if you have daughters, you've just gotten ingrained that it goes front to back.
But daughters is the only place I understand the crumple. I do understand the crumple for girls. No problem. It's a
Because
different,
they're padding.
exactly. It's a completely different process that we don't have to participate in. Right?
Okay, well,
no problem.
The real answer is baby wipes. Period.
Well, that's but that wasn't an option that was presented.
Well, hey,
in
Skip,
this
if
argument.
they're going to go into the trash can, you might as well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. If it's going in the trash can, then use baby wipes. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I
Did
spent a
anyone
lot
else
of time.
not participate in this survey? Hang on, there's more people.
Yeah, no, it's totally an over the top and the mummy for sure.
And the mummy, strong,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, but if you're doing a mummy, you're taking too much off the roll.
That's a lot of toilet paper. I mean, that's
Tough on the
you gotta
environment,
do
bro.
much-
When
Well,
you only got
small
one roll
hands.
from the supermarket, and you had to
It's a
stab a guy
Dominican-
for
it's
it.
a-
Like,
So hang on, I can defend that. So the original mummy was the full use as much as I need, right? I have adopted the Dominican style of mummy now that we're in COVID.
What's the one finger
quarantine.
mummy?
One wrap.
It is literally like it's 4 squares right here, swipe and a redo. You ever do redo? You fold.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You got another clean surface, you go again.
Exactly.
I would say
Mike,
it depends on the
Mike,
meal.
Mike,
I
before
would
you
say it
leave,
depends
hold
on
up.
the
Before
meal.
you leave, Mike,
Yeah.
Pete will get this one too. But with the TAA being fully digital this year, the one person that will be spared is our Indian tech support.
Oh, thank you. Well, Herklots gets that one.
God, is that the time already? Boy, it got late. Oof. Look at it. Hey, fellas, this was awesome.
Thank you for joining us, Michael.
And
Thank you,
let me
Michael.
tell you, for all the DP guys and Coop and everyone, you guys do an amazing job. Really, you take it seriously, and our industry is better because of what you all do. So
You're such a sucker, Michael.
no.
He's got that review coming out tomorrow.
It's not gonna change this. No, but I do mean it, and I've said it to you guys before. But at the end of the day, you got to take your hobby seriously, and you guys do. And I'm grateful that you guys do what you do. So thank you,
Michael.
all.
We're looking forward to the TAA. Would have been nice if it was in a box.
Well,
One last
Mazos
item on
count too.
TAA. One last item on TAA. There is one good thing that's come of the TAA not gathering this year. This is a story for another day, but the poor tech support guy from India will be spared any public humiliation this year.
Whew, look at the time. Man, it got late. The only thing I'm upset about is that I don't get another little Toomey bag on Delta that can be taken. But I will now tee that off to you to continue on the stories. Guys, thanks for having. I'm sorry to bail, but
Thank you very much for
I'm
joining us.
out.
Thank you, Mike.
See you all,
Have a good
fellas.
Have a good night, Mike.
All right.
Thank you, Michael.
See you, Mike.
So the TAA thing, we had another HERF call tonight, but one of the things that came up in it is whether we think the PCA is going to be a go or a no-go.
And we talked about this the other day, actually.
Yeah.
Coop, what do you think?
I think no-go. I think they have to go no-go, and I'm curious, Skip, what your opinion is. There's just so much. It's not so much if this thing's going to resolve itself, right? I don't think that's the issue. I think there's so many people who've taken a financial hit in the industry that I just don't know how now you have this show. I mean, I just think it's not really the best time to have the show right now. People are still going to be coming out from under.
It's depressing to go into cigar shops right
Well,
now.
there's three things. There's three things I think that for us that are coming to the decision making. Number one, in the last 2 months, I've had to shell out about $150,000 for substantial equivalence applications. So that's number one. Number two, the cigars we would be making over the next month are the cigars that we would be delivering to customers in July and August, right? So if we're not making cigars over the next month, where we come out of the trade show every year with 2-3 months worth of back order, we would be coming out of the trade show with 4 or 5 months worth of back order. So, and then three, because right now is really when you have to start contracting exhibition companies and all those kinds of things. I think for us, what if I had to make the call today, I would just call Scott Pearson and say, hey, keep our $26,000 that we paid for the space, use it for the legislative fight, but we can't do it this year. And then the thing that came up on our call earlier was not having it might actually turn out to be a really good thing. Well, the fourth thing was if retailers already have a hard time showing up, they may even have an impossible time showing up this year, right? But one of the things that came up was maybe if they had a full year to really redesign, reevaluate, repackage, a smaller show, a more efficient show, do things completely differently, having a year off would really, I think, help facilitate that. So it might, in the long run, be a better thing for the industry not to have it.
Yeah, I actually agree with that point as well, considering all the problems they had. I mean, I hate the fact we have to not have the trade show. I mean, it's gonna, I hate that. It's a signature event, and I just, next year come back and just really kick ass with it next year and do a great job with it. I think there's totally that opportunity right now.
I think they need to wait only because they have to wait to see if Casino is going to basically say, hey, we have to cancel. Because if the PCA cancels out early, the PCA
they won't get any money back.
Screwed. Yeah.
Right, but Pete, isn't this a likely scenario, though? Even if July is free and clear, there's somebody that had to cancel something between now and July that wants the space, and I think it's very likely that the Venetian or the Sands will come back to PCA and say, "Look, are you willing to give this up to these people?" And they can benefit
let's
from
hope.
that.
Actually, let's hope for that.
That'd be a hell of a deal if they offered it.
Yeah, let's hope for that.
Which I think is a realistic thing.
Because honestly, I mean, like Skip said, Hey, hold. I already paid you guys my booth space. That's a placeholder for next year, right? But the fact that I can get away with not spending that much money during the show, and you, Skip, you know, and John, you know, that much money that we spend during the show, it's a lot of money that we're losing right now because we're not doing business.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
I don't see any harm in waiting right now. There's no rush to make a decision. It's not like they need a decision this week or next week. Whether it's canceled now or it's postponed later, there's no rush. And I had the same conversation with TAA because they're looking at moving the dates to October, and they were looking to make a decision. And I said there's no reason to rush right now. Everything's in a holding pattern. So I
thought we moved it to October already.
Yeah, they are, and they were having some additional discussions on whether it was right to do that, maybe push it to 2021 at the same place, and then because the Dominican Republic's 5.5 months after October if they do it, but you know, there's no reason to rush in any decisions right now. I would say there's a lot of money on the line in all of these things, so taking time and being purposeful with it's the most important thing. But yeah, I mean, it's fun to talk about, but. I would personally I would be surprised if it goes forward. It's not that far out.
But John, what does your Gantt chart look like for getting to the trade show, and when do the action items start? Where like for example, we are going to a smaller booth space, so we were going to reconfigure our booth. So all the things that we were going to do to reconfigure were supposed to start this month. And so right now, even though it is a little bit ways out, we have to start saying, well, do we invest the $35,000 to reconfigure our booth or not? Right.
So for me, it's a little bit of an easier decision. We have a booth that can go from up to 16 units down to 8 if we need to, and it's already in Las Vegas. So it's the same booth we've been using. So that wouldn't be a deciding factor for us. But it's definitely something to think about. Just because it's not a factor for us doesn't mean it's not for the entire industry, and that the show is about the industry. So, but my thing is the close time. Pete brought up a good thing, and you did too. Like you're talking about right now, we're not really doing business. I mean, the factory's closed, so I'm having a good March. And I'll probably have a good start to April. But after the second week of April, if factories aren't open, guess what? There's no cigars.
Yeah.
And that doesn't bode well for catching up with what's going on at the show. So as I said, that would be a process to think about is are we capable of doing business like that at the time? Because we're going to all be playing catch up in a few weeks. Even if this ends and it gets back to some normalcy soon, it's going to take at least 30 to 90 days. I know that's a big range, but it's going to take months to get back to a normal type of business for everyone.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, right now we had a shipment that I thought was on its way to Germany, and found out that for the third airline we booked it on actually canceled the flight. So just even getting cigars, even with nothing closed in Nicaragua, just getting cigars out in terms of air freight at least is a no-go. I don't know how the container business looks, but I assume with Honduras closed, most of the containers go out of Honduras, right? So I assume people who ship by container aren't able to get it out right now either.
Well, we had a container get stuck in customs for the last 5 days, and it just got cleared tonight, and we get it tomorrow in Miami. So, but I don't foresee any containers coming up soon after that.
That's what I was talking about. Potential, just all the holdups in Miami of containers. Remember when I was talking about that?
So best case scenario, say this ends tomorrow and all the factories open back up again, those cigars are getting shipped in May. So every week that goes by pushes it back another week in May. And in reality, if this goes another 2 weeks, we're looking at late May, June type shipment in terms of when you finally get it here, getting it through the system, getting it out of the country, getting it through customs. So, I mean, if we were to start back up operation tomorrow, I wouldn't see cigars for another 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, I don't see any factory opening up before the end of Semana Santa.
Yeah,
right?
no.
Because,
yeah. That's coming up in a couple weeks actually.
So April 12th will be the earliest any factory reopens.
Yeah.
Skip, is that Holy Week? Is that kind of like okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So here in Nicaragua, the factories, the government has Dia Federado, like the federal holiday, would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So factories who work on Saturday would lose Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. What we do, and I think a lot of factories do this, is we actually don't normally work on Saturday. We work an hour extra every day. But for 3 weeks in March, we have our employees work on Saturday so they could get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, right? So most factories here at a minimum are closed Thursday through Sunday, but almost most of them are probably closed most of the. I don't know how my father works. I assume they're closed all week.
No, yeah.
But,
I mean, and again, I don't make shit. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife and her brother and her father. They work on Saturdays only to play catch up. Like
right.
Saturdays
Like
are
overtime.
open until yeah. So it's like overtime, and about noon. If you're in the factory at noon, literally the bell goes off at noon and the lights go out completely. So we all have to leave because no one's there. But I know Jaime is talking about shutting down soon. I don't know when, but soon into the holiday and then carrying obviously past the holiday.
Right. Well, I was explaining to people earlier that things in a factory work like an assembly line. So when you start deveining wrapper, you have to use it or it'll spoil, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
When you take cigars out of the aging room, you have to get them through the packaging process or it screws a lot of things up. So to shut a factory down, it's not as easy as just saying, oh, we're shutting down today and we're not coming back tomorrow. You have to kind of start winding it down 2 or 3 days. And I would imagine in bigger factories, maybe even sooner, a couple of days before you actually want to be shut down. So I know Padron is closing, I think, on Thursday. We're closing tomorrow. A lot of the big factories are winding down this week to close someday this week, and not planning on coming back until the end of April 12th, at least.
No, I mean honestly, we have not me. I say we as the family. There's a couple spots in the factory, a couple rooms in the factory or the pre-industria that run on like 3 shifts a day, like 24/7.
Right.
And if you're not working that tobacco, you need to have someone, no matter what, you need to have someone working that tobacco. Otherwise that tobacco is going to get destroyed.
Yeah. Someone has to flip the bulk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that aspect in my factory, but thinking of like Nika Prosa.
No, yeah, Gus got to be going crazy right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's no government order here to shut down like there is in Honduras. So I'm sure they'll still have skeleton crews in a lot of these places, but in general, I think as a group, even independent of the government, we've just all kind of agreed that it's a smart thing to do, to pull the vacation in from July and give people another week now, and then maybe even be prepared to do another week or 2 after that if the number of cases here increase.
Actually, you said it exactly. It was pulling the vacation in from June, July, whatever it is, to now, and carry it through the holiday in hopes that we get through this. It's a fucking complete mess. But think about what Gus or any at Placencia, or any big tobacco, even the Garcias, like they need to have people working. AJ, you need to have people working the tobacco. Especially this is the worst time of the year because tobacco is still coming in.
Yeah, from the curing barn. Yeah. So they just started hot Palones. Yeah.
That could easily catch on fire if they're not washed.
Yeah, they'll melt down.
Yeah.
You'll come back to a mess. What, each Palone's at least 18, 25, maybe even as much as $75,000, right? So
I don't know the numbers, but yeah.
It's not a small amount of money.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Aaron invited me to have a cigar with him tonight, and it was really nice for you all to join us. So thank you.
Thanks, Bear.
I need to bid you all adieu. It's been entertaining.
Bear.
Yes.
Have a good one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bear. Be well.
Yep.
Later,
We got,
Bear.
we got a couple of other newbies that entered the room.
Nate and Matt.
What's up, kids?
How about that cigar? And Nate McIntyre.
Oh, Matt. What's
How's
up,
it going, guys?
What's going on, kids?
Glad
Good
to
to
see
see
you.
you.
I was enjoying watching the show. I was seriously laughing my ass off. So I sent Aaron a message. I said, "Dude, I got to get in on this." I was seriously loving every second of it.
Was it during the toilet paper conversation?
It was yeah, it was toilet paper discussion.
The
Yeah,
mommy?
the soft pack versus boxes, the whole thing.
I'm a fan of the quad fold with the double Bible. I like that when you put that in.
I'm a fan of
serious
Mr.
business.
Whipple. I'm a fan of Mr. Whipple.
Mr. Whipple.
Wow, that's
Whatever you call it is your business.
Wow, that takes it way back, Coop.
the old
Mr.
Sherman
Whip-
commercial,
Mr.
deep track.
And he got the chicks. The chicks loved him. The women loved him.
All right.
I
Hey,
never.
you guys use a bidet by any chance?
My wife brought one. She's like,
Oh, because she's got the cigar.
I won't use it. I won't use it. I refuse to use it.
He's
Why?
gonna put that cigar back in his mouth. Watch.
Yes,
That's
cigar
how
is
exactly
covered with-
you
3
get
second rule.
COVID-19.
that cigar is covered with COVID right now.
Well, it's the 3 second rule, not the 5 second rule.
How about that cigar?
That's right.
I
My
wanted people to wear masks in the house. They said no. That's how germophobic I've been.
In the
Hey,
house?
In your own
Carney,
house?
Yep.
Oh.
Carney,
Yeah.
Carney,
Carney's here.
for the record, my LFD DL660 evened out, smoking like a champ.
Beautiful.
It was kind of a mess too after I had dropped it, and it was jacked up. And
Skip, did you post a picture on Instagram to complain about the construction issues?
I usually send a DM trying to get a free cigar.
That's what I was going to say. He probably is going to DM the
right?
Facebook page and ask for a free sticker.
Just copy and paste the guy who always does that to you, Skip, and then it's easy.
Listen, I love your brand, but your quality control, I don't know what's going on lately with the factory.
Right.
Hey, wait, Coop, you said a funny thing about copy and paste. So early on, this goes back to like 2004 for me. I'm a new guy. I'm making very few cigars with the Garcias. I don't have like excess of cigars laying around. And a guy sends me a message from Canada. Sorry, John.
Sorry in advance.
And says he bought some cigars in the United States and they were having burn issues. And I felt bad, but I asked him, I said, "Where'd you get them?" He goes, "Well, I had a friend of mine pick them up in Los Angeles and in Texas." I was like, "Okay, but do you know what stores?" He goes, "No, I don't have the receipts, but I had problems." So I was like, "Okay, I'm going to send you some cigars." I sent him like, I don't know, a bunch of swag and like 10 cigars to Canada, and it cost me like $270 in taxes. And I'm sitting with Christian Iroa in his office in Miami one day, and I'm
he gets
telling
the
him
same
the
guy.
story, and he has the same fucking letter. It was a total copy paste, dude.
Wow.
And I've questioned everything since.
Yeah.
Canada, man, it just ruins everything.
But Pete, I really appreciate you sending those to me.
Yeah.
I'd say my biggest pet peeve is I'm always open to criticisms one way or another. That doesn't mean you guys can all criticize me now, but my biggest pet peeve is you have somebody who will been smoking your cigars for 10, 15 years, and they say, "Oh, I've always smoked your cigars. They're incredible. Everything's perfect." And then they have one cigar over a 15-year period that has a draw issue or construction issue, and they threaten to stop smoking your cigars entirely because they can't trust and they don't know what's going on. And it's like, what have you done for me lately type thing? It's like, man, we did a really good job for 15 years.
Yeah.
And then you had one bad one. I take it very serious, but you always get threatened with, I'm going to stop smoking your brand and go to something else until you figure out what's going on. That's always one of my
my most recent one, and Pete, I'm sure you could relate to this, is some guy posted a picture and there's a little piece of a red twine sticking out of the cut.
Oh yeah,
and we all know what that is, right? Right.
I got that. Yeah.
So I mean, I've seen all kinds of things in cigars, from the malicious buncher who puts screws or something in it, all the
that
way
was
through.
that was a Perdomo thing, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Perdomo.
All the way through to, you know, a rock or something random that's stuck to a leaf, right? And of course you do everything you can do, but let's be honest, we don't make cigars in a clean room, right? But this guy acted like he found a rat in a Pepsi bottle. You know, it was like, you know, or a fried rat in his, you know, KFC bucket or whatever. It was like the guy would not stop, and he works at a retail shop. And I'm like, listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not glad that it happened. I'm looking to see what kind of material it is. I'll go back to see who made those 4 months ago. I will find out, you know, is it the plastic cover that's frayed on that they put on top of their tobacco? Is it the bag that the tobacco comes in? I'm going to try to figure it out. And maybe we need to get some new bags. Maybe we need to get new covers. Maybe we need to use cloth covers. I'll try to figure it out.
Maybe we need to get some new customers.
Throw it away. He goes, I recommend RoMa to all the guys that walk in the door, and I'll never recommend it. In fact, I'm going to show them the picture to every person that walks in the door. And I'm like, well, fuck you then. Like, I don't know what to say at this point.
Yeah, that's
Thank
tough.
you for bringing it to the attention of the staff.
Right. It's like anybody that's ever been walked into our factory will tell you it's one of the cleanest small factories that exist. I mean, I am very particular about just stuff laying around, and so is Esteban. But you know, it is what it is. It's like, do you want to know what was on the guy's hands that sorted that tobacco, or picked it in the field, or, you know, he had a toilet paper shortage too. It's not the stuff that you can see that you should be worried about.
Is this Cameroon rapper? No.
That's
kind of earthy.
It's that Filipino shit.
Very nutty.
You know something, Surgeon? That the Filipino rapper is really something special.
It's really something special. It's got a flavor I can't really place.
It's got tang.
People tell me all the time it tastes like tang.
It's Cuban-esque.
Cuban-esque. The black.
Well, gentlemen, I must bid you adieu. I'm going to call it a night here. It's getting cold outside, and we got some snow accumulating. It was a pleasure.
All right, Carney.
Thank you, Carney.
Good seeing you,
Great being
guys,
on.
appreciate everything.
Great being on a HERF with you. Thanks, Carney.
Absolutely, anytime. I'm fully available 24/7.
right,
We'll do another one soon.
Thanks,
I
guys.
think
Have a
we
good
all
night.
are.
Skip,
we all are.
Skip, what do you think is, like, let's say there's an extended period, and I don't want to fearmonger or whatever, but let's say within the industry there's an extended period of shutdown, like 2 or 3 months. Is there a ramp up time? Like, you know, if you're closed for, say, 90 days, at that point, you know, it takes you just to get in contact with your staff and get the factory up to, you know, operating like clean enough and all the product. Like, is there a ramp up time for that, or can you, like, basically within a week you're good to go?
Well, I went kind of back to my Dell business continuity and disaster plan days. And one of the things we did the last couple of weeks, which we never had to do before, is we created the call trees, right? So, you know, this guy calls this 5 people, and these 5 people call these 5 people. And so I think getting messages out to people when they're kind of spread out all over town is not going to be an issue. I mean, really, let's say the factory was shut down for a year. And again, we don't have pilones, like Pete said, but you could get it back up and going. You basically bring in the stripping ladies and the guys to sort and dry the filler. And then 2 or 3 days after that, you're up and going, right? You know, you have to fumigate tobacco on a regular basis.
Right.
And so if it's like in the middle of a fumigation cycle, maybe you add a day or 2 to that. But it's not hard to start it back up. What is a little bit more difficult is, and this is not true for us because we're small, but let's say, for example, like during the problems we had here 14 or whatever 20 months ago, right? What happened is things were kind of bad for so many days in a row that sometimes factories would start back up, and then, you know, 10% of their staff just wouldn't show up.
Right.
Yeah. Or whatever. So I would imagine that that's something that's more of a bigger concern for a large factory, is that, you know, you kind of get ramped up to 150, 200 pairs, and you're just hitting all cylinders. And then, and then all of a sudden, this happens, and you have to get back. Maybe you're back up to 104. I mean, a machine like Drew Estate, when I go, knowing all the little small details that I have to worry about, when I see that, I mean, they're up to like 160,000 cigars a day, and the number of blends
It's
and
insane.
processes, it's insane. The amount of things that have to move at the same time. It's like a big
It's like a
ship,
freight
right?
train. Yeah,
Yeah,
it takes so long to get it up to speed. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's more of an issue for them.
To Skip's earlier point, at La Aurora, I know they had initially taken early steps to begin to slow down. It's like stopping a train.
Right.
You've got to slow. It took. I think they announced first of all we were cutting back hours about a week ahead, and then that's when they did before the government. The government didn't shut them down. They shut themselves down. I think just a couple of days ago.
I mean, my bigger concern, John, would be, and I don't think there's an excuse for this, but this is just the way it really is. A lot of these factories, if they have to be shut down for 4 months, they'll stop paying people, or for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
They'll stop paying. I mean, they may still pay their supervisors and accounting people. I don't know. But the majority of rollers and bunchers and people who flip bulks and stuff like that, they're not even technically real kind of like indemnified employees. So what will happen is, if I think this may come across the wrong way, but people in Nicaragua know how to get through these things better than Americans.
Right.
Yeah. And what I say is they know how to pour.
Right.
What I mean by that is they got 15 pounds of rice, a couple of chickens running around the yard, and some beans. They can get through 2 months of hard shit.
Well, we were making that joke last night. I was saying to Pete when we were on the call last night, I said, Canadians, they go to the supermarket and all the meat's gone, all the canned tomatoes gone, all the pasta's gone. But I look in the can shelf section and there's like 75 cans of black beans. And I'm like, dude, between that and a bag of rice, like if you really needed to, you've got 6 months worth of food there and like high quality protein with all the nutrients you need. And like, this isn't something, most of the Canadians in this area wouldn't worry about that. But, I do worry about, people in Honduras, Dominican, Nicaragua, long term. I mean, this is obviously an inconvenience to me, but I have savings. I worry about people in a developing nation where, people truly support their entire family based on that paycheck at the factory. So, it's a much bigger deal for someone to be out of work for 2 months than for me to be working from home and whinging about it, on the second week. So I do worry about that.
I've spent my share of time in the ICU here at the hospital in Esteli. I don't think they have a ventilator.
Yeah,
they don't have a ventilator shortage. They have no ventilators, right? So the bigger issue here is, in the U.S., if you get a little bit sick to where you're hospitalized, but you're not like ICU sick, you're going to do okay and make it through. The mortality rate is a lot lower. But here, they just don't have that, man. And there's a lot more social closeness here. Like I said, where, a mother works at this factory, a father works at this factory, a sister works at this factory. They all live in the same house. The brothers flipping bulks over at my father. The other brothers flipping bulks at AJ. And so you've got 5 different factories where if one household gets sick, now you've got 8,000 people exposed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, something I'm curious
it's
about.
a lot different.
If you lose, let's say the small factory, whether it's yours or somebody else's small factory, if you've got an extended period of time where you've got to be shut down, and even to the point where maybe you've got to stop paying people because there's nothing there to pay people with, and those obviously if there's going to be bigger factories that are still making cigars, those employees they're gonna obviously look for a paycheck somewhere. Then when you're able to get back in business, what's that scramble going to be like trying to get quality people back in there who know what they're doing?
Well, that's the point I was making earlier about that, which is, for us, like for example, Arlen's sister works at Padron. She's worked there for like 12, 13 years. She's only made ever in 13 years 2 different sizes cigars in one blend, one way, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a Padron employee, you're not going anywhere else. That's where you're at, right? So you're just kind of SOL until they bring you back, right? In our factory, it's the opposite end of the spectrum where we have 12 pairs. And I know that number sounds crazy to someone like Pete, but we have 12 pairs. And let's say Monday through Wednesday, they're working on 5x50 Perfectos. Thursday, Friday, Monday, maybe they're working on 52 Parejos, right? And then maybe they're working on Arapiraca this week and San Andreas next week. So our people, we can't just interchange them the way some factories can, right?
Yeah.
We've only lost about, I think it's up to like 10 employees now. In 10 years, we've had 10 people that work for us that no longer work for us. But most factories have a really high turnover rate. I mean, the big factories, just by the nature of the way that they work, there's 25 or employees. Employees will get in a situation where they need some cash, for example. So they'll leave just so they get their aguinaldo.
Oh, see,
or
you brought in the daughter, man. What the heck, dude? Like,
Speaking of backup rollers, just in case.
Yeah. So it reminds me when I was at Dell, whenever you do a presentation, you'd always start with your screensaver being like a picture of your kids.
Oh, yeah.
So when you so your boss wouldn't yell at you. But I mean, Pete, I don't know what I would imagine. I think people are as loyal to my father as any other factory, but I would say my father probably turns over 20% of their employees every year, right? For that
I don't
reason.
know if it's that much, but I know that the one thing that Jaime is pretty serious about, that like if someone comes from another factory to apply for a job, he'll vet them pretty hard to make sure that they didn't get fired from that position or they didn't leave on some like bad circumstance, because he doesn't want to bring in someone that was a problem for another place. And like Jaime's not looking for people from another factory. He's looking for people that he can train to be a roller for his factory.
Yeah. That's the exception though, right? I mean, if we're honest, if you grab an average roller off of Scandinavia's floor, a buncher off of Scandinavia's floor. Now, a lot of times they move in pairs, but they've worked at 10 factories in 10 years, right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, honestly, the factory, Jaime has a good amount of pairs, but they're producing about 45 to 50,000 cigars a day, which is, when you look at the clientele with myself or Ashton or John Huber or Nessa Miranda and the Garcias themselves.
Right.
It's small when you look at the comparison to a Drew Estate, which you talked about, which is what, 160,000 a day, which is just nuts to even think about.
Right. So you guys are 10 times bigger than us, and you're 1/3 of the size of Drew Estate.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and Saka said something interesting to me last year, and which kind of surprised me when he first answered the question, but then when he described why it made sense, and that is that the rollers, he said, in most cases, it depending on the size of the factory, but he said in most cases they want to make the same cigar every day because they get paid by the unit, and they work that muscle memory, like different textures of if they get put on a different line making a different size or with a different type of wrapper or whatever, sometimes the texture's different and it lays out on the board different, and it takes them time to get up to speed to make the same number of quality units per day.
Well, look, what I would tell you, that's absolutely true. There are people like that, but then there's also, can you imagine doing the same exact thing every day for 10 years? There's some people who just like to have a variety, right? And now there is an adjustment period, but I mean, in general, what they want to do is make the most money. So they want, quote unquote, the best vitola. That's what they always talk about, is in some factories, they pay more for some vitolas than they do for other vitolas. And so they want the best vitola that they can do at the maximum rate, right? In some factories, the best vitola, they pay more for individual cigar, but then they limit them to how many that they can make. So it's not necessarily the most lucrative for them. you know, in our factory, what we did is we have a target that we want every employee to make, and we've kind of priced the pay for the size or the shape or whatever. So you can make 400 virtues a day, 4.5 by 52 parejos, or maybe you can make 100 craft, right? But if that same pair is working on one or the other, they're going to make the same amount at the end of the week.
Do you see any factories incorporating any kind of target bonuses for quality control? Because quality control is such a hard thing to manage, right? And it's so
well.
so
It's
important.
it's more of a stick than a carrot, because of the Ministry of Trabajo doesn't really allow you to treat some employees differently than others. Unfortunately, Drew Estate learned that the hard way, right? Because you know, Nick and everybody came in trying to do that, and then that ended pretty quickly. I mean, you know, you would think that somebody who's been doing it for 15 years who can make anything on the floor is going to have a better rate of pay than someone who just is learning, right?
You would think.
But the way you do that is by varying in who you give certain sizes to make too.
Right.
Not by saying this person makes more, but you assign the person to the product that makes more, right? But in terms of quality, like in our factory, we don't wait to do the quality check after it leaves the table and then ding their productivity numbers. What we try to do is get them to interrupt the bad bunch before they waste a wrapper on it. So if they make a cigar that's a Fallo that has a soft spot, what's that?
See Eddie.
Eddie just left.
See Eddie.
Yeah, have a good one.
So
See Eddie.
if they make a cigar that's a Fallo, they have to make us 2 to make up for it.
Right.
So we kind of use more of the stick than the carrot from a quality perspective. But I don't know if we could get away with that in a big factory, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They'd probably call bullshit on that.
So do you hit him with a stick?
Like every gringo that comes down has a story. My story is when I tried to move everybody to direct deposit with debit cards instead of paying them cash on Fridays.
Right.
I remember that.
That went over like a lead balloon. But you know, speaking of that, like you got someone like say like Drew Estate, they literally have to pull up an armored truck of cash every Friday to pay their employees.
Which you know, there's the logistics behind that is just insane. Wow. Like it, you know, but that's just how it is.
Well, the
it's
bank
so cool visually, man.
The bank. Well, if you're gonna rob something in Nicaragua, it would be Friday payday at one of the big factories.
You better run though, because people are going to be running after you.
Right. Well, back in the days, man, I've heard stories about there was a crew that would do that. But
wow,
dude, can you imagine getting a tour when that happened? Just part of the experience.
Wow,
that's better than the hidden stairwell
like, shit.
JC Newman.
I just remember when Pedro took us to a farm. He's like, "No, everything's fine." Then the guy just like popped out of the barn with an Uzi. We're like, "Whoops."
It is pretty cool when you see just stacks and stacks and stacks of Cordoba, because 2,500 Cordoba is a lot of bills, you know. Yeah. So when you see these stacks of 500 Cordoba, you know, it's like a mountain of. It's like one of those casino mountains of money. It's crazy.
Crazy world, man.
So they actually all the flights in and out of Managua are now shut down, correct?
No.
No.
The 3 different airlines picked a different day. I think it's the 28th, the 27th, the 29th, and the 1st of April. So United's last flight is 1st of April. So I had to pull my flight in to leave on Wednesday.
All right. So you still got. So there's still time.
So are you coming back, Skip? Are you coming back on like the last available flight?
No, I'm coming in Wednesday, which I think is the 25th.
Yeah.
It's like 5 days before the last flight, or 6 days.
Okay.
Because I'm guessing that some of those last flights won't make.
Gotcha.
That they'll cancel. But they're coming here empty, and then they're leaving full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The issue here is not. It's probably safer here. Like I said, during this kind of event, it's easier to get groceries. It's easier to do things. Things aren't disrupted than it is in the States. But the problem here is if you get sick, you're kind of fucked because there's
Yeah.
no. Even if you go to Vivian Palis, it's 3 hours away, and if you get sick 3 weeks from now and there's no flights, unless you're like Pete and you have like private airlines or something.
Yeah,
private
come on,
jets.
man. No, yeah, I'll tell you, Pepin came. Jaime and I came back on Saturday, last Saturday or the previous Saturday, and Pepin came back on this last Friday with Jaime's son Handy, and it was a scramble to get them out. I mean, with the amount of seats that were being taken up, and just to try to get them out before they shut down flights.
And I heard the immigration in Miami was a hot mess.
I've seen pictures of it. Yeah.
Is immigration in Miami ever not a hot mess?
Good point.
Yeah.
I mean, but
True.
I saw even the global entry line was like an hour and a half wait.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's bad news.
All of it is, man. We live in this weird uncertainty. We don't know what we're going to do, right?
Yeah.
We're all just sitting here. We're doing this every night.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Well, what's really odd is the response from retailers, right? Because you've had all the whole gamut. You've had some retailers like, "Oh my God, don't send me anything. I'm fucked." And then you've had the retailers are like, I'll take it, but give me a little time to pay. And then you have the retailers that are like, dude, I need product to get money, right? I have to have product so I can generate revenue. So you've had all three of those responses from different retailers.
Well, Herklots said something about mail order, and it makes sense because a lot of the mail order guys are still ordering like crazy because they're considered essential.
Well, and they also peeled back their inventories for May, and now they're having to reverse that a little bit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why you'll see guys like Pete, me, what Mike was saying. You still have guys packing orders to ship.
Yeah, we were shipping today. It was actually a pretty good shipping day. It's just the weirdest time I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, I gotta assume consumption level is gonna go through the roof. Like I want to smoke 2-3 cigars a day because I'm sitting at home and I'm bored, right? There's nothing going on. So,
hey, Skip can probably agree with me on this one. Skip's probably looking at all the crafts being smoked right now and going, man, at least they'll all be out by like June.
Right. Yeah, all your limited stuff and all these people that have been,
I mean,
all these people,
I hate to say
all
it,
these
but
people that have been hoarding.
I'm smoking crazy shit right now.
Dude, I was trying to find a box of Tatuajes today.
Famous.
Somebody, no. Somebody posted a box of, it was Mardo in California. Posted a box of year-old J21s, I think.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, hey, if you've got some old Reserva Noelias, Petite Noelias, I'll take those. I'm kind of sick that way. I probably buy more cigars than anybody who makes cigars. It's pretty crazy.
I still have a problem with that with Cuban cigars. I mean, not drastically a problem, but you know what it is about Cuban cigars? I still want to find that box of cigars that still reminds me of old. So I'm constantly like, even my Italian retailers, I'm like, hey, is that any good? Do you like it? Should I order it from you? And they're like, and a lot of the guys are like, yeah, you don't want this.
Right.
Like I wanted a box of Casanovas that they made. I was over in Italy doing a tour, and all I wanted to do was come home with a box of Casanovas, and every retailer in Italy was like, no, you don't want that. I'm like, why? They're like, yeah, it sucks. I'm like, okay.
No, I've had retailers tell me that, like Salih Delay in Saarbrücken, he's, this regional release is garbage. You don't want it.
Here I am complaining because I had a line on some Propios out of Italy, and of course, that's I'd be lucky if I ever see those cigars.
I think Italy's probably the hardest hit out of anywhere.
Yeah.
It's been
northern
bombarded,
Italy.
man.
Dude, my horror story is that when I was on my tour, I did like 5 cities in 6 days, and we literally traveled from all the way from Aprilia, which is south of Rome, all the way up to, we left out of Milan, but we didn't even do an event in Milan. Our last event was in Bergamo, and someone asked me, like, what's your favorite city in Italy? I go, right now it's Bergamo, because I love the feel of it. It's like a college town at the bottom, and upper Bergamo is like this little quaint village where you could literally sit every day, smoking a cigar in a cafe, eat an amazing lunch, and walk down the hill to lower Bergamo and go back to your apartment.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing these horror stories from Bergamo right now going, man, it's sad, because it is a really beautiful city.
Yeah, I mean, most of the places like that in Italy are so overrun by tourists, like Amalfi Coast, where they just get ruined, you know?
Yeah.
Where it just becomes like everybody's selling T-shirts and souvenirs, you know? They've ruined that feel.
You know, we check in really a lot with our friends over at Toscano, and they're working hard, but they've got, the whole country has such a high ratio of older people.
Yeah.
That it's just heartbreaking. Nikki and I my wife, we were talking about just a couple of years ago, we went over there to hang out with the crew from Toscano up in northern Italy for a week or so, and all those beautiful areas, like what Pete was talking about and what Skip was talking about, those beautiful areas there in northern Italy that we saw, they now look like a war zone, and it's just heartbreaking. But we check in with these guys a lot, and they're tough people. They're hanging on, but it's heartbreaking.
Well, I wonder if it really got that bad here. It would be I mean, in the States, it would be chaos, right? I mean, we're so much softer than we used to be. It's sad. I mean, if you think about it,
dude, New York's about to get worse too.
If you think about it, we're only a week and a half into this thing, and you would think it was the end of the world for some of these people, right? And I'm not talking about the media overhyping it.
It hasn't even hit all the states yet, though. That's the thing about it.
Well,
right.
Hector was talking about that last night. He said, like, you know, everyone's freaking out, and I mean, to a point, rightfully so. But he's like, it's not a hurricane. You have power, you have water, you have, you know, like you have gas, like everything's working, and you're losing your mind. And it, like, physically, from an infrastructure perspective, it's not as impactful as a hurricane, and yet people are reacting more, reactively or aggressively than they are during a massive hurricane. So.
With a hurricane, you can go shoot at it. The Southerners go out there and shoot at it. I fucking love it.
Nah, Ben, I'll tell you, I hate just everything about what we're going through right now. And the other day, like, silently at the dinner table, outside with Yanni's boys or our boys and her, I was like, we're gonna go through the worst hurricane season ever this year. I just have this bad feeling. She goes, shut the fuck up. And I'm like,
We've already had 3 waves of tornadoes. Like, it's the craziest thing in the world. But part of Nashville got demolished already. And every weekend, it's almost like now we're watching more Twister bands coming through. I mean, we're just waiting on the bombs to go off.
Well, but like I said, we're a week and a half into this. We were talking to our banker today about our line of credit, which I think a lot of people were thinking about, which, you know, you hadn't thought about it in a year and a half, and you're like, wait, is that still there? Might need that, you know? And so we're talking to him. He's like, well, they closed the branches, and you can't actually physically go into the branches anymore. And there's like the run on the banks. Like the ATM machines are emptying out. It's like people are losing their mind.
Well, but like what we're doing right now. I got a text message
from a buddy of mine. Sorry, Matt. I got a text message the other day from a buddy of mine that says, hey, if you need one of my guns, let me know. Like,
I saw a picture of
what?
I saw pictures of gun shops in California where they had replaced the gun section with
toilet paper,
with surfboards. You saw that?
No.
So Matt, what are you gonna say? I'm sorry.
They had sold out every single gun.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's start
No, I
selling
was-
surfboards to these people now.
I was just gonna say, well, I mean, like what we're doing right now, what so many people have been doing, meeting virtually online, getting together, whether it's cigars or talking about cars or guns or whatever people want to talk about. But I mean, not to go like full on, dystopian, but when the grid goes down, I'm not saying when. I shouldn't. I'm not. Pardon me for using the word when. I'm not trying to be a doomsday guy. But I'm saying if the grid goes down, which I don't think we're headed for that.
It will only happen in Miami.
Yeah.
It'll. Yeah.
During the hurricane.
But
Because they can't have.
if the grid goes down, I mean, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh,
if
yeah,
the grid goes down, I'm going up to my land in Southwest Virginia, and I'm fucking hiding with my shotgun.
going back to Alabama, baby.
Yeah.
Well, and on the flip side, though, and without sounding too, I don't know,
Doomsday-ish.
No, not doomsday-ish, but head in the clouds here. This is the opposite of that. I think it
Kumbaya.
also. Yeah, too kumbaya.
Naive.
I think also, I'm hoping that when the grid stays up, and when we come out on the other side of this, hopefully, I know not everybody will because people are stupid, but perhaps some of us are going to understand, kind of like, for example, I messaged Coop when I saw you guys on. It has been forever since we just like sat in a circle, not at the trade show, and had cigars like this. And I think it's a really good thing that we're able to actually maybe value those friendships and conversations and the life experiences that we've had. And maybe we'll do that more afterwards. Who knows? Maybe 5 minutes later, we'll completely forget it ever happened and be arguing again. But hoping that some good things can come out of it too.
When this is all resolved, Skip will go back to hating Aaron for how he reviews cigars.
That's right.
And it's going to be epic.
I
It's
don't
gonna be
expect
great.
anything less.
Wait, did that stop?
No.
No. But no, going
Save
on that,
all your
like,
fire for McTavish. Save all of it for McTavish.
That's right.
I mean, I would think based on this, like, and this could go around the world, like, people can purge shit from their life that they don't need during this time, right?
That's what I think, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so much shit that that in this time you're not going to use, that you don't have access to, and you're going to find out, you know what? I don't really fucking need it.
That's a good point.
Think about all the things that could change. We were making a list earlier. It's like companies could have more remote workers because they figured out that it works.
Less office space.
Schools could actually go to schedules more like what we have in the rest of the world instead of doing the summer thing that we have now.
Yeah.
Whether year round. The people in general, if nothing else, maybe they've learned that they need to save something for a rainy day and will stop consuming as much as they have historically.
Yep.
People will simplify their lives in general. Like maybe they don't go, hey, I like hanging at home playing board games. I like cooking at home. I like,
I like walking the neighborhood with my neighbors,
Yeah. And I think those kind of big social changes could happen.
Skip to that very point. I'm guilty of it as anybody. My 7-year-old and I, my 7-year-old and my older one, my 13-year-old, they both love board games, but I've always it's never been my thing. And my 7-year-old pulled out a puzzle, and he's like, "Let's work on this puzzle." And this week, I was like, "Well, what else am I gonna do, right?" So we started working on this puzzle. And what was I doing at fucking breakfast this morning? I was sitting there in front of that freaking puzzle, looking for pieces, and we're just having a ball, doing things that we've never done.
Yeah.
And we do things together as a family quite often, but those little simple things that you never think about, God, it's just so much fun. Yeah. And I'm as guilty as anybody for overlooking that stuff, but it's been so eye-opening. Aaron, you're absolutely right. I think it's gonna be eye-opening to a lot of people as to what we need and what we don't need and what's important. I like it.
Yeah, we pulled out the
It'd be
Scrabble
awesome if
board
this
last
just
night.
like clears up by the 4th of July too.
That would be
America.
On that,
Dude, America,
That would
like
be
cul-de-sac, barbecue, fireworks. I'm not singing the
it's gonna be like
American
block
song, even though I
parties.
did put
It's gonna be block parties because you just met all your neighbors for the last 3 months. You know, for the first time.
Been living by you for 10 years, man.
Yep.
I gotta bounce. I'm gonna leave on a high note here. So thanks for the positivity, and I'm sure we'll be herfing with you guys over the next few days and certainly next few weeks.
All right, see you,
John, what is it?
Thanks so much.
10:10?
Yes, it is.
It's past my bedtime, man. I'm turning into a pumpkin over here.
10:30. It's got to go to bed.
He's already
Canadian
half a
time.
bottle in.
That's right.
Hey, John, fret not.
Well,
It's gonna. It's
you see what he's drinking, right?
Yeah. So I had an old boss that used to say, to end on a positive note, the light at the end of the tunnel seems good till you realize it's an oncoming train.
It's an oncoming train. That's right. All right. Have a great night, guys.
All right.
John.
You will.
Hey, I gotta say hi. I gotta say hi to Joe D.
Yeah,
What's
Jimmy
happening,
made it
boys?
in.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We can.
Yeah.
Nice. No, I appreciate
No,
the
it's-
invite, man.
This is history, man.
Beautiful thing.
Two exiles from Stogie Geeks now on the same show for the first time.
Oh man, love it. Great combo between everybody too.
Yep,
Awesome. Jesus. If I could add just a different spin on things, besides doing the cigar rep broker stuff, I'm also a fireman in the city of Providence. Completely crazy times, man. All masked up and the goggles and the whole thing. It's just totally insane. But thank God for cigars, booze, and good conversation, man.
So
Good
are you
people.
having the
That's what
same
it's all about.
problem? Are you having the same problem? So we have a customer that's one of our consumers that's an RN, and he just every day talks about on Facebook about how everybody with a sniffle is coming into the emergency room, and you have people calling the ambulance and stuff doing that.
It's nuts, man. The city of Providence is so busy, and so we haven't seen a spike in the calls. Just the level of stupidity, it's tremendous. And for the first time ever,
Providence is one of my favorite cities on Live PD.
they have for the first time ever, fire alarm dispatch. They've started to weed out some of the nonsense calls, which is such a long time coming, and the hospitals are beyond inundated. Can't keep up with it, and but I'm like, I'm a road warrior. I live on the road, and this is killing me. I live in the lounges. I'm all over the place, but thankfully the social media end of it, it's picking up. Everybody can keep in touch, and just to provide a level of sanity in this nonsense.
Well, you're a broker, so the level of hotel you stay in, I mean, you don't get to stay in the hotels me and Pete stay in. So you're probably immune to this thing anyway.
Right? I'm very fortunate up here in New England. I can touch everywhere in like a 2-hour span. So I very rarely hit the hotel scene. I just kind of map it out. But no, I got it, man.
And his hotel rooms have been touched everywhere too, so it's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've probably got the La Quinta immunization. the hotel leave a light on you immunization.
Oh, you better believe it, man. Critters on the walls, they're special.
Joe, how's Warwick? Is it like, because there's also cigar shops in Warwick. What's it like right now? Is it like pretty much dead right now?
There are. I grew up in Warwick, work in Providence. I'm just on the outskirts in Situate, and look at dope. I picked the worst time of year, the worst situation to move. We're currently in moving from one house to another, and it's just madness. But this is providing the outlet I need.
This might be
for sure.
might be the best time to move.
Yeah, it is.
My son totaled his car. It's the best time right now for him to get a car. Man. Yeah, he's actually he's very
he's
lucky.
On a hot streak.
Yeah,
he's got a few of them.
He's like he's happy, but he's like now he's trying to find a car, and like that's some dealerships.
Oh my god!
Has the new Mr. J's opened up yet?
Yes.
It has.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, and I can't wait for you guys to show up, man. It's big and beautiful. Those guys are finally off the chain to be able to do large scale events in house, and it's phenomenal. Beautiful place. But just from my my small region up here in New England, it's all cash and carry. Some of the shops let you run in a little bit of social distancing with the seats, but I think by Skip, you were saying probably by next week, man, that's all going to be shutting down. They're trying to do what they can, and you try and support the the local guys and do what you can, but it's it's a different animal. We're going to buckle up. We're in it for a few more months.
Did you find yourself like going to support local businesses more? At least I was this weekend.
As far as Seth, takeout, restaurants, the whole thing. You try, and we're even doing that in the FireHouse. We always cook every meal, but we're doing takeout for everything just to try and support. And it's piecemeal, man. I know everything we can do. It does help. It's appreciated, but I don't know. One day at a time, man. I know it sounds cheesy to say, but it's true.
Well, but you think about Paul and Cigar Santa, and there's a lot of geezers running cigar shops. They're in the high risk category.
Listen, Stogie Santa, definitely. I told him to take it easy.
Oh my God! But I mean, for that reason, I've cut off, my parents, the whole thing. My wife's parents, up in the 70s, and I'm exposed to a lot of shit, and I certainly don't want to traverse that to everybody else, man. You gotta just keep it clean, keep it separate right now.
I don't know, but you, Joe, after I got married, I cut off my wife's parents. Man. That's just like the first fucking thing you do, man.
Wait, you cut them off or they cut you off?
Yeah, probably a little mutual. Shit.
Pete's the only one here who's got a great relationship with his in-laws.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll tell you.
It's a vital
Smart.
move.
I don't know if we talked about this the other night. Aaron might be able to remember this, but the other day I went over to Pepin's house and I was like 30 yards away. And they were like, "What, are you not going to come in?" I go,
right. You took it as disrespect.
Out of respect, I'm not going to come near you because I'm more high risk than you are. Like a high risk to be carrying it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I don't want to give it to you.
Yeah. Well,
Seth's like inviting his mother-in-law to come stay a month.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to come sleep over here?
Yeah.
Here, use these tissues. They're not in use.
Yeah.
You got a cough?
Don't worry about the fold method. Just,
You'll be fine. Just put a pillow over the head. You'll be good.
Skip, you'll understand this, and anybody who comes from even an Italian family, when you walk into a room, you're supposed to go around to every person in the room and say hello and kiss each other and say, "Good seeing you," or whatever.
Yep.
I've been so against that for years because I don't like it. Like, I love social distancing, and the family looks at me like, "What's the fuck wrong with you?" I'm like, "I'm just gonna wave to you guys. That's it." Like, so now who's laughing, right? Because I'm the guy that's been doing it all along, and they're looking at me like I'm crazy.
Well, just in the last 2 days, I've had like 6 people try to shake my hand. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No.
dude, the fist bump is going to.
Well, I don't even do that right now.
It's the elbow thing now.
The elbow, man.
Elbow.
We had to have a notary come to the house today again for because we're basically did do it with my son's car, and we actually had to set something up outside and put the notary stuff on a little bit.
Were you wearing a garbage bag over yourself?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I stayed in the house. I just had him do it. I'm like, but then he came and signed it. Like, yeah, but we literally set a folding table outside the garage.
Coop's like Dustin Hoffman in Outbreak when he goes out to smoke a cigar.
I have become the ultimate germaphobe, but actually she asked for that, the notary. So I was like, so I'll come, but could you just do this for me? Like, yeah, sure.
I've been binging shows like last night. I watched all 7 episodes of Generation Kill in one sitting.
Dude, it's a great show.
So, I think I might tackle Band of Brothers tomorrow.
Yeah.
Did you watch the
7
Tiger King?
episodes of Tiger King?
Dude, the Tiger King is crazy.
Yeah.
It's bonkers. it's like you talk about every episode. It goes non-linear crazy.
Exactly. I got one episode in and I was like, I don't know.
Thank you for Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't watched either one, but is it crazier than that one called Don't Fuck with Cats?
Oh,
yes.
no.
Because I haven't watched either. I haven't watched either one. I've heard Don't Fuck with Cats is psychotic.
That's a fucked up documentary.
Yeah, but the Tiger
I don't know.
King, like,
I mean,
you're watching the Tiger King going, I can't believe that this is real. Don't fuck with cats. You're like, okay, I believe it's real.
Yeah, right.
Tiger King is completely implausible, but totally entertaining.
Well, I mean, I said the same thing about the Aaron Hernandez documentary.
Right.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God, really? This is really happening?
Yeah, this is what I was building one of my Ella's like Lego sets, and we're like watching it. And every once in a while, I look up and be like, "What the fuck? What?
Dude, Arlen was sitting on the couch here watching it with me, and she goes, "This is real? This is the United States of America?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a real shit. That's in Oklahoma." She goes, But they've got that in Oklahoma and the United States, and I'm like, yeah. She goes, these people aren't real. This has got to be made up. And I'm like, no, it's 100% real. He's like, but he's running for president. I'm like, yeah.
The crazy thing about this is like, I'm obviously a Baker, Oklahoma, like Cleveland Browns fan, and so like there's that photo where like Baker was in front of the Bentley with a tiger. And so I like told like my eldest, like, Baker's a badass. He's got a pet tiger. And I know one day she's going to see this show. And she'll be like, what the fuck is wrong with my dad that he likes this bastard who's like doing this with tigers?
Yeah. Baker's just an exploitation expert. He just
he probably went up there while he was
there's
at
this,
home.
the scene where, hopefully I won't give too much away, but the scene where they're on the picnic table and the wife of the scam guy is pregnant and they're talking about getting a nanny, and then he says, well, I get he goes, I get to pick the nanny, and then he shows the picture. And so
really, exactly, right?
So at that exact moment, our nanny was like walking up the stairs, and she's like this, like, she's not like that,
right?
And I said, so I get Wani, and then this guy gets this.
My favorite part of the entire show is I'm actually on Joe Exotic's Instagram right now.
Oh my god! From
his
jail?
His hashtag is awesome. It's hashtag fix this shit.
Wait, is he still in jail?
Yeah. He's still in jail. His last post was I'm looking right now, October of 2018. But it's absolute just gold if you want to go through there.
By the end of it, have you seen McMillions, or the one where they fraud the Monopoly game?
Oh yeah, awesome.
You watch the FBI guy in that, and you go, "Is this guy real?" Right? Like, you think it's like a mockumentary, right? And then I don't know. Netflix is so great, man. Netflix has so much money to produce.
That's why their stock is going up.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Especially now, right?
Certainly right now. Yeah. My God.
Yeah.
And bandwidth has gone to hell across the country. Well, across the world, bandwidth has gone to hell.
This is how we get better bandwidth.
Dude, any movie that was going to theaters is now basically going direct to like Amazon.
Right.
There's a
And
lot
by
of
the way, what are we on right now? Zoom, right?
Yeah.
We're on Zoom?
Yeah.
Have you seen Zoom stock?
Yeah.
Zoom is just performed. I mean, I use Zoom and GoToMeeting. Zoom has been incredible. It's been 100% reliable. GoToMeeting.
Did you invest in it though? That's the question.
No, I didn't.
No, he paid them money.
I'm paying. I'm driving it.
I just signed up for the pro level account so we could do video conferencing, and because I thought like live streaming to Facebook, you guys you guys had all these, soundboards and all this extra equipment and everything, and it was like super technical. It was like click 4 buttons and you're live streaming to.
Just give me your credit card. We'll take care of it for you.
Our monthly team meetings. Our monthly team meetings are all Zoom. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. It's awesome.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. Our law firm did a big RFP with a bunch of providers, and at the end of it, Zoom, it wasn't even close, the other companies. Zoom was by far the winner. So we bought into them a couple of years ago. It's been great.
Cool. I'm absolutely blown away.
I'll tell you,
man.
Amazon.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's another one.
Yeah. Amazon. Yeah.
Amazon was down 27%, and I kept saying if I get my 2,000, which I'm not going to get anything, but theoretically, if I was going to get a $2,000 check, I'd buy one stock of Amazon.
Yeah, it's still like $1,800 a share.
Right.
Yeah, but they got down pretty low.
But yeah, like in Austin, Whole Foods is based in Austin, and Amazon has a big warehouse there, distribution center. And so like you can literally in your house order just about anything, and it'll be there on your porch within a matter of hours. And even in Austin, you're getting the message that they don't have a driver for at least 2 days to deliver anything.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So if you're out of work right now, it's like go be an Amazon Prime driver.
Dude, you saw that CBS is hiring like 50,000 employees.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Same thing with Publix. Publix is hiring like 100,000 people.
Yeah, I think they're going to turn around and just fire them all. But yeah.
Yeah, but if they're giving people jobs who don't have jobs for a little period of time, then hopefully
No,
help
for
them out a
for
little
sure. But that's what's kind of weird about how crazy everybody went a week and a half into this, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because
Like if
everybody
if
that
you've-
didn't have jobs was unemployable at that
Who
point.
was that?
You know.
Who was that just popped up?
My
Is that
God.
Ronnie? Is that Ronnie?
Ronnie.
All right.
What am I?
Now it's
I'm
about
running
to
the
get,
show, Coop. It's not your night.
It's about to get real.
You just said who let him in. I didn't come. I'm not complaining.
About to go off the rails.
Let's go. Cool. Welcome, Ronnie.
Hey
I
guys,
hope the guy remains anonymous who brought me into this.
It
I
wasn't
came
me.
on here
I
on
gotta
behalf
hit
of
this
William
back.
Cooper.
I'll raise my hand. It's
I
okay.
gotta hit the sack.
No, it's all good, Ronnie. Welcome.
Yeah, Aaron's letting everybody in.
That's right.
No, he's not.
You heading out for real, Nate?
Yeah, I gotta hit the sack. It's good to see all of you guys. Be well, and we'll get through this thing.
All right. Thanks for
Yeah,
joining.
thanks for coming in, Nate. That Nate McIntyre.
Coop,
That's where you
you're
guys
not
bring on the
hosting
bottom
tonight.
feeders.
You don't have to introduce everybody and let them exit out. It's cool.
That's true. I'm an old habit.
Aaron, I'm just sitting here waiting for the live read.
No, you're not getting any of that shit tonight.
Commercial free.
That's Aaron's kind little way of saying, "Hey, this is my show."
Exactly.
Yeah, I told Aaron
We
it's
don't
his
have
deal.
ads?
It's
No
Aaron's
ads
deal.
tonight. No ads.
No
We're not
ads.
gonna
Ad
get, we're
free.
not gonna get a we're not gonna get a 30-minute or 30-second how Nick cut out the S chip.
After tonight, hey,
no.
when you guys wake up in the morning from your drunken stupors, you'll have a bill in your email for
Yeah.
sponsoring this show.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
are you talking about?
I thought of sponsors tonight.
Where's Jiunn at? Is Jiunn still in the house?
Who?
Jiunn still out there?
No, he's done.
Oh,
he's drunk and he's
well.
hungry.
Don't want him drunk and hungry.
Tell the truth. This is where the insomniacs come to play.
That's right.
Yes. Just warming up,
Skip,
man.
keep chuckling. You're the founding father back there. I clock your speak time. 2 hours a day.
Dude, I've still got 5 hours of Call of Duty ahead of me.
Yeah, you gotta stop with that shit. You're killing me. You're stealing my customers from me. They don't come in to spend money anymore. They're too busy playing Call of Duty with you.
Dude, we have I think 25 guys in the cigar regimen of Call of Duty, which Mike is always like, how do you find time to play 5 hours of Call of Duty? I'm like, dude, this is work. I'm networking with customers. I'm creating lifetime RoMa customers. We're pawning noobs.
No, that's actually not what's happening. You've become a direct competitor of ours because the time that they were spending in their lounge, you've now taken them directly to you.
Oh, you're talking about Tom.
100%.
Yeah. Tom, if you don't play Call of Duty, this won't make any sense, but Tom just got a Damascus riot shield, which means he's put in so much time into this game. It's unreal.
I don't think I played a video game since 1993, and that was the first time in 10 years. So I have no idea what that means. A riot shield is what Detroit police used in the streets out here. That's all I know.
We all don't have 5 girlfriends like you, Ronnie.
That's right, Ronnie.
Yeah, 5 girlfriends, 2 of which work for you. Skipper,
So what's
I have to
going
ask
on?
you-
What's going on to Detroit?
Today, the governor shut us down officially. We were actually set up for carry out only. So because my bar had a food license and because we had the liquor portion, we shut the bar down, and then we were doing just retail. And then today she did the not necessarily cookie. She shut everything down that was non-essential.
So can you even do curbside right now?
You obviously don't know me, man. I'm too fucking lazy to walk to any curb, but there's no, man, it's fucked up because we were doing, people were just coming in. Actually, people were spending good money and just stocking up for doomsday. But today she just laid the hammer. I get it. I completely understand it. But in the same token, if you have 10 guys coming a day and they each drop $200, I look at it from a completely different perspective. I know what my fixed costs are. I have a $16,000 nut every month. If I did $500 a day in cigar sales, I'm at $15,000. So for me, going to the shop and going in early, I was comfortable doing it. Nobody else was there, just me. Sem Pops told me he's too fucking old. And it was effortless. I was going to work 5-6 hours early, but now we have no outs. So I just found out today that I could technically go into the building if I were going to do something from a mail order aspect, which,
yeah,
that'll get interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how they could stop you from doing that if you own the business.
So you're allowed one key employee of the business to be in there to do bookkeeping and any other things that a keeper. And actually, one of the things they listed was to prevent looting. They don't know that's what I'm dying for. I don't give a fuck who hears it. It's every poor business owner's dream at this point.
Dude,
Listen,
I got an email like a week ago from our insurance agent, and like it's a long list of if you have this rider, it's not covered. If you have this rider, it's not covered. It was basically like a don't even call us. Nothing's covered under this.
Yeah, so I'm Middle Eastern, so automatically nothing's covered. So
I meant like business continuity insurance or whatever they call it, right? All kinds of different things, but it doesn't cover.
How about the cyber attacking? Do you get that one?
Yeah.
No.
It doesn't cover.
Yeah, no,
it doesn't cover
that's a real thing.
global pandemics.
Yeah.
You know what, Pete? That's actually happened to me my first year in business. I got hacked. My bank account got hacked. I sold a bunch of shit to cover it because Chase Bank said I had a fiduciary duty to corporation to do all kinds of stuff in protecting our network, protecting our computers, and we lost. And then a week later, after I went and dumped a lot of shit I didn't want to sell just because I had to cover a ton of checks and I got crushed really bad, Chase gave us back 40% of our money. And when I called the insurance company, they said it was just another level of insurance that I didn't have. So
yeah, that's the cyber insurance. That's
Yeah.
what everybody's pushing right now.
Yeah, I'm still convinced Risty did it, but
I was about to say that's Risty insurance.
Yeah.
have you noticed that every podcast that happens in like 17 seconds after he comes on, everything crashes? It happened to Socket yesterday. Every time he goes on something, it dies. Oh man, I wish he'd walk into our governor's office right now. But anyways. Honestly,
even in the best, like, let's be honest, Ronnie, even in the best of times, Michigan's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Bro, our downtown Detroit is beautiful right now. It was booming. We're thriving right now.
Yeah.
But the problem is that, restaurants are 75% of our downtown industry outside of the big three. So it's just not pretty. And all of them are shut. But I think this whole Skip touched on it today in one of the other 15 shows he did today. And, it's he's the only guy in the world that's going to try to win a popularity contest, but never win prettiest girl in the room. But I give him all the kudos in the world for his brain power.
Come on.
Skip, you told a lot of stuff. Gave a lot of insight to a lot of small business owners in general today, not just the tobacco shop guys. But I actually messaged you about it. I don't know what happens and what type of concessions do they give to someone who doesn't eat shit, who just wants to go about day-to-day business. I don't understand all these. I don't even look at it. I look at this. I listen to you tell your brief synopsis of what's can happen, how it can be benefit us. But what benefit is there to being flush right now, being all right?
No, I think what you're pointing out is there's like a kind of a perverse incentive in America to be irresponsible, right? Because as soon as something happens, they want to help everybody who can't help themselves because a lot of times because of their own bad decisions, right? Including
I didn't understand
Fortune 500 boards of directors, right? I mean, how can you be a company in the last 10 years that's grown exponentially and gotten all these tax benefits and everything else and not have the capital to get through 3 weeks of a problem,
Yeah, but you say 3 weeks. So we got hit with this like 2 weeks ago, and then the last week got shitty, but we were still doing the retail. And then today they said, fuck off. But at the end of the day, people were going crazy 2 weeks ago before anything actually happened. I was buying cigars up until actually I got cigars from you on Thursday. I got multiple vendors. I ordered from Thursday and Friday. I actually ordered cigars today like an idiot after they said they were closing us. So, but at the end of the day, if I were to open in 3 months from now, I've got 3 months worth of liquor inventory. I could go 6 months with cigars, and it's not going to do anything to change my business. I don't understand how everybody's forecasting a doomsday that hasn't actually happened yet. That's
well,
what
okay,
I don't
let's say you're a bar or a restaurant. Let's say you're a restaurant and you have to close, and they announce, okay, you're going to have to close. Immediately, these restaurants just laid everybody off. They didn't do shit for them, you know?
Nope. I understand the payroll component of it. I'm talking about your fixed costs as a business owner. See, we have a different philosophy. You were concerned about all the payroll, and I understand and appreciate that. I look at these people who are already saying that they can't pay their rent. The inventories are that, like I have friends that lost a lot of money in the food business and perishables. I understand that component, but you do have, if you just opened up your business and this is, you know, the hard times and you're just trying to get over the hump, I understand. But guys who've been in business for a long time, I don't understand that component.
I mean, I know like Coop works for a big corporation. It probably hasn't affected him at all, right? He's just working from home or whatever. I don't know where all you other guys work, but I assume you don't work for small companies, right?
Well, we don't have FaceTime with customers, and that slows down the sales process, believe it or not.
Right, but it does. You're just, excuse me, COVID.
You have to log off, Skip. Sorry.
COVID break. Yeah, but like you're not sitting at home thinking, I'm going to get fired next week because of this thing.
No, but you know, I worry if this thing goes into a tailspin, what happens? I mean, we've seen some budgets already kind of readjusted this quarter. So, you know, if sales go down, I worry about that. I'm not worried about it like this week though.
Yeah, but the way that works at a company like your size, if it's anything like the companies I used to work for, is first it's a hiring freeze. Second, it's a lay off the bottom 10% when performance evaluations come out. Then it's the everybody's gonna have to take a little bit of a haircut on their salary and work, you know, part time or whatever. It's a lot of things before they start firing people.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
At what point does it get totally forced right back open? I'm thinking that's where we're headed. The United States isn't. We're not geared up for this, man. This is not South America. I don't know. I feel like the whole thing is going to get just forced right back open within the next handful of weeks.
That's my theory. That's my theory too, Joe. Within the next 4 weeks, you know, they're going to basically be saying, "Look, sucks if you're old. Take your risks. You know, your precautions, but go out and buy shit." Right?
Yeah. No,
I think
I truly feel
I
that's
see
where
that
it's
coming
going.
too.
Yeah. I mean,
you see how bad it is in the first couple of weeks.
It's not sustainable moving forward for several months.
No.
That's not going to happen.
No. When these millennials stop getting payments from all their parents, there's gonna be riots. There's gonna be riots at Panic at the Disco.
Excuse me, my trust fund checks are actually in pretty good state right now, so I'm not too worried about it. But all the other ones may be worried about it, but I'm okay with it. So I'm just cared about the people right now. Once the trust fund checks come up, then I'll be like, fuck those people. Send them back.
Fuck your couch.
Let them eat pound cake.
A
I'm
brief
not going to let them eat
interruption.
pound cake. Pound cake's too good.
A brief interruption here. Did William Cooper and Skip Martin end up hugging it out after that?
Dude, me and Coop get into that kind of stuff all the time.
No, Skip and I are cool. No,
And I'm fucking glad you said that, because this is the nicest I've seen you be ever on any type of podcast. There's no controversy today.
If Skip doesn't challenge me, then I can't be, you know, Skip's got to challenge me, and he does. He does a good job with
It's
it.
because this is Aaron's podcast.
Thursday night. It'll be
No, there's nothing going to be on a Coop podcast this week.
So this one is not rumor free and
We're all
teaser
good.
free.
We've never, ever.
So
Wait
if
till
you don't know it
145,
yet,
there'll be something that gets said.
if you don't know it yet, and Seth and Aaron and Matt can absolutely 100% validate what I'm about to say. Coop will say something off the top of his head, which is generally the "get off my lawn," curmudgeon,
right,
knee reaction response.
Oh.
And
I'm
then
gonna
once
call him a curmudgeon.
once he talks to the guy he said it about, he'll go, "No, you know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Once I actually heard the guy talk about it, I changed my mind."
No, he doesn't say I changed my mind. That's not what he says. The direct words
I
are
understand
usually
your
like,
point.
you know, now that I'm thinking about it, that's how it begins. Like, if something happens between you and Coop Skip, it'll be like, you know, Skip's a piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. And then about 3 days later, you know, I was talking with Skip, and, you know, now that I'm thinking about it.
Well,
Does
if
it
you
go
don't,
as
if
far
you,
as saying
Pete,
a piece of shit?
if you don't know what Ronnie's talking about, which I can hear the echo from Ronnie, but if you don't know what Ronnie's talking about, what happened was Coop was on a thread, and he basically, this is what he said, and I'll paraphrase. He basically said that these factory owners who have 1,000 different things going on right now, because they didn't take the time to call every single customer and tell them what their plans were, in the middle of them trying to decide what their plans were, that they were falling down on their customer service.
Well, Skip,
Ronnie,
you put
Ronnie,
okay.
by the way,
okay.
they're going to be fighting.
Okay,
again
so
in about
you
2
put. I
minutes
just
now,
saw
but
something a
just so
little
you
while
know
ago. You put something out about your.
Here he goes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was expecting more of these factories to do. How you laid it out, okay?
Yeah, but what
And-
you don't realize is we just finalized that just today, right?
Right.
Like, you know, we were kind of in flux or in the middle of all of the decision making 3 days ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't whether they were going to PCA or not. They didn't have time to calculate those press releases. This is a different level.
Right.
This is not, we're not going. No, there were some people
What's a
that were
press
upset.
release?
Exactly.
We're not going that.
Oh, speaking
It's
of
just
which,
an Instagram photo, Pete. Just an Instagram.
It is.
photo.
That's
Yes.
what a press release
It
is.
is. It is.
Hey,
that's all you need to drive the journalism.
I promise no press release talk tonight.
I want to get Pete's reaction to Lito's comment
I haven't seen it.
about I don't explain to myself to pieces of shit like you.
Oh,
You didn't see that?
No, I'm not going there.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that's for a
motherfucking
non-streamed vHerf.
comment. Oh, I loved it. I loved it.
Man,
that was so great. Ronnie was the first guy that sent me the screenshot.
Cringing.
I fucking loved it.
That was tough to watch, actually. Really tough to watch.
That all got deleted, didn't it?
Yeah,
It
was
well,
bullshit that
But
Cigar
I can
pushing out
send you a
did that.
screenshot.
yeah.
No,
I
it was
loved it.
Good.
But you know, so the thing about that is this, and I'll just speak for myself instead of anyone else. Every time I see some of those guys, they give me the buttonhole kind of, hey, how come you're not pitching in on the fight? How come you're not doing this? You know, we're doing this. And I'm like, okay, so, you know, Rocky, you make $60 million a year, you know, 15 times what I make. You know, let's say you're equally as profitable as we are. So let's say I gave 1/10, exactly 1/10 or 1/8 or whatever the proportionate amount is you did. Would I get as much? Would I get as much of a say so in these meetings and stuff? Would I get the inside information at the same time you get it? Would I? No, absolutely not. You'd fucking.
Hey, Skip, I'll tell you, you'd be surprised because I'm in on those meetings and I make a lot less than any of those guys in the room, and I'm the fucking angriest guy in the room normally.
Yeah, but you've been around longer than me, and I don't know. It's, it's a different dynamic, I think.
I think, yeah, maybe they probably just discount it and go, yeah, fucking Pete's crazy. Just don't even listen to him.
I would be the guy in the room that would have to sit in the chairs on the outside of the table, right?
Yeah, I'm probably close to the outside of the room, actually.
Right. And look, you know, my response always to Glenn is, okay, CRA is supposed to be consumer funded. It's not. That's a problem.
Well,
but
it can never be. It doesn't have the consumer support.
Right. And so my thing is, I try to do what I do through the PCA, and I've written straight legal checks to the PCA to help out for 4 years straight. And so, but A, it's none of your business what I give, and B, you know, you make it out like I'm just back here, you know, what is it called in NASCAR where you
pace card or drafting? Yeah.
Or I'm just drafting off of your hard work. Right?
No, I mean honestly, man, I want the PCA to run everything.
I do too.
Because they have all the money, and I want to use their money to pay all the bills.
I do too.
Because at the end of the day, all of us are in that room. All of us are spending money on that organization, and they're the ones collecting more money than everybody else. Why shouldn't they pay all the bills? Why shouldn't they have a platform for us to go, here's a template. This is your substantial equivalence. This is how you fill it out. And all you'd have to do is cut and paste everything else.
Yeah, look, I said 2 years ago, let's hire a, Price Waterhouse Cooper or somebody to put together
not Coop.
Or whoever. let's hire whoever does the secret envelope of the Academy Awards. Let's hire them to put together this database of predicate products, and let's all submit a basic SE application. Let's figure out how to get under the regulatory environment, how to make it plausible. And so many people were like edging for competitive advantage and trying, I've got predicate products, so I'm going to make it harder. And so many people were trying to do so many different moves. And there were some people who weren't doing anything but shouting freedom, we should be exempt, and for 2 years and at $900 an hour. It's like, I'm not paying for that.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for your First Amendment argument on packaging. It's like.
Has anybody seen a ledger from these guys?
Who?
Yeah.
Oh, you have.
Well, an audited ledger. Look, my point is I loved the response because it's exactly what I wish I had the balls to do. Half the time these guys do that shit to me in public.
See, I looked at it completely different. There was a festival in Nicaragua the week before, right? Nobody said shit. Crickets.
Well, because it's not the same. The festival in Nicaragua is completely different than the festival in the Dominican.
Maybe the Hondurans are just bad that they didn't have a party.
They had a party. Everyone had a party, it looked like.
And the festival in Nicaragua is 40 consumers and bankers
200
and
manufacturer
exactly.
Brand owners.
Right.
Media.
So there's like 11 people at the Honduran festival. They're mad that they didn't have a nice
and
festival.
then Charlie.
Yeah.
And Charlie.
It's the time of Pete can tell you it's the time of the year where the guys who never come down here to explain to everybody how to be a master blender.
Oh man. The fucking master blender shit.
Right. Yeah. So
well, I asked both Glenn Loop and Scott Pierce point blank on separate shows, but I asked each of them the same question. I asked each of them, what the hell are we paying you for? And not to be a dick, I asked it sort of as a devil's advocate kind of a question. Basically, what the hell are we paying you for? And they both had. I understand they have to answer that question a certain kind of a way, but they both had very pragmatic answers. But in the end,
that fucking lighter doesn't work, bro.
That lighter.
Give up. That's
another one.
well, Matt, because they've had to answer that question 10,000 times, right?
Exactly.
I mean, look, no organization in the world runs well if it's run by committee. And certainly the PCA doesn't run well when it's run by a committee of TAA retailers that handpick the people that are going to succeed each other. Basically, like, the game is fixed. Scott Pierce, I have a lot of respect and I hold him in high esteem, really, as a guy who's running this kind of organization, and a lot more than I did Joe Rowe, who God bless him did a decent job at RTDA, but didn't have near the challenges that they have now, right? I mean, he was basically just putting on a trade show, whereas Scott Pierce is really running basically a lobbying group with a legal fight. So if Scott Pierce, I really believe if Scott Pierce could just run things by edict and the board of directors was only there to advise and to approve like big expenditures for the budget or whatever, that things would be a lot different. But the problem with the PCA is the same with the CRA. The CRA is a consumer organization that's funded by manufacturers, and the PCA is a retail organization that's that's funded by manufacturers, right? And
I'll
look,
tell you, I got into the CRA. I mean, I've been part of the CRA since day one, but I got into this whole new part of the CRA just this last in 2019 and now 2020. And we have no business, the CRA had no business agreeing to split the expenditures of the legal fight with anybody. Like the PCA should be paying for everything. Again,
but the CRA wanted that when they wanted to dictate what the parameters of the fight were going to be, right?
Yeah.
2 years ago.
A premium cigar, whatever
Right.
the definition now is of a premium cigar.
Right.
That's what we want to dictate.
Well, it's interesting because I don't know if they're going to change the dates or what, but my feeling generally, and I don't know how you're approaching this, but my general feeling is that they're going to accept a lot of SE applications, put the "we received it" stamp on it, and they're never going to get looked at critically. And if you don't have that placeholder in there, an accepted application, then they're not going to enforce whether you're on the market. We may self-enforce, like Famous and CI may not buy your products if you're not deemed or whatever. But small retailers like Ronnie will still buy Ventura if Ventura hasn't submitted an application, and nobody from the FDA is going to walk into Ronnie's shop and take it off the shelf anytime soon.
I've been rated fucking. I've been rated 3 times for less shit.
No, but I think 4 or 5 years from now, if you didn't get your application in by the deadline, you could be subject to your product coming off the market.
Yeah, I agree. So, I know that the retailers, the problem is retailers have gotten like the fear factor and like the oh my God, I can't even sell anything past this date.
Well, that's because Perdomo and his sales reps are out there telling people that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh,
that's crazy.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
This
the sell-off period is so long.
Right.
So for Skip and Pete, do you think the SE requests applications are going to turn into like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, where there's this massive warehouse that they just go and disappear and get forgotten about?
Maybe.
There's only. I love the analogy.
There's only 12 things an application has to have to be accepted. So you have to name a predicate product. You have to have a U.S.-based person who's accountable. You have to have contact information. There's like some basic shit that it has to be a tobacco product, right? There's like some basic things. But if you has those 12 things or whatever, it gets accepted. And we know, and a lot of people haven't talked about this, but Pete, have you seen the 4 marketing orders that came for Middleton, the Black and Mild marketing orders?
No.
So there's only been, as far as I know, 4 marketing orders issued, and a marketing order is basically an approved substantial equivalence application. And they submitted 5. One of them, the FDA just said, you didn't even have to submit this. It's already, it's so exactly the same that you didn't even need it. It's called exempted or whatever. The application just immediately, you didn't even have to submit this, basically. It's basically so equivalent to the grandfather product that we don't even have to analyze it, number one.
Yeah.
Their second one, the issue was that it had a plastic tip instead of a wood tip. And the FDA said, and these are 200-page applications, right? But what it boiled down to was it was a wood tip or plastic tip instead of a wood tip. And they said in the marketing order that it was not part of the consumable product, and therefore it made no difference. It was still a grandfather product. So they gave it a marketing order, right? The third one was a different size. So all this stuff we've been hearing about, it had to be the exact same size. Not true.
Yeah, not true.
The fourth one came in a different package quantity. It used to come in packages of 5 or 5, and now it comes in packages of 3, and they approved that.
Yeah.
And then the last one they submit it as a single cigar. And actually, the way we're submitting all of our substantial equivalence
Single cigars.
applications are single cigars.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Because what their application said is that their cigars were sold in retail as individually wrapped, individually presented products that came in master packs that were presented at retail, like the same as a box of cigars for us, but that customers could actually come in and buy a whole case of Black and Milds.
Yeah.
And so they evaluated it as a single cigar. And so what we took away from those 5 marketing orders was, doesn't have to be the same size, doesn't have to be the same blend, which was another one. The blend changed. Doesn't have to be the same blend, doesn't have to be in the same order quantity. You just have to match it to some predicate product. And when we did our ingredient listings, we did dark air cured tobacco and vegetable gum and bourbon.
Yeah, that's it.
So basically every grandfathered cigar is a predicate for every other cigar.
It's the same shit. A
It doesn't-
5x50. A 5x50 is a 5x50.
Or a
5x52 is a 5x50.
Or a 5 1/4 by 52 is the same as a 5 by 50, right?
Yeah. Because actually, the 5 1/4 by 52 is compared to a 5 1/2 by 54 is less risk.
In fact, the only requirement for substantial equivalence that I could tell from any of these applications was it does not present a greater risk, health risk, than the predicate product. Period.
Exactly.
So all these millions of dollars that they've spent bullshitting for the last 3-4 years, and all these stories they've been telling about, it has to be exactly the same seed varietal, the same proportions. All that stuff was just guesswork that they wasted millions of dollars on.
Yeah.
Because now we have actual marketing orders that prove that those things were false. Now, the hardest fucking thing about a substantial equivalence application, believe it or not, is the environmental statement.
Yeah.
Which is bullshit. But if we all came up with one big fucking environmental statement and submitted it with all of our substantial equivalence applications, it would work.
Yeah, one template for everybody.
Exactly.
That's too logical for the cigar industry.
Right.
Wait,
It's way
that's
too
too
logical for the FDA.
logical for anybody.
But that's my whole point is if the 12 manufacturers can't get together and agree to all come up with a combined environmental statement because we're all giving money through the CRA, then what the fuck are we doing in the same room together? Right?
I have a question
Ronnie,
this.
you said it's too logical. It's called common sense. There's no common sense in this world anymore.
Yep.
Well,
primarily in the cigar industry.
The thing that surprised me was that in this most recent kind of quote unquote oral arguments, that the FDA went back to wanting the May date, which really was I don't understand the logic behind that when they fought against that for so long.
Yeah.
They got a lot on their plate. I don't even know why they're doing this.
Right.
The May date should disappear anyways, just because of what's going on.
100%. That's the only logical thing to do.
If they stick it to us, then yeah, everything's going to be submitted on May 12th.
Right. And
because I'm
look,
not going to submit it on May 11th or May 10th. I'm going to
submit
it on May 12th.
And 5 years from now, they may come back to us and say, okay, now that we've had a chance to look at this, what the fuck were you thinking? This is not the way we view a predicate product. We need more information within the next 90 days, right? Or you have to take it off the market.
Yeah, because they can come back at any
We just
time,
had 5 years.
Right.
So, Pete, you have the longest tenure, but I don't know if anybody else knows the answer better. I'm hearing so many reps talk about this predicate stuff. And I've always wondered, how is it that someone's supposed to prove that they had a product in play, grandfathered in, when nobody's got invoices from fucking 12 years ago?
Some people do.
Well, some of us are going to type some up, but regardless.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll give you one better than that, Ronnie. Well, you maybe don't have invoices, but you have TTB import records, for example.
Yeah.
Because you have to keep
that's
those.
on you.
You have to keep those for 10 years. But I'll tell you another one. How do you give them a predicate product for testing when the predicate product doesn't exist anymore? You have to make the predicate product to give them for testing.
Yeah.
So like I have a cigar Cro-Magnon mandible, and I'm using, say, a Tatuaje whatever that was made 10 years ago. Pete doesn't make that anymore. So now I have to make a tatuaje, whatever, and submit it with my mandible. So basically, I submit two mandibles. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's no proof anywhere.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's a clusterfuck, man. It's all a joke. I mean,
what I tell you is not a joke is the hundreds of thousands of dollars it costs, even to do it the easy way, is expensive. I mean, for a company like ours, we're at about 150 grand all in. Most of that in the last 4 months, but it's a lot more. It's a big chunk of money. I mean, that's, it's not small money.
Yeah, it's not money. I mean, it's not small money at all.
I want to give some shine to one of the gentlemen in this. Matt, I've got to give you a lot of respect. It took a lot of balls for you to do what you did last week.
What did I do last week?
You went to fucking Ristafari, which was a disease-infested fucking shit show. I still don't know how, between you and Saka going in there and both of you aren't dead yet. I want some blood samples from you. That's all I give a fuck about. That's a guaranteed recipe to live forever.
There were 3 cigar people at my house last week, and I won't tell you who they are, but one of them said, "Man, Saka looks like he's killing it," and the other guy said, "Saka went to Ristafari. He's not killing it."
Yeah,
I gotta tell you, obviously I'm a big fan of all his work, and
it was just a joke.
Yeah, I get it. I wasn't being defensive in that way. He was at Rudy's and in Indiana, and he said, "I'm on my way to Ristafari." I was supposed to go out there, and the guys that were supposed to drive down there with me, it was a 5-hour drive to Indiana, which I wasn't a big fan of. When I saw how many guys were coming in off the planes, Skip, Ray was going in, Joe Larson was going, all these guys were going in there, and I said, Jesus Christ, you're talking about guys getting multiple flights, Russian roulette. Matt gets there. Matt's there. He's running a podcast. He's around every one of these guys, Russian roulette. They're doing intimate podcasts with each other, more Russian roulette. Nobody died yet. So I proposed in the very beginning, I wanted to over-under on who was going to be the first guy. I actually put it on the Weasel page. Over-under on the first guy who was going to take advantage of getting coronavirus first and essentially would become a dry bag, buy my products, help me through my crisis. And the person I thought was going to win this, but he never got tested, was Matt Booth, because I said, dude, I was talking to Matt, and I'm like, you got on like 5 flights to the multiple podcasts, went to Dojo, you were sniffling the whole time. You looked like you were dying. The only thing good out of it was his voice was sexier. And I'm like, you pretty much entirely, you infected like 5 planes worth of people with whatever you had. And then Matt lived in nothing. So he's another person's blood I want.
Well, I tell you one thing. You don't want to fall asleep at Ristafari.
No,
trust me.
What fall asleep? People die there. What do you mean fall asleep? There's people puking. Man, last year was crazy.
I got there on Thursday, and we spent the night Thursday eating and partying. We spent all day Friday eating and partying, and then the actual festival was Saturday. And Saturday, get up, have some breakfast, go to the cigar shop to Golden Leaf where the event is, and we get there at 9:30 a.m. something like that. We get set up, and they got a little poker room on the other side of the cigar shop, and we set up in there, and drinking beers and doing shots starting at about 10 a.m. And by the time 2:30 in the afternoon rolled around, I said to Garrett, I'm gonna go out to my car and take a nap. So I went out. I went out to the car and I took a 4-hour nap, and then went back in and got all the gear and set up and did the podcast and kept going in late into the night.
Well, that's a pro move. if you're someone like David Kern or Michael Kern, who roofies himself, essentially,
he was on GHB for sure.
When Risty brings out the fucking mason jar with his quote unquote moonshine, and you drink from that, you're basically saying, "I want to be raped."
Right.
So Matt, you were there last year, right?
Yeah, this was my 3rd year.
Yeah, so I saw you there last year.
Yeah.
And in comparison to how many people actually showed up because of this, last year was much bigger at attendance, right?
Yeah.
So to give you guys an idea of like my first experience ever in Indiana, and I swore I'd never go back. I got there, and when I tell you midway through the day, I was walking, and the guy walked up to me with a bottle of Four Roses single barrel, and he's like, "Chug, go fuck yourself." I'm 47 years old. I was at the time. And I literally took the bottle, opened it up. You had to be careful because like there's 30 bottles there. One of them will say Louis the 13th, but there's really Risty's moonshine. They're all fucking. There's a ton of dummy bottles, and then there's real bottles. So I cracked the seal on this, hit it to. Basically took down roughly like 4 ounces, right? This guy takes the bottle from me and chugged 21 ounces of Four Roses single barrel. And then he like died and then resurrected in fulfillment of the scripture.
I would pay for Coop to go.
Well, Coop, how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking? The Coop guy, is he still living?
Still with us?
52. 52. I was
yeah, so we're 4 years apart. So I considered myself a health hazard when I saw the stats coming out. 40 plus, you have a good chance of death. I wasn't going for nothing. That thing was crazy. But you know what's funny is I watched these guys the year before, and honestly, the camaraderie they had there was great. Risky does a really good event. His wife does a lot of cooking there. So that was like the humble version. I'm expecting Skip's party to be like the ultra bougie version, which I'm hoping obviously you don't cancel. At least at Skip's place, you'll get a manicure, pedicure, massage next door or something. But
happy
you know, he might have IVs for us there. We're gonna rape Mike's bourbon collection.
Dude, you want to know the most bougie thing ever? Mike has a nutritionist that brings IV bags to our office and gives him vitamin IVs every 2 days.
Are you serious?
Yes.
As long as it's vitamin C, I'm good. I'm good with that.
I'm like, who do you think you are, Lance Armstrong? Like, it's the most bougie thing ever, and it's like a couple of $100 a shot, and I'm like, wow, man, you've done the come up.
Is Mike still doing the keto thing?
Yeah, but I think the bourbon threw him off the loop.
That's what I was gonna say. That the whole black is slimming. I think he needs a few T-shirts.
Well, what's funny is he gave me all of his fat clothes, and
now he wants them back.
Yeah. So I asked him the other day. If he needed to borrow a couple of pair of jeans.
Oh,
that's funny.
That's great.
Well, he's like Pete a little bit. Pete yo-yos a little bit. Now Pete's in a different weight class than us, but
yeah, I yo-yo like crazy. But I have a weird thing going on in my body that I'm 250 right now.
Yeah, I'm 300, but I want I want Dan's metabolism without Dan's diet.
But Dan yo-yos a lot too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that's all over the place.
Dan's good people.
Speaking of which, I've been watching KC's social media feeds. He's gotten real militant lately.
And my brother gets angry about nothing.
Your brother gives bad financial advice. He made a post about buy Netflix stocks. Netflix is crashing right now, and you can't watch Netflix. It's dying on me. I have to reset every 5 minutes.
No, it's not. Have you?
I think
you
it's
seen Netflix?
I think it's a long-term buy.
Yeah.
Netflix is up right now.
It wasn't the day he told us to buy.
Oh yeah, well, if you bought it that day, then you're good because you're up now.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing, if you go back and which I don't recommend to be honest, but if you go back and you watch the podcast that we did from Ristafari last weekend, you'll notice that of all the podcasts we've ever done, Garrett does almost all the talking on that episode because I was not up for it. So that was
you were still drunk after the nap.
I was still leveling out a little bit. So yeah.
Need those IV bags, man.
Pete, are you in LA or in Miami?
I live in Miami now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because South Florida is a lot different from a regulatory perspective than California is right now.
Oh yeah, California's a mess. I mean, I like to call Gavin Newsom Damian Thorne.
Yeah. I think
If you know
I
the
think
reference, right?
Yeah. I think he's intent on running the whole country, the whole state, like San Francisco.
Yes.
Oh, dude, I believe that he's on the path to become president. That's the guy.
What's hilarious is all these people are like, we want Brown back. He was so
Yeah, right?
conservative. Remember when Brown was considered like the flaming liberal?
Yep.
Those were the
Absolutely.
days. Those were the days.
Pete, where'd you live in LA?
I actually lived in a pocket called Ladera Heights.
I lived in
actually,
LA. Where the fuck is Ladera Heights?
Ladera Heights is in LA. It's in
Off of
between
Sunset?
LAX. It's in between LAX and Culver City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was Hollywood product, West Hollywood product.
Well, no, yeah, me too for a while. I lived on Kings Road for a while.
I was on between. I was up in Crescent Heights and Santa Monica.
Oh yeah, I was at Kings in Santa Monica.
And how do you like Miami in comparison?
Actually, it's beautiful right now. I mean, I can't wait for.
No,
the
I mean
hurricanes.
overall. You like LA living better or Miami better living?
I think it's different. I stay in more here. So, I mean, this lockdown has been pretty normal for me because down here I don't go out anyway. So I go to the office or the factory here in Miami and I come back to the house. That's it.
Last year
we have one restaurant that we go to, but we can't go there anymore right now. But it's pretty simple.
My brother lives in San Diego. Last year I went to LA and I was literally in shock when I saw downtown. I was freaked out. I could not believe what they did to that city. My traffic was actually the worst I've ever seen ever in life anywhere. It made Manhattan look great, but this was just like it was a shock to me. I couldn't believe how much revitalization they did downtown.
Oh, downtown's crazy, man.
It's unbelievably beautiful. I can't believe I never thought it'd be possible. I mean, looking at the Skid Row days on the other side of Broadway across from Staples Center. I mean, it was on the
still
Staples
there.
Center.
Yeah,
but
it's still there. They just moved down the block.
Yeah, well, they took a hose and blew them down the box. That was the cheapest version of gentrification I've ever seen.
That was all Magic Johnson, actually.
Magic
Johnson went down there and like bought up a bunch of properties with a bunch of investors and did a bunch of condos. I mean, yeah, it's an amazing place. The places I knew back in the early 90s don't exist anymore. Dive bars that used to be there.
In 99 through 2001, and I ended up keeping, you know how we had rent control in LA?
Yeah.
So I ended up moving to London for 3 years, but I kept my flat and I rented it for $3,000 a month then. Actually, it was $2,500. And one day I got a call from a kid and he said, I found out this was rent control property and I ended up losing my lease. They wanted to go retroactive and penalize me for it, but I couldn't believe that that property is now like $4,000 a month. It was $900 when I was there.
That's the way Austin is becoming now. Austin is like, downtown, like Rainy Street apartments are like $6,000 for a 1-bedroom.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm looking forward to coming out there. I've never been to Texas.
Yeah,
Austin's always been one of those cool artsy cities. Yeah. Everybody wants to move to Austin just because it's hip.
Yeah. Well, you have all these Californians moving there. That's like the big thing is they'll sell their 3-bedroom ranch in the valley for $1.6 million and then buy a loft downtown, for half of that.
Crazy. So what's the over-unders on when we're out of this?
I think that people will be getting infected and sick for at least another 18, 24 months. I think that we'll be done with all the let's pretend to protect everybody. As soon as people start lining up in the streets, I would say probably 6 to 8 weeks. All these, shelter in place rules will be long gone.
Or sooner.
Or sooner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last week I said 4 weeks as a low, 6 weeks as a high. I like that number. I hope for that number.
Yeah,
I
Americans
just wish if I had to. Go ahead.
Americans just don't have the tolerance for for doing poor.
Nope.
No,
I
I
just wish
agree.
for this downtime we had one country to go to that was safe to go to that we didn't have to worry about. I call it a great vacation.
Dude, if you're relatively young and healthy, you know,
I'm
come
not,
spend
but go
come
ahead.
spend 2 months in Nicaragua. Shug Baxter is never going to leave, I don't think.
Yeah, true.
This guy, he's never had it so good.
I think a lot of these countries that are reporting a lot of these low statistics is just because they're not being tested. I mean, we're eating up everybody's supply for that. So
Yeah, Nicaragua's got one person, right? Or two.
Cases?
Yeah, two, right?
It's 5 now, but yeah.
5, okay.
And they tested 7. So
that's a fact.
I don't know that they tested any, to be honest with you. They're probably just labeling 5 of them. You know, I don't know that they even have a COVID-19 test, to be honest with you, unless the WHO gave them one or something.
Well,
But,
Michigan's skyrocketing. We were at 5 yesterday. We have 180 police officers that are already infected out of one precinct.
But right now, Nicaragua, the government is in such a bad spot. You know, I think they lost 50% of their economic activity during the problems, and then it started to come back, and then a lot of the big free zone people in Sevico started leaving, like the textile people.
Yeah.
And it even got to a point where some factories were laying a few people off. So Esteli is always generally pretty insulated from all these other problems, but down in Messiah, Granada right now, it's kind of a shit show still. And so, you know, it started with they tripled our tax on exports from 1% to 3%, and then they increased the INS percentage, so our INS doubled. You know, from like 12% of the employee's paycheck to like 23% of the employee's paycheck, which is like Social Security Medicare portion is the best way to describe it. And then just this last 2 weeks, so we get to buy things without paying EVA, which is like the VAT tax, because we're in the 382, which is like a free zone. Now they're starting to charge us VAT tax on cellophane and cardboard boxes and other shit that we used to be exempt from. So they're fucking us on they're trying to get money. They're charging VAT on gasoline now. And like gasoline's about $6 a gallon here.
Oof. Putting the squeeze on. Jeez.
Yeah, and it's probably
99 cents in
80%
Kentucky.
tax. It's probably 80% tax, right?
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
But they're trying to squeeze a penny out of everything they can, because the entire kind of funding mechanism for the revenue has disappeared, and the only way they maintain power is by keeping all these bullshit jobs in the government. You know, the lady that sits all day over there handwriting birth certificates, you know, is a Sandinista, right? So they have to keep funding all these bullshit jobs.
Are you guys done with all the protesting and crazy shit that you had going on last year?
Well, here in Esteli, it only really happened 3 times. It wasn't like, you know, we had the trankies, the blockades in the highway, but there was only 2 or 3 weekends where there was problems here. So yeah, that stuff's over, because now if you go out in the streets, they just shoot you. There's no, they don't fuck around anymore. Yeah, they arrest you or shoot you.
I don't know the guy's name. I forgot it. I was at Hankey's bar in Santiago for Christmas, and there was a guy there that he comes from Polish descent, but he's Dominican. He makes boxes, cellophane. No, I think he makes cello. He does all the cello for the cigars out there. He knew you, Skip, actually, and we were talking about what was going on there, and I was calling you a fucking lunatic for being out there, and I was like, you know, his daughter's on the porch with him there. We're watching. I watched the whole whatever the fuck was going down there. And he's like, oh, Skip's a great guy. I forgot the guy's name, man.
I live a block from Los Arcos, so I live like a block from the park or 2 blocks from the park, right? So, right from the city hall. So this is the middle of where everything was going down. But, most of the guys who make cigars here, they never leave their house, or they go straight from the house to the factory, which is pretty much what I do. But my house is right in the middle of downtown. It's not kind of out in the other area. So
in the bougie area.
yeah, in the dude, Pepin's house is so baller.
Yeah, you got to understand. You got to understand that house though, so you can get the concept of it. That house was built for everybody in the family. You're talking about 7 grandchildren,
right?
Me and Yanni, Jaime and his wife, and Pepin and Maria. So it's like if we have to get away for an apocalypse or a hurricane, we're going back to Nicaragua.
It's like the Kennedy compound. Let me tell you, Pepin's house is so nice that AJ tore his house down and built another one. Am I wrong? That's 100% true.
Yeah, that might be true.
I've never been to Nicaragua. What was shocking for me when I was in Santiago was that there were houses that were literally, they looked like military compounds, and they were like in the middle of the ghetto. So it was like a guy who had a come up, and that was his own neighborhood. They put like a house on stilts. It was like 1,000 cinder blocks, and then they built the house on top of a mountain. And
what's weird? Yeah, what's weird here downtown is, and I don't know how many houses you've been into, Pete, here downtown, but from the outside, it looks like every other kind of house. But then when you go through the gate, you never know what you're going to get. You could get Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, or you could just get, chickens running in the yard.
We used to live in the middle of the city. Like we were like a block. We were like maybe less than a block from Los Arcos, in an apartment with Gustavo and all those guys in the apartment building.
Oh, I know where that's at. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we moved like down the block, and actually, I'll tell you, even back like in 2006 and 2007, Pepin and Jaime would be pissed at me for walking to the factory. Like, they didn't want me walking on the street. I'm like, why? It seems pretty normal to me.
Yeah, they get weird about it.
It was right in the middle of everything.
But like you go to Nestor Plasencia's house, it's just like a nice looking wall with a nice looking door. Then you walk in, it's like you walked into a Spanish villa,
Yeah.
He's got a baller house for sure, but it's right downtown. You'd never know.
Oh, we went into a couple houses owned by some old people that lived in Esteli for, however many years, forever, 50 years. And you're like, wow, this is like a palace inside. And it's just a wall. Exactly what you said. You have this wall. You walk in, you're like, this is like a villa.
Yeah. So the way I always say to Arlen is, in America, everybody wants you to see how rich they are from the sidewalk. And so you have all these, beautiful houses. You see how nice they are from the sidewalk. Here, they don't want you to know shit about what they got.
Yeah. True.
So obviously Nicaragua is nothing like Santiago, or where you guys are in Esteli is nothing like Santiago. Santiago was easy living. I mean, it was nothing.
No, Santiago's much more upscale and modern. Parts of Santiago are like kind of like parts of Mexico City,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I equated it to.
But this town is, even though if you try to drive through it, you start going, where the fuck did all these people get all these cars? Like when I first started coming here, I mean, like it seemed like 50 people had cars, and the rest were taxis and buses. And now it's like Esteban's 20-year-old son has a truck. So it's like everybody here has a car now. And it's like you can't drive anywhere. It's a fucking mess. But it's still a poor rural town,
It's a cowboy town for sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's still only really 2 or 3 places that I would eat outside of my house on a regular basis. Pizza Hut.
Well, dude, I ate at the Burger King before it closed down.
Yeah. Pizza Hut, Darren's Place, and maybe Poyaso. There may be a couple more, Koifer, but there's not very many. And most of them.
Santiago is the opposite.
most of them serve the exact same food. It's all beef or chicken on a plate with rice and tostones.
Yeah.
Santiago had great food. I loved it down there.
What's great here is you go to a restaurant, you can get a bottle of Flor de Caña for basically what it costs you in a grocery store.
Yeah.
So
I stayed at this place called Camp David, and
that's a nice place.
Oh yeah, a horrible place.
No,
That's
can I
it's
tell
a
you?
great. It's got a great view.
Yeah, great view, but the food was terrible, and everybody
Yeah.
was ranting and raving that you're going to wake up in the morning, go downstairs, have food. You're always going to have food. But I didn't like that. I was minutes from everything, and I got picked up every day and got taken around. But I love Saga Restaurant.
Yeah, but if you thought the food at Camp David was terrible, you wouldn't like any of the food in Esteli.
Well, I got you to cook if I come down there.
Yeah.
I've seen your cooking.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Pete eats pretty good over there. They got a lady that cooks over there.
Yeah, actually, plus Jaime has that whole pig facility and cattle facility, so everything we eat is literally farm to table. It's pretty nice.
And here you are calling Skip bougie.
Yeah, I just want a little bit of the Pepin lifestyle. I want the Pepin is my father lifestyle.
dude, Jaime has a pig facility that right now he's got about 5,000 head of pig, and the capacity in the facility is for 30,000 pig. But every time we eat a pig or any type of ham or any type of pork material, whether it be he makes chorizo,
Tostones
mortadella,
or chicharrones.
Yeah, I mean we have access to everything, so it's like it's kind of nice. I mean, but Jaime delivers pork product to like a bunch of restaurants in Esteli.
So Sam and Rosie from Arizona, they came down for the Saints and Sinners thing, and
they
then
were here for my father.
Yeah, for my father. And then they stayed like 3 or 4 days after, and all they could talk about is how great the food was when they were on.
Yeah. Well, if you went to Ristafari, you got to eat the head of a pig, which we did last year.
Yeah.
Pig cheek.
We ate the ears, we ate the cheeks. We went all up on that head.
This year, Risty on Saturday was walking in with because they had 2 whole pigs this year, and Risty walked in with one of the heads and walked right by Garrett and I and just grabbed the cheeks off both sides and handed one to me and one to Garrett. It was fantastic.
Yeah, you guys missed last year's opening up of that can of fish that almost killed 2 people.
Oh, that was horrifying.
Oh,
that
I never got over that.
That rotten fish.
But Risty would live the Conan the Barbarian lifestyle if he wasn't forced to be civilized.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. He is a true caveman in the best sense of the word.
So to let you know how caveman he is, he comes to Detroit to do an event about a week before Ristafari. We go to this nightclub that you can't get into the nightclub, actually. It's a members only club. I take Risty and his wife there. We walk into the club. We've got a rep from brand ambassador from William Grant. Risty sits down. We torch up a bar tab. All of a sudden, she hands him a $650 pour, and Risty does it like a shot. And I'm looking at him like...
When we were at Rocky Mountain Cigar Festival, every time he came down from his room, it was like a new drug he wanted to give everybody. It's like, hey, have you guys ever smoked bubble hash? And I'm like, I don't even know what that is. What about 7,000 milligrams CBD? Whatever. No, I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, and he hands out like some people will, open up a new box of Padrones or Fuentes and hand them out. He's opening up 70 and 80-year-old Cuban boxes and handing them out.
Yep. Right. It's got a war chest.
It's like Fear and Loathing in Denver. We went to see Joe Rogan. So one night we went to see Joe Rogan. And I said, "Hey, Risty, you want to come?" He's like, "Yeah." So at the place where they were doing it, they were only serving like 2 kinds of beer. And we get to the seats, and Risty has this like calf strapped what are those things called that you pour liquor?
Flask?
The little flask. So he's got this calf strap flask of something, and I'm like, Holy shit, this guy's like MacGyver of booze and drugs.
Yeah. Well, you saw he
Savage.
was going to that like weed wrestling thing before you invited him to Rogan or whatever it was, right?
Dude, he walks around with a pen. I hadn't smoked weed in like but 3 times, 4 times in like a 6-year. And when I say smoke, I mean took a puff out of his pen. So this year at the show, I'm walking by, I see a guy from Detroit, and I was dying for a cigarette, and he hands me, I see he's got this pen. So I just took it from him, hit it, and I was by EPC's booth. And when it hit me, I took my shirt, covered my face, and not realizing, I coughed a cloud right over EPC's booth. I was so embarrassed. I looked at them and I said, "Congratulations on Cigar of the Year." And it was so terrible. But then the beauty was I walked right over to Skip's area, and you had just ordered pizza, Skip. And so you guys had like, the tool gave me a slice, and we sat down and had a slice of pizza. And then I looked at the line for the concessions. I was like, fuck, let me get out of here and go eat. I got the munchies in like 30 seconds. I ended up seeing Risty, and he killed me with a pen. I slept for Mr. Party.
I can't imagine anyone was happier at TPE than Risty.
Right.
Oh, no, it was built for him.
Tailor-made.
It was built
All
for
right,
him.
Coop, you got to give us a new topic.
Yeah, please.
Still with us?
We can't talk about weed anymore?
Coop is asleep.
I wish I was
Coop's
in the
muted
weed
still.
business.
Yeah, he took a nap and then came back.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, Aaron's back. Wow.
Oh, I'm back. I had to
Hey,
take
Aaron.
care of something.
He ate. What are you guys talking about? He ate.
Coop's famous for going off screen and hitting the little vape pen.
Yeah, he is.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Hey, Pete, are you involved in the Fonseca project?
No,
Oh, great question.
That's all Garcia.
Great question.
That's all Garcia.
So what's the plan for that?
Well, if we have a trade show, there's going to be a Fonseca at the trade show.
Oh, that's quick.
Oh, wow. I
Yeah.
didn't expect that.
Well, I mean, they've owned the brand since November, so they started working on it pretty quickly.
Okay.
There was a Fonseca around 2000. I want to say it's like 2006, and I don't remember the name
Vegas
of
de
it.
Fonseca.
But it was like the dark Corojo kind of Fonseca. It was like it had that black and gold band on it. It was real heavy.
Black and gold band, shit.
That wasn't the
Black
TAA
and
one.
gold
It wasn't the TAA one, was it?
No, it was so like it was the first kind of thing that they did outside of the traditional stuff. Sag, Casada and those guys, they had this new. I think it was called like it was like antique, or Fonseca antique, or old fashioned, or it had this like medieval kind of look to it, plain wood box with the black and gold. It reminded me a lot of the Antonio Dark Corojo, the way the band looked. I mean, I can't remember the name of it, but it was so good. And then all of a sudden it just went away.
I can't remember.
Me neither.
But didn't SAG also used to do the El Rey del Mundo? Wasn't that them too?
No,
Or was that Mike's?
El Rey del Mundo was Frankie Neza back in the day.
But okay, yeah.
That was Lou Rothman. Yeah.
Yeah. It had the tissue paper on it. It reminded me a lot. It reminded me a lot of that cigar.
Was it
That shit
the
was awesome.
Cubano Limitado or the Exclusivo?
Yes, that's what it was. It was the Fonseca Cubano Limitado.
There you go.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It was real heavy. I don't know if it was
that
broadleaf.
it was like 2006 or 7.
Yeah. That's the one I'd like to see again. That was a great cigar.
I don't think they ever got rid of it. I think they were still carrying it right till they sold.
Yeah. I think
it was. But I think it was like the Rocky old World Reserve, where it was really good for a little while and then it changed.
I don't remember it being really good, but go ahead.
The Rocky Old World Reserve, when it used to come in the 50 count boxes, the Maduros were fucking out of this world good.
You know, Pete, what year did you come out with La Riqueza?
Wow, late 2007.
So that cigar and the Skip, you actually just said it, the Antaños, and I want to say probably the same time 601s, which Pepin was doing at the time. That's when John Gonzalez was there.
The green ones. The
Oscuro.
That was
Yeah.
2006, 2007.
Those were the first cigars that got me off of mainstream outside of the Lower Royal Preferidos. That's the first cigar that got me off of mainstream. That group of cigars.
Yeah.
And they were like all different. None of them have anything to do with each other as far as their flavor profiles, but they were just stylistically all different for me. Skip's by far more of a geek when it comes to this stuff, but I liked actually the Murcielago that was done by Pepin at the time.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yep, that was well, I think they call that cigar La RoMa now, but to me, more. I think that
no, it's a different cigar, but yeah.
That's what they all say. I know you have diplomatic ties.
I think one of my.
Oh no, I do know it's a different cigar.
Do you remember when Ernie Padilla had that like wooden humidor thing that had 3 sizes of the 1932s?
The 1932s, right?
Yeah, but that was one of the last things Pepin made for him, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It was the Oscuro Limitados. They were all numbered. That's one of my favorite cigars that Pepin ever made.
Wasn't one of those the Salomon?
They did make a Salomon, but in this particular Oscuro Reservas, it was like a Churchill, a Robusto, and a Bellicoso.
Yeah,
I remember liking that Salomon a lot.
The 9, what was it? 8 and 11 Salomon.
The 8 and 11 was the first one.
Yeah, that was a fucking great cigar.
Ernie had good cigars then. I met him 6 months after he had left Pepin. And I was there in Miami. Juan Lopez took me to Pepin's offices. That's when John Gonzalez was working there, Pete. And
when he was trying to remodel that place, it was on like 14th and 8th.
Yeah, it was the little factory.
Yeah, with
it never opened to be a factory.
Yeah, no, he never.
Well, there were people rolling in the front window, I think.
No, he could never get an ATF license.
Yeah,
but that was a beautiful space, though.
Yeah.
What is that now? It still has a coffee shop on the corner, but I think it's a cigar shop now.
Wait, are you Pete? When they had those, I could have swore they had rollers or people doing something. Oh, it was like a little retail thing in the front.
Yeah,
they never. Yeah, there were people in the front of the place. Because John's office was to the back and to the left. And
that's when Joey Oliva was working for him.
Oh, yeah, that had to be like 2008 or 9, maybe.
Early.
No, I think it was earlier than that.
Yeah, like 7.
Fuck, that just makes us older.
What is Joey Oliva doing now? That guy cracks me up, man. He's a classic. Did you ever know him, Coop? Or Aaron?
I did not. I didn't know him. I know the name, but I didn't know him.
Dude, he could rant like nobody's business, and you didn't understand a word he was saying. and he would go from being the laziest guy on the planet to being like this hustler, like in 10 minutes. It's hilarious. He's a good dude, though.
I know the cigar. I forgot. Bahias, white and gold. Those were great then.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
dude. Yeah. I remember the Bahias that Douglas was making, and I'm not talking about the Bahia Golds and all that, but the red Maduro ones. Before he had a red one and a yellow one.
Never smoked those.
The early yellow ones.
Yeah.
The kind of yellow and orange. I think I still have a box of those somewhere.
I have a box, but they have no cigars in it. I just have the box. I keep chili powder in it.
And then those Bahia, those Perfectos, the Matanzas, I think they were called.
Yeah, that was later, I think.
Yeah.
That was much later. That was way
the
past
Churchill. I loved it. Yeah, the white and gold Churchills I used to love.
He tried to make a comeback. I mean, I remember one year he showed up at the Orlando show, but I don't know whatever happened with that.
He tried to make multiple. Remember when he was at the Orlando show is when he was going to do the deal with Nesta Miranda.
That's right. Yeah.
And then that lasted about a week. That guy's him and Ernie Padilla both have had, several comebacks.
Padilla made a comeback?
Well, he had multiple kind of regenerations or whatever.
Catalog comebacks.
Dude, I met Ernie Padilla when he lived in Fort Worth before he started working for Nick Perdomo.
Wow,
Years and years and years
way
ago.
back.
I met him at a cigar shop in and used to be a cigar shop in Sundance Square in Fort Worth, and I knew him from then. That would have been like 90.
Pete, do you remember a shop that was across the street from De Niro's Pizzeria in Beverly Hills? I think it was called Nazareth.
Yeah, Nazareth's still there.
They had the
Really?
Churchills, the Nazareth, Romeo and Juliet Churchills.
Yeah, the Romeo Churchills.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That guy's brother owns a cigar shop in Austin.
Do they
Oh,
still
yeah,
have
he
the
does.
retail shop in the next door to the locker area in the outdoor mall?
He had
where
the
they
lounge, yeah.
Yeah.
He has it still, and it's in the Four Seasons in downtown Austin. And his brother, basically, his brother had something to do with a big shop in Beverly Hills, right? I guess it was the Nazareth store.
Well, Nazareth was in Beverly Hills, like literally right across the street from the Grand Havana Room.
Yeah, yeah.
I was in there, young kid, college. I'm going to smoke. I get a cigar. I sneak into the lounge. Actually, someone was opening the door, and I just went and sat in there and was smoking a cigar. And then all of a sudden, I decided I was hungry and decided to go get some pizza across the street. And when I came, I didn't realize I was going to be the flunky. So I asked anybody if they wanted a slice, and of course, everybody said yes. So we ate it in the hallway in between the retail shop and the lounge. And we were all standing there. And the funny thing is I go get the pizzas, and everybody took a slice of pizza from me, and I was left with no pizza. But I sat there and held them all. So I left out of there with all the paper plates, and I'm sitting there holding a college kid. I was at Andrews at the time. I've got all these empty plates in my hands. I'm like, fuck, I forgot my pizza. So when I went and got the pizza and came back, they played a nice prank on me and didn't let me back in for a minute.
Well, if you want to buy Cuban cigars in Austin, he's the guy to get them from. But I don't know if they're legit,
Yeah,
to be honest.
Naz was the same guy in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the guy to get cigars from back then. I mean, this goes back to the early 90s.
They're Lebanese, right?
I
think maybe. Or
Dude,
Syrian?
they had jewelry showcases in there.
Armenian. Yeah, they're Armenian. Yeah.
They had jewelry showcases, and then like showed you a cigar in the case, and then went and got you a box from the back. It was a tiny, tiny retail store as far as the frontage goes when you walked into the place, but their inventory was behind the showcases.
Yeah.
That was a dope little spot, and that was a long time ago.
It's a small business, man, and back then there were so many new guys that it's not like that anymore. Now it's gotten kind of static. I mean, there's not – now it's kind of the same 2,500 people, you know.
Beverly Hills had 11 retail stores in like 3 square miles.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now cigars are illegal in Beverly Hills.
Well, Naz
not if you're wealthy.
The Grand Havana obviously gets to stay. Naz got to stay. But yeah, everywhere else became illegal. Kramer's, which was there forever, closed down eventually.
So there's a mall right there off of Beverly Hills Boulevard. I guess a couple of years ago, me and Arlen were there, and I was coming out of the Shake Shack or whatever, and I lit a cigar. It's like an open air mall. I forget the name of it.
The Century City Mall.
Yeah, and it's like open air, so it's like stores, but all the stuff in the middle is just wide open.
Yeah.
And so I figured I'm outside, I can light a cigar. So I sit down on the little bench there, and I cut my cigar and I light it. I swear 10 people in 20 seconds were on top of me like I had just pulled yellow cake uranium out of my bag.
Yeah, dude, that place, there was a store. The owner was a guy by the name of Hugh Getzenberg, and he was one of the first stores in the Century City Mall. And he had like the lockdown on that area. I mean, he was the guy. And they turned over the mall and basically got rid of every tobacco thing in that mall. What they did is they're like, oh, we're renovating the mall, and if you don't want to renovate your store, we're gonna have to ask you to leave. It was a cool spot.
Yeah, that's a nice mall, man. I mean, in an era where malls are kind of dying, there's still some pretty upscale kind of stores in that place.
It's a Westfield now, so.
Yeah.
Malls, they're not even a thing anymore. They're all closed.
Yeah, they are all closed.
Matt, don't you have a big one in your area?
Well, Mall of America, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, that's a small one, right?
yeah, a little small shopping center. Yeah, it's
place is huge.
And honestly, I mean, I've been around it ever since it's been around, but it's kind of a garbage fire. I mean, it's a great place. There's plenty of places to shop, and pretty much everything you could ever hope to buy is there. But you know, it's filled with really shitty chain restaurants, and you know, with mediocre food, and you know, mini golf and roller coasters. That's really. And I worked there.
That's the Dolphin Mall here.
Yeah, and I worked there back in the day, right after college, just to you know, just to make some money. And at all places, if you guys remember Glamour Shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a Glamour Shots in the Mall of America. Well, I managed a shoe store there for a while, and then I worked at of all places, a Glamour Shots there for a little while.
Well, hey, that'd be a great place to pick up chicks in high school.
Yeah. Did you
At
maintain
the Glamour Shots?
Did you maintain the feather boas? Is that what your job was, or what was
yeah.
it?
There's this. So I was a photographer, and they had these weird cameras where the viewfinder was on the side and the person was over to your right. So you'd look in the viewfinder and, you know, focus and all that. And there was this lady that came in one day, and I don't know if I was having a bad day or what. It was 30 years ago, but she's saying, or she sits down on the little stool there, and I start taking her picture. And I would always, sometimes they'd be shy, so they wouldn't look at the camera. So I'd tap the side of the lens and say, eyes right here. And I was saying this to her a couple times, and she said, I'm looking right at the camera. And I turned, because I was just looking at her through the little 2-inch viewfinder. I turned and I looked, and she had the fattest lazy eye. I mean, like pointing total east and west. And I slowly turned back to the viewfinder and said, okay, click, you're done, get out. And I was just mortified.
So you did, but see, the secret of being the photographer at the Glamour Shots was being able to put that hazy fog in.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So to this day, when my wife and I see somebody with a really bad lazy eye, we both just whisper to each other, eyes right here.
Well, back in our day, it was Olin Mills.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I could have never worked at Glamour Shots. I would have caught a case there. But I mean, I listen to you talk right now. You use the words tap, little girl, and photographer all in one sentence.
There were no little girls at Glamour Shots. The ladies coming in to get their portraits taken were typically size 17 and above.
Oh my, a deuce and a half.
Well, back when we were kids, all the malls every mall had exactly the same stores, no matter which mall. You had the corn dog place with the lemonade. You had the JCPenney's, Sears, the Spencer's, yeah.
Spencer, oh yeah.
Spencer's Gifts, Chess King.
Yeah.
Chess King.
Well, I also managed a clothing store for a while. That you guys they went out of business 30 years ago, but they were called J Riggings.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, man, I managed a couple of those stores in a couple different malls, and yeah, it was.
I worked at a framing shop. One of my jobs when I was in high school is I worked at a framing shop called Deck the Walls.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those were all over the place.
Pete, did you get your ink done in Los Angeles?
Yeah, most of it. Well, actually, no, all of it.
What shop?
Well, my first shop was owned by Mark Mahoney.
Oh, that's my shop, Shamrock, baby.
Well, but this was the old Shamrock.
Yeah.
When Bob Vessels used to work there.
Yep.
And now he's up on Sunset, but a guy by the name of Freddie Negretti did most of my work.
His son just passed away not too long ago.
What, Freddie's son?
Freddie's son.
Oh shit! I didn't
Yeah,
know.
Junior died last year.
Angel,
and,
right?
Yep, he died
Yeah.
last year. Colin did all my work there. I know Mark very well. He just calls me Detroit, but that's probably listen. If there was a person in this world that deserves like his voice, just listening to Mark talk.
Yeah,
he's a movie character, bro. Mark is the fucking. That's the greatest voice. He just did some tattoo movie recently, and listening to him talk, I can listen to Mark talk. He's unbelievable. Great cat.
Coop, where did you get your tattoo work done?
He got the
bazooka gum. Bazooka gum.
Yeah, the
bazooka gum.
He just got the Perdomo work done in Nicaragua last 3 weeks ago.
Let me guess, he got Nick Sticks tattooed on him.
Nick's Sticks.
He's got the drum set on there.
There will never be a tattoo on his body. I can assure you that.
Oh wow, small.
I have
world,
nothing
man.
against them. They're not for me.
Well, when they have to go around the country tattooing everybody to verify that you got the corona vaccine.
Yeah.
So not too long ago, we got our cigars in the mail. My dad looks at me. He's 72. He says, "What the fuck kind of sticker is this?" I'm like, "Dad, they're temporary tattoos." He's like, "For cigars?" I'm like, no, they're for people, Dad. So vHerf sent out these temporary tattoos, and my dad looked at me. And he's like, "So what do we do?" I said,
"That's 100%."
Wait, no.
That sounds exactly like a vHerf thing to do.
Hold up. A cigar company sent out temporary tattoos as a
dude.
item.
Yes. So
yeah, actually,
Skip
it
has seen
started with
enough
John
video.
Huber, I think John
Really?
did it first. When he was with CAO, they did temporary tattoos, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you're right.
And then I did temporary tattoos when I started my brand, and I did it once. And I think vHerf did it a few years ago.
Last year, yeah. The funny thing is I met John at the show last year, and I didn't know he went to UCLA as well. And I'd call it off of his kicks, but it was funny because my dad is 72 years old. Skip's seen enough videos of him to know that he's not comprehending where cigars and temporary tattoos mesh together at all. He was fucking so confused. It was hilarious. He didn't understand the whole promotional value behind it. So,
dude, every time they get a shipment, his dad sends me a video bitching that we don't have UPC codes.
No, okay, so listen, before my phone completely dies, let's just get this out there in the open. Skip, you can't be the last motherfucker in the industry to hold out on a UPC code. I mean, Pete took 300 years to get his cigars and sell them. I'm not going to leave that on the side.
It's true.
Okay.
It's true.
So the whole
and not all my cigars have UPC either. Only some of them.
Pete, we get an order in, right? We have to take every cigar out of the box, put the UPC codes on them, and put it back in because Pops can't scan them otherwise, right?
But
so
you get 100. You get 100% margin for doing that.
Pete, Pops has never met Skip Martin. Every time a RoMa order comes in, which we got one coming in on Wednesday, the first thing he says every single time, "This motherfucker Skip Martin." This and his accent is thick, and he cusses Skip all day long, nonstop until the order's all done. But I'll tell you where he forgives them.
Unless he gets a couple, like 4 or 5 boxes of limited stuff, and when he goes, "Fuck it, the UPC, we don't need these. Will sell too fast."
So let me tell you something. The second we get, which we just got Black Irish in, and he calls Sabretooth because it's brown Irish. But the crazy thing is, the second Black Irish comes in, I jokingly always put it on the counter. Right when he takes it out and he sees a little Candela stripe on it, he goes, "No, fuck the UPC. They got to buy 5 boxes." So we do. And listen, everybody thinks it's a dick move. We used to make samplers with them, right? And then I was sitting there one day and I said, and they sold out. I put 6 core boxes together, but they're usually all limited stuff. I put 6, 7 boxes together, and then through the course of a few months, they sell, but someone's buying 7 boxes at a time to get their Black Irish.
Which makes no sense to me.
Why?
Because they're exactly the same, 99% the same cigar as an EMH, right? That's the thing about all of our Pete's limited stuff is generally like other blends. Like all of our limited stuff is really just a different size, right? Mostly.
Yeah, a lot of times I play with with the blend that it's supposed to be, and I just make a new version of it.
Right.
That's the reality.
Yeah,
And they just have a new band.
right. It makes no sense. And then because we don't really jack up the price. I mean, they're still $8-9, right? And so then they go on the secondary market and people are buying them for. Someone bought a they sent me a snapshot of it. Someone bought a femur, and we made like 100 femurs like 8 years ago. Somebody bought a femur for $2,000, and I'm like, if I could sell $2,000 femurs, I wouldn't do anything else. I would just make.
Pete's got shit for fucking $3,000. I saw someone post for some pork tenderloin original release, $3,000. It's on their website.
What?
Actually. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's
on a
crazy.
website right now at a retail store who specialize. I have someone sent me the link. It's in my phone, and they have all these really uber limited release stuff, and your shit's up there for $3,000.
Dude, when those first,
that's nuts, man.
When
That's
when those first came out, Pete, you know Lee Bernstein, right?
Yeah, Lee's good dude.
So Lee used to go to that shop up
Gloucester
there.
Street. Yeah, Gloucester Street.
Yeah, Gloucester Street. And so when they very first came out, nobody really knew about them.
No one did.
And I think the first one was the pork chop, and then it was the pork tenderloin, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he bought me like 2 bundles of the pork chops, and I was like, oh my God, this is great. I want give me some more. So he ended up being able to get me like 4 or 5 more. And then the pork tenderloin came out, and I was like, I want 20 bundles. And he's like, well, I don't think he's going to sell me 20 because by then everybody had figured it out. He's like, I can maybe get you 1.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, you know what, though, Skip? You still haven't answered the fucking question, bro. What's up with the UPC codes?
So I've been working on them for like 3 years.
Okay, I found the perfect one. I'm not going to tell you which. I found the most perfect UPC code. Okay, the best. It's got the QR code on it, so you can scan it. Tells the whole life story of the cigar. And
well, the thing is I want them to be that wine paper like we do our labels out of. And
why do you gotta fucking do you on this shit, bro? Can't you just get fucking and just be fucking standard, bro? Please. We still can't get your fucking bands off your cigars.
So I'm trying to do them where they're foiled and all this, and so Sancho's been working on them for me, but I'm trying to get the price down is basically what I'm trying to do. So plus in our factory, it's so small, and Pete can attest to this, that when you start adding like different stickers to different projects to different, because the girls in the packaging room don't really understand the brands.
Yeah, they don't.
Right. So you have to have this control process where like you're not even allowed to bring the material out unless those are the cigars that you're working with, right? To keep it from, because otherwise what happens is you end up with a box of something with UPC labels of something else. and that's really what's been holding me up, is we just don't have the space to do all of the kind of process flow you would have to do if you had 62 different new stickers to do.
Hey man, I'll tell you, even in the biggest factory, that happens all the time. I'll tell you a funny story. I got a box of well, not just a box, I got multiple boxes of Añejo 46s from Fuente when I worked at Granavena. And a buddy of mine who was a big Añejo fan brought the box down and says, I think there's a problem. And I said, what's the problem? He goes, the cellophane says 858.
Oh, exactly.
And
right.
I looked at him. I said, holy shit. I opened up the box, and every box I opened said 858. But they were Añejo 46s. And I called Wayne Suarez at the time. I said, Wayne, there's a bunch of Añejo 46s that have 858 cellophane. He goes, tell them it's limited edition.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's an LE.
That's like the coins that get misprinted at the mint.
Yeah.
They're like now more valuable.
Right.
Well, speaking of the most obnoxious UPC, is Fuente's new one that has the cheesy little UPC underneath, but then has like the ornate frame around it.
We love them. They're beautiful.
That's the most gaudy fucking UPC label.
Yeah, so we're not worried about gaudy. We just want something we can scan. Like legit. You're like, okay, so you know what's fucked up about this, Aaron? This is supposed to be like the geek of the cigar industry, right?
Right.
there's rumors that he invented the computer, right? So they've
come
got.
on, man.
Okay, listen. No, I'm serious. Like I read the first article I read about. I saw him trolling one day, and I'm like, I'm gonna punch this guy in the face the second I see this motherfucker. Google the name Skip Martin, right? And there's like this little story, and it says this: all these high tech companies over the Dells, and he sold for a small fortune. I'm like, small fortune is subjective. Fortune's still a word.
Right.
So fuck it.
Hey, look, when you were as broke as I was, it was a big fortune.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, when I think about technological advancement that this guy's worked on, and he's got like this whole story where he was like a nuclear bionic submarine, like whatever the fuck he was. And so I read all this and I'm like, but the guy can't put a UPC code on a fucking cigar. So you know that,
and I'm sure Pete can relate to this.
Well, he didn't put bands on for a while.
That's right. I didn't even have bands. I didn't have labels.
I'll tell you a funny story about Skip with bands. We had a conversation. One of our first conversations was in Chattanooga at the Tweetup. And you asked me, you said, I'm thinking about putting bands on cigars. And I said, you got to put a band on. And
Dude,
because I told you that someone
I was just a month into actually having them in boxes at that point.
Yeah. You were sitting in one of the, you were actually sitting in one of the, what were they, the barber chairs. Yep. And you said, you think I should do this? And I said, yeah, actually, I wasn't going to put bands on my cigars either, but someone told me you have to have brand recognition.
Yeah. I remember that conversation. It was me and you and Eddie Ortega.
Yeah.
And who was the guy that
Eddie disagreed with everything.
Who was the guy that died that wore all the jewelry at that shop?
John.
Oh, no, John. Yeah, John.
Yeah, he was sitting there. Talk about, you must have taken a huge sales hit when that guy passed away. That guy bought 20 boxes at a time.
He was a good dude, man.
Yep. Yeah,
he was a good dude.
Yeah,
that was a fucked up situation because I think his wife like literally just like dropped it all and went on and moved on with her life completely.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame her.
Yeah.
That whole shop kind of went sideways after not after a couple of those.
Yeah. There was a split apparently with
Phil
and
and Mike. Yeah.
And Mike.
Right?
Yeah. Well, because Phil's still on the bar I think Phil's still on the bar. And Mike took over the shop and it got ugly.
Dude, Phil was a crazy motherfucker, man. I was sitting in a shop in like some random place, like I don't remember where it was. It was the last place you would ever expect to run into somebody you knew. And Phil walks in the door and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? And he's like, I'm here for a pool tournament, a billiards tournament. And I spent like 4 hours with him that afternoon. And I was like, this guy has so many stories. It's crazy. But, there's a lot of characters like that in the cigar business, I think.
Phil was the king of Opus X. That's all he smoked.
Yep. Yeah.
I got him one night though. I put an Opus X band on a La Riqueza double Corona.
Just tell him it's aged.
Yeah, I told him it was an old Opus X double Corona, and he had no idea.
Dude, I had so many old boxes of cigars in the shop in Galveston when it got hit by the hurricane. I had like 2 original boxes of the 92, 93 original release of Opus X.
Wow.
Some Bahias. I had or some other cigars I lost in there. Some classics, man. It's like I've learned since then, don't fucking collect anything. Just smoke it.
Yeah.
I just scored a box of 2011 Añejo number 60s. So I'm excited to crack that open.
What size is that?
The 60 is the 6 1/4 by 48.
Oh, this is a good size.
Yeah.
Coop, do you remember the Magnum O's? They were like the nub size of the Opus X.
Yes, yeah, that's a blast from the past.
I've been looking for those. Like every time I go to Casa Fuente, I'm looking for them. And I asked Carlito, he says we haven't made them in years, but
yeah,
that was a great size of the Opus.
Oh, it was. Jeez, I forgot about those. I just Googled to see if
there's been a lot of really great cigars.
Yeah.
I refuse to ever do any kind of blind tasting with an unbanded cigar. Total pussy move, but it's because I got duped and a brand that I slandered the fuck out of for so many years. And a guy came to me and he gave me an unbanded cigar. He's like, I want you to test this. I'm like, what do you mean test it? He says, just smoke it. And I called this cigar probably, I fucked this mother 6 ways to Sunday every time someone mentioned it.
You can
and
tell
then
us it's a Gurkha. It's a Gurkha. Yeah. You're a Gurkha fan.
I'm not a Gurkha. I'm a Juan Lopez fan. So the crazy thing is, I smoked the cigar, drunk as fuck, and I said, "Man, this is great. All free cigars are a good cigar. Like this cigar was great." And then actually it was a Perdomo, but anyway. So now I'm fucking with you. So what's crazy was I smoked the cigar and the construction. I always say 90% of the battle of a cigar is construction. The construction's impeccable, then it's always a good cigar. I mean, what I deem a bad cigar is something that has foreign spices that makes my gums burn and get on fire, something that's terrible. And there's a lot of brands that do that professionally, or something that's completely flat. But because I retro an entire cigar, I tell these things pretty quick what I like or dislike a cigar, or if I think it's just all right. This guy got me really bad. And I was never able to live that down. So my new rule of thumb, it's got to be out of a box and banded.
Well, Pete can tell you 90% of the battle is anybody can make a good cigar. It's not rocket science. You're just using high texture material and you know what's good, right? And the problem is you make it and you want to make it a core line and then it really takes off. And then trying to find that material to make that cigar and scale up the volume of production is really, really hard.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
Because,
especially during the early days.
Yeah, yeah. Because you can sit in a room and you know you smoke enough tobacco and you know what you like. You could put together really good stuff, and then all of a sudden everybody loves it as much as you do, and you got to make 500,000 of them. Then you're fucked.
I wish I could make 500,000 of one cigar.
Right.
Well, I suppose.
That's the way our stuff is, Pete. We make
of one cigar though. I mean, think about it. Like Spain had a La Gloria Cubana limited edition that they made 500,000 of one size. I'm like,
limited edition.
How easy is that?
Right.
I mean, how?
Well,
I
Skip
mean,
can have it.
Man, if I could make 4 limited editions a year, I'd be done.
Well, I suppose early on when you're going, you know, if you like you were saying, Skip, you make a blend, you like it, you wanna make more of it, and then sometimes if you go to early on, you probably go to find tobacco and you know whoever it is when you're starting to build those relationships, you find some tobacco you like, and the guy's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to sell that to you.
Look, here's the real truth, and look. When you start getting to a scale where you can grow your own tobacco, then you have that 10% of that kind of tobacco in your inventory automatically, right? So Pepin has great Jalapa. Pepin has great Esteli, Criollo. Pepin has, because he has his own farms, right? Now, he has to make a whole lot of other cigars to consume all the rest of the tobacco that comes out of those farms too, right? Because he doesn't even sell tobacco, I don't think, or he may trade some. Yeah. He may trade some for wrapper or whatever. I don't know, but
pigs
for pigs. but like for example, what people don't know is Esteban has been here in Esteli since the mid '90s, like '97, and so there were years where the Olivas from Tampa had all this tobacco that they couldn't move. And Latin Cigar made so many different types of cigars with so many different kinds of tobacco that Esteban could just go over there with a blank check and pick up anything that those guys needed to get rid of. So now, even though we're small, Esteban has these relationships with these growers and with these people. Like, I don't want to say we can get material that other people can't get, but we can definitely consistently get material that other small factories can't get consistently because of those relationships, right? I mean, it has nothing to do with me. It's, just the fact that Gus will hold aside, 5,000 pounds of number one darks every year so we can make Cro-Magnon guaranteed. In some years, that's a big number, right? And so but there's no way I could make 1 million Cro-Magnons because I can't get the material the way you have to buy a whole farm the way Drew Estate does, and you know, and buy whole productions of tobacco. But Drew Estate also has all these other waterfall products like Undercrown and Papa Fritas and all this other stuff. Plus, they condition their tobacco a lot. So, you know, there's just no way I could make 500,000 Cro-Magnons.
But you know what, Skip? Something, and this is where I really respect the guys in the industry that really can tell the difference. I mean, maybe Aaron and Coop told the difference. But when you change the Neanderthal, I still have yet to be able to taste a variant, and I consider that a skill.
Well, because I didn't change it. What I did was I just got the tobacco from a different source. So it used to be when you used to have to buy San Andreas from the Turrets don't process tobacco very well. They do it in these huge, like 15-foot high pylons of, you know, 18,000, 20,000 pounds. And so it's very inconsistent the way that they ferment. And when Gus Cura started getting the tobacco straight out of the curing barn and doing it himself, the consistency and quality of the tobacco was much greater. And so what it was really, it went to, we just changed the supply chain, but didn't really change anything about the type of tobacco we were buying, right?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Because I've always, I hunted over and over for a variance and change in that. And I never told the difference. Still can't tell the difference. I will tell you that your German ones, your 40, the 46 and the, what is it, the HS out of Germany? That cigar smokes completely different to me than any of the other Neanderthals outside of the Lancero. Those two have a completely different flavor profile to me.
Well, it's because the blend is the same. It's just in a different ring gauge. And so it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I smoke everything sub 50. So for me, it's, and it's, everybody always thinks it's because it's a geek or the cool size, or that's what a real cigar guy does. I just have never figured out how to hold that between my fingers, put it in my mouth, and look like a human doing it, and it just feels abstract in my mouth.
Well, Pete, I don't know if anybody else is doing this, but we ship about 120,000 cigars a year to Germany, and I would bet more than half of those come back to the States.
More than that.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I don't know anyone else who's selling cigars to Europe that are coming back to the States.
So, Skip, here's an example of that. When I was at Ristafari, one of the sort of pre-event things was Friday night. There's a basically it's a head shop right there near Hobart, Indiana, called Tobacco Land. But they have a very sizable walk-in humidor with a really good selection of premium cigars. I mean, it's hard to name something that they don't have in there. And they had Weaselitos, they had Wonderlust, they had, yeah.
Matt, you're snitching right now. No OTP on that. So keep it
No,
down,
but
bro.
that's what's, and they had German tax stamps on them, right?
I don't recall.
Yeah, that's the only way they would have them. So what's crazy is there's retailers that are buying from at retail and then bring them to the States and selling them.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of guys do it a nicer way where they just give them free to the guys when they buy stuff.
Right? Yeah.
And they were marked up. They were marked up considerably. But I mean, they've got to pay, you know, I mean, if they want to sell the products in their shop in the States, you know, they've got to buy them from over there. They've got to ship them here. They've got to price them. They've got to stock them. If they're going to mark it up, that's fine. I get it, you know.
Yeah, but that guy Delay that sells those, man, he's probably doing something like $350,000-$450,000 a year in stuff he's sending to the States that we have as exclusives. So he's killing it, man. He's doing more on the New World cigars than he does on Cubans, and he's a Casa de Monte Cristo.
Yeah.
So much to such a great extent that the people at Habanos got pissed with him, and he had to build a whole nother shop so that he has two separate shops next to each other.
Yeah. Is he still doing distribution for Crown Heads in Europe?
Think so.
Yes.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him not too long ago. I love the way his shop looks, man. got a great looking shop.
Have you been there, Pete?
Nah, I've only seen video.
He's a really cool dude, man.
Oh, he's a great dude.
He's like a Bond villain.
Yeah, he is actually.
He does kind of look like a Bond villain. Yeah, he does.
The way he talks and the way he acts and everything, he's like a Bond villain. But that's
Dude,
a great
the first-
town too, because it's on the border of France, and so in France it's really hard to sell cigars because they manage your margins or your profit or whatever. So a lot of people come over the border to buy cigars from him.
Yeah, he explained it to me though. He can't have like events where they discount. They can't. Everything is a fixed price there.
Yeah, in Germany, as soon as you take it out of the bonded warehouse, you have to assign a price to it, and that price is on the tax stamp, and it has to sell for that amount.
Yeah.
But most stores in Germany are not like the States. Like in Germany, there's smaller rooms, most places, and the cigars are like in boxes. And like the way of buying Cuban cigars over there generally is you'll say, I want to buy a box of Cohiba Robustos. So they have to bring down all 6 boxes of Cohiba Robustos and let you look at them. So you can pick out the dark ones or whatever. And so it's very common for it to just be a closed box on the shelf. And then they bring it down and show you, and they don't sell as many singles as they do boxes over there, I think.
Yeah,
And
2012, I was in Israel, and I was in Old City in Jerusalem, and I went to a cigar shop, and they had their real Cubans were there for you to touch and feel, and then when you wanted to buy a box, they grabbed the Fugazis. It was terrible.
I got to tell you, yeah, you don't know how good we've got it until you take a month-long trip through Spain, London, France, Amsterdam, Germany, Vienna, Geneva. When you go through all those places and you see like these shops and all the different challenges that they have, being a cigar consumer in the U.S. is like Shangri-La. I mean, there's a few exceptions where there's really nice big lounges and nice humidors, but they're the exception, not the rule.
I lived in Marbella for a while, and every time I went to a cigar shop there was literally like 20 SKUs of different cigars. And you'd go to the shop down the street, they had 20 different SKUs of Cubans. It was never consistency in what they had in inventory. It was crazy. Like you would have to go, if you wanted to get the cigars you wanted, you'd end up going to 3 different shops.
The exception would be a place like Cigar World and
Cigar World.
Cigar World is like insane. They have a whole Cuban humidor and a whole New World humidor. And
which has Cubans in it also.
Yeah.
Which I laugh about.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump in real quick. I'm going to just jump in real quick and say good night.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
I thank you for all this, and I want you guys to be safe. So have a great night, and thanks for inviting me onto this fun chat.
Absolutely.
Take care, brother.
Take care.
Have a good night.
We'll see you soon.
And I'm going to say good night also, guys.
Before we all say good night, can we get Skip Martin on record as to when we're going to have UPC codes? That's all I give a fuck about.
I want that one to us stateside. That's what I want, man. Smoke that all day.
Soon.
So, Skip, before we go,
care,
what's
guys.
the story with the May date for your event? What are you thinking?
So we're booking everybody, and the way we're booking it is we're telling them you have to hold 2 dates. You have to hold Labor Day weekend and Memorial Day weekend. And so we're trying to do it Memorial Day weekend, but if for some reason we can't get the permits and it gets canceled or whatever, then we already have a built-in kind of backup date where all of our vendors are already committed.
Yeah, I've got a couple of my guys that come to my shop have already booked their tickets. And
yeah, I imagine you'll be able to change them. I mean, I'd like to still do it. I think we still can, but we'll see. I mean, there's only 250 tickets, so they'll sell out really fast whenever we decide to do it.
But it's going to be at headquarters, right?
Yep. We have a big grassy field in front of us at the headquarters, and we're doing it there. It's actually super expensive. It's like, I think our budget is like $700 per person or something right now. And the tickets are only going to be about 150 or $200. So the majority of the budget's going to be offset by selling our 10th anniversary cigar. We have 1,500 boxes, so that'll generate about $120,000. So we're trying to kind of break even for the event, but we'll see how it goes.
Have you got a set of those yet, Aaron?
The tickets?
No, the
Or what?
cigars.
No.
I do.
You're the only one, because you got them from.
I assume that that's why you asked me for my address, right?
No, those are some other stuff. I've been waiting for something being held in hostage in DR to send you that stuff.
Okay.
Plus, I got to send you a Don Derma because I'm still fucking disgusted with Brooks' review. I read the whole thing and I thought I was going to get like a great score. And I keep saying I built it.
Hey, don't hold me hostage for a good review, man.
No, see, if it comes from you, Aaron, if you wrote a shitty review, I'd be good with it. But these guys wrote like this great, and then 89.
Right.
Then I went and looked at what their 90s were.
That's a good score.
Yeah, that's a good score for them.
89 is a good
you say
score.
That's a good score, but have you seen the stuff that they've given 90 to? It's tree bark. And if it would have came from Charlie, it was merited and warranted because I've trolled him so hard. But Brooks actually called my shop, and the question he asked me, okay, so Skip, tell me how you feel about this. So the guy calls your shop the day before he puts it out, and I give him all the flavor profiles that I tasted in the cigar the very first time I smoked it. I found it interesting that he mentioned 3 of them in the thing, which when I say angel cake, pound cake, on the retro only, and then I see those words there. And I was super nice to Brooks on the phone, although I might not have been at the show. And the crazy thing is that he asked me about the UPC code, and he's like, so what do you know about this Dunderma by stock on the UPC code? And me, Mr. UPC code king, I never looked at the UPC code. I sold fucking boxes.
You got to realize Brooks is not a certified reviewer.
Right. He didn't pay his $25.
I wanted Patrick. He seems like the nicest one. Patrick seems like the nicest guy that would have threw you a 90 and been like, there you go. Leave me alone. Don't troll me. But, yeah, man, I thought a guy that wanted to grow up and look like Saka, act like Saka, gained as much weight as Saka. I don't even know why he interviews Saka. He should look in the motherfucking mirror and just talk to the mirror. And then they call it. I got nothing to lose now. I already got the 89. I'm not waiting for the redo. I'm not waiting for the redo. I'm not a cigar brand maker. If I do another shop exclusive, I'm going to do it with someone who doesn't take them to steak dinners. That's my first prerequisite.
Hey.
Hey, I was at the same dinner, so don't expect to get anything different.
That's the dinner where Coop was accused of being a Espinosa fanboy.
Yeah.
Yes, I was.
I'm a fan of Espinosa's. I love Eric. But I'm going to tell you something, Aaron. You know what the difference between your review is? Why you're always going to get a pass for the rest of life?
What's that?
Because no one understands what the fuck you say in your reviews. You guys talk so great about a cigar.
Ronnie,
Coop's got the best line. Coop's got the best line. Let him go.
If Marvin Shankin used that system, you guys would not be saying that.
I understand his system. It's basically a score.
Yeah.
And it gets evaluated based on price, right?
I do not buy this. I don't understand the system. I'm sorry. No one can convince me of that. That's an excuse. It's a satisfaction survey score.
Yeah.
But these people have the same. These people have the same trouble with Common Core math.
Right.
But if Marvin Shankin tomorrow changed Cigar Aficionado, everyone would understand it.
Yeah.
I have news for you. The fact that there's a guy who is a genius and has the most incredible palate in the world, that there's Wine Spectator, Whiskey Advocate, Cigar Aficionado, and then recently for my bar, we get Marketplace Magazine, and I open it up and it's Marvin in the front of it. I was like, dear God, guy can completely manipulate the entire market's perception of anything.
Marvin doesn't do shit anymore, man. Gordon Mott doesn't even do anything anymore.
Yeah.
Except go after Mike Bellady.
Yeah. Well, look, if you've ever met Brooks in person, Brooks is on the spectrum.
He's a nice guy.
And Brooks is one of the most disagreeable people. He's one of the most pessimistic, disagreeable people, but in a nice way.
Right.
Like he's not a fun guy to hang around by any measure. I mean, Coop, you get a couple of drinks in Coop, he's the life of the party.
So I might have made another little mistake. So at the show, he said something sarcastic to me, and then made something to me. I can't even parry. He made something like where there was going to be like sort of a fight about it before not all fuck you, but he just said something funny, and I was like, okay, how much you want to bet on that? That would have ended poorly unless he was a ninja. And I was laughing because I was nice to him on the phone. The rule of thumb, we don't answer our shop phone. It's too far from the register. It's been a long story. Plus, people ask questions, prices that we just don't answer it. And Abe made fun of me on his show about it, so I became conscious to answer the phone. So far, it's done nothing for me. And Brooks was the call. And then the next day it came out. I was like, wow, I was nice for no reason. I'll never be nice again.
But Ronnie, you just have to get calloused about it, and you just have to realize that when one of these guys puts a cigar up on their site, it's basically free publicity.
Right.
No matter what they say about it.
Yeah, regardless.
Good, bad, or indifferent. It's thank you for taking the time to do it because, you know. I mean,
Well, Saka was like, don't get upset about it. They always do a redo it. It come out better. And I'm like, Steve, you act like I made the cigar. This is a diss to you, not me. You got the 89.
You act like Saka made the cigar.
Yeah.
Raul made that cigar.
The best cigar ever, but the best ever can't get an 89. That's just you can't have that happen, man. Just can't have it happen.
Well, I can tell you, since the Camp Perdomo or whatever, that brand's about to take off in the reviews. Because Dojo and Coop and everybody's just they are fucking enamored with Nick. They've drank the fucking Kool-Aid, man.
That's bullshit.
Oh God!
Go back. You want to go back and look how much we've been going to the Perdomo booth every year for 5 years, 6 years.
But you've never been to the indoctrination camp until this year.
Well, because our goal is to go on every trip possible. My goal is to go on every trip possible.
I'm just fucking with you.
No, you're not.
Coop.
Nick makes good cigar. He's an asshole, but he makes good cigars.
Can't drum worth a shit. But listen, Aaron, I don't know if it was you or Coop. You guys had the kid from General on the show, and he was telling you guys he was going to buy your little bag. Yeah, he was going to buy the backflash for one of your guys' thing, and then like a week later. 2 weeks later, Coop had Perdomo back there.
No, I think Justin was just going to do an ad on the site.
Yeah, it was for an ad on the site.
Yeah,
I think I'm guessing.
The backdrop.
Don't worry. I think the Ventura one will be available soon.
Oh, you know who's paying for the Ventura banner?
Indiana?
Drew Estate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing. Drew Estate's got money, man.
Yeah.
Who's paying for it?
Drew Estate.
Oh.
Drew Estate spends more on UPC labels than I spend on tobacco.
You want to know something, though? Drew Estate is the only crew that I would want back at the show. They make the show fun. I like their presence there. I don't really care about Altadas. I don't care about General. It's no disrespect to them. Davidoff doesn't change my life. Drew Estates is the one. I get 40% of my revenue comes out of infused cigars. 40%.
Well, I hope you've changed that soon because that's about
you gotta change your business model. Yeah.
Well, they're gonna go back to the olden days where they're dipping it in cognac.
There you go.
That's gonna be tough. Well, you don't think that when you say that, you don't think that they will have got anything done where they're gonna be able to use those products anymore?
Let me tell you something. Juul, they spent $2 billion on Juul. Juul's basically worth nothing today.
Yeah.
That's how fast it can change.
That's fucking crazy. My poor dad quit smoking 2 years ago. He's been using Juuls. He went to go pick up the ones that he gets, and they told him they're off the market as of May something, and they brought them back. So our governor did something crazy, which I've never understood, that if it's a prepackaged, ready to go, you can take the product out, smoke it, or the reload pods we can't use in Michigan. But if you buy the oil, you can refill your own pod, which the last thing I want is some kid being a chemist in a shop. We don't sell the product.
Right.
But to think about it, they're going to let somebody go add, this is my nicotine, this is my flavor. So that's how you get Des. Rather than having the preloaded ones, it makes no sense. So you can still keep the oils where you reload them yourself, but you can't have them already done because it's enticing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to actually go take my dog out and then probably stay up for 3 more hours watching TV, and I have nothing to do tomorrow.
All right, Ronnie.
For the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We got
Coop,
a 3-week shutdown.
Are you still working day to day? Like, are you working tomorrow?
Yes. I don't have a meeting till after 9, so I'll be all right. But I'm working from I'm working from home. Yeah.
Coop, I love you, but rumor-free, teaser-free, you better be the first to break out with the first cigar brand owner that gets confirmed tested positive for Corona. I'm counting on you for that.
That's the scoop.
Who knows? We may already have that. We may already have that.
I think Matt Booth had it in it already. He's gone.
That's a teaser.
Yeah.
I thought you don't tease, bro. You either put it out there, or you don't. This is why.
Well, hey, this isn't Coop's show.
Yes, that's
This isn't
Coop's
my
show.
show.
He doesn't have that rumor-free season-free banner behind him right now.
I'm not
Coop
going
on
to
chain.
mediate shit. I'm not going to mediate shit for you and take your side and try to play defensive for you anymore if you keep dropping shit like that, bro. I understand it's Aaron's show, but
Look, I think there ought to. So Coop does like what 3 or 4 different things right now. He does a thing with Aaron. He does a thing with Bear. There ought to be one where Coop starts the show with a couple of shots, right? And has to take a shot every commercial read.
Oh man,
that show would be the highest rated show.
It breaks my number 1 rule.
No drinking on the show.
If you got to, no, it's not no drinking. If your show's got to be a success on drinking, it ain't a show.
No, but you could call it, call it whatever you want. I'm just saying.
Okay.
You have a pre and post shots personality, Coop.
Before we go, I want to let you know how much social media and certain people in it influence the consumer. I had a customer come in the bar the other day and it says, "Is it true you guys are going to be releasing Don Derma again?" I'm like, yeah. So the guy says, Skip Martin said the cigar looked bigger in pictures. And I just looked at the guy and I'm like, you bought 2 fucking boxes of them. You smoked 2 boxes of them. You love this cigar. What the fuck does it matter what Skip says about the size of it? What it looked bigger. The box is small. It only holds 10 cigars. It's a 6x48. And he's like, right, but I mean, was it bigger before? No, there was no bigger version of it. It was a 6x48 when it's and that's not like, it's so crazy. Like the consumer, when I tell people all the time, like Cigar Aficionado magazine has become like, I don't know who it's important to. The rating, listen, there's no doubt about it. Everybody wants the kudos of one day getting a number 1.
No, ask Coop. Nobody cares about the ratings.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about the ratings.
When you have a customer now get so influenced by a person on social media, and that guy says he thought this cigar was going to be bigger, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't even know what that means, but. I said,
well, it's like when I met you. I thought you were going to be bigger.
I told you I was 5 feet from yours. The fact that I'm 5'7", you should have impressed him what a giant I was.
No, because I got them, and I got those 3. I bought 3 boxes at retail, and I got them in the mail, and they literally were like this big, and I was like, oh man, I thought these were like Robustos, but they're like little petite Coronas.
But you actually smoked them before they were boxed. You just get so much shit from fucking Saka, you don't remember what you smoked.
Dude.
Hence why you call yourself King Weasel.
I'm the biggest weasel in Esteli. I get so many cigars. Like, you know how people always say, hey, you can't take a picture of that, right?
Right.
Like, you can't post about that. If I could post about all the cigars that I actually get before I smoke Saka cigars before Saka smokes them sometimes.
I saw that post.
So Raul comes over and he says, hey, I have a guy who wants some Wonderlust. And Esteban says, hey, can I give Raul a bundle of Wonderlust? I'm like, yeah, but where's this Tricky Traca? Is that ready yet? And Raul says, yeah, it's going to be ready next week. I said, do you have the labels already? He goes, yeah. So I said, make me a bundle with labels on it. And Saka hadn't even seen the labels yet.
Wow.
So I posted a bundle of Tricky Tracas with the labels. He fucking calls Raul, why are you giving away my cigars? And Raul was like, they're my cigars. And Skip didn't steal them. He traded for them.
Yeah.
Dude, I get a box of cigars for a customer, and the motherfucker comes in and says to me, I want the 6x48 Tricky Traca. But you like the Mint Querida better? He's like, yeah, Skip Martin said this is the best cigar that Saka made.
So
fuck this.
So Saka instituted a rule that he can't keep Raul from giving me cigars, but he can't give them to me with the labels on them.
There you go.
Oh, I got a ton of those. I got a ton of those. That's funny. You know what? This has become a crazy, crazy thing where the consumer now is not going off of what they actually like. They're trusting the word of other brand owners. And I think that's cool when you post stuff of other brand guys and give kudos to a cigar, because the consumer then feels comfortable with their buying decision. It's when there's a jackoff who puts out something bad about a cigar when it's not a bad cigar and gives it crazy, crazy praise and it's nothing.
Well,
And
I
that's
probably
when guys.
I buy more cigars than Coop, definitely at retail. and the thing is if I don't like it, I usually don't say anything about it.
That's polite. I mean, and
Yeah.
actually, Skip. In all fairness, Skip was one of my first 5 purchases that came up on my thing. Danny messaged me to went on my thing and had Skip's credit card, bought a box at full retail, which I thought was really nice. And it was funny because, you know, when other people in the industry decide that they're going to pick a cigar that they're going to like or dislike, I don't have a problem with that. I have an issue. We have a thing on one of our groups, Michigan Cigar Cartel. We don't slander any brand on that particular group, our Michigan group. You want to say something great?
Only on another group.
Just that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. So but we don't slander any brands. But what's crazy is when, and I'm sure, and I know Coop, you're guilty. I know Aaron at some point has to be guilty if I can understand the scoring. Definitely half wheel. But I see these 90s or someone talk great about a cigar, and I get it, and I'm like, they're joking. But then what happens is a customer comes in and they ask for a cigar, and I'm Googling it and I can't find it. And then like a month later, they have the cigar out. It comes in 1 blend, 3 sizes, and it's made by a guy who doesn't make the cigar. He got it from whoever. And, you know, it's super, super micro boutique. I don't even want to carry it because the guy's not a made guy. I don't want to carry anything. I'm going to have to build it. And I'm not going to do anything for the shop. But you guys give something great kudos.
Yeah, but our job isn't to sell you cigars either.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be. I'm being very blunt on it. I don't
But you
put
do.
any thought into. I don't put any thought into reviewing a cigar if a retailer is able to sell this or not.
No, but you do sell cigars, and the thing is, like Aaron's taste for cigars and my taste for cigars are almost diametrically opposed.
Right.
Well, most people.
Right. Jiunn and I, even more so. Right.
Yeah.
Coop is Coop I think is one of these guys that doesn't have like what he likes. I think he tries to really evaluate things based on for what it is. Yeah. I can't nail Coop down on what it is he likes.
Right.
You know, like if I was going to try to make a cigar that Aaron liked, I could absolutely do that.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to make a cigar that Coop likes.
Well, that's because you saw his top 30 list.
You put a Perdomo band on it.
As long as it's not a Lancero.
Right.
Coop, I
And
know
it's
they
not
were
gimmick.
sponsoring you.
It can't be gimmicky.
I know they were sponsoring you, and I think like 3 years ago, I was carrying Saga cigars, and I thought all their cigars were exceptional. And I love, as a matter of fact, here in my bedroom, they used to hold money, but the Corona made me scared. These are the books. I still have every one of the books for every box I've smoked with them, and I've got 16 of them in my house, and nobody knew that brand. They were in obscurity. And we had a broker that used to come to the shop, and I used to give him a play. But then I realized I think I smoked every one of them, every single one of them. And the cigars were phenomenal. I said, you know, this is proof that a cigar that tastes really, really, really good. And I know the lineage of the tobacco.
Yep.
I always thought, like, you know, if you put a good product on the shelf, it's going to fly in good packaging and cool packaging.
Nope.
And the crazy thing, the only ones that were selling were the short tails because of the packaging. But they were like one and done. They didn't. People, how'd you like it? Loved it. But the guy still wants at the same price to rep the band next to him. I'm not saying nothing about your brand. It was just, if he, let's say he liked it better than one of your stuff, he still wanted to smoke a RoMa Craft more so because the other guys were. And for me, that's a much easier sell. I told Skip the other day, we did a buy 20, get 8 free. I should never say this publicly. This is fucking stupid of me. But anyway, I had a guy come in. He bought a bunch of Padrones, and it was 20. So you buy for like value. So if you bought 20 Padrones, you got 8 cigars free. Bought 20 anything. It didn't matter what it was. So guys just bought a mix of a bunch of stuff, bought some Syncops. His last 8 cigars he picked were all RoMa Craft. If you look at my shop right now, ton of inventory up top, but we're making the shelves look like the supermarket on purpose. I'm not bringing the new boxes down. The RoMa Craft shelf looks like it's a crack house. It's almost all gone. But what's crazy is this guy says, you know, I keep hearing about these. I'm going to try them. So he gets them. Next time another guy comes in, it kept happening that the cigars they took free were the RoMa Craft. I said, Skip, you're making me a lot of money because of like value. I could have been giving these guys $20 cigars. I'm getting away with 8, 9, and 10. Where it's going to bite me in the ass is those guys are going to say, okay, this has more flavor. And then they're going to actually find out what the real price of that cigar was. And I'm going to be fucked. They're not going to be buying $20 sticks. They're going to be buying 8, 9, 10. But it
Well,
just goes to
you
show
know, but the hard, I'm telling you, man, the hard thing is keeping cigars consistent, because we all know those cigars that you really like and you get on them and then all of a sudden they change. And that happens all day, every day with a lot of these factories. And they either change because they're trying to sell more of them. They change because they don't really care if it's the same. They think consumers are dumb and they don't know the difference. But we work really, 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 I can't tell you all the things we go through to make sure the cigars are as close as the same as we could possibly make them, almost to like a level of like, you know, OCD. And, you know, it makes a big difference in the long run, I think. I mean, because if you think about it, I mean, we don't come out with new cigars all the time. We have these little limited things that come out every year, but 90% of our portfolio is the same shit we've been selling year after year after year. And we still can't make enough of it. So,
But see, the thing is about your products, that one thing that I'll say, like your number one seller and your most sought after cigar would probably say it's Cro-Magnon, right?
the number one SKU we have is
Beautiful.
Cro-Magnon. No, it's HN. Yeah, it's HN.
Okay, and then after that, Cro-Magnon?
Cro-Magnon Cranium. Yeah.
So my favorite that you make would be BA and then Aquitaine as far as your core stuff goes. And
BA
at the end of the-
BA is my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah. So the crazy thing is that when people, I mean, when you talk about cigars, everybody always ends up calling you a fanboy if you get on a product or you pom it on social media. I don't care about flavor profile to the degree of, I know each customer it's going to be subjective. They're going to either like it or dislike it. They'll try something else by the same manufacturer. They'll pick what they just. The one thing that you can never argue is construction. And of the two companies in my humidor, we'll just say Nicaragua for sure. I have two brands that I can say unequivocally. I've never had people say anything ever about a RoMa Craft and a Dunbarton other than impeccable construction every single time.
And they're both made by brothers, right? So
Dominicans.
Yeah. So I mean, Aaron I don't know if you can relate to this, or Coop, where or Joe, where sometimes, like, you know, you just grab a cigar and you cut it and you light it and you're smoking it. And then there's like this thing that happens with some cigars where you go, what am I smoking again? This is crazy good. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you didn't put a lot of thought into picking it. It's just you grabbed it out of your humidor and then there's a point in the middle of it where you go, oh my God, this is crazy good. What is this? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It's fucking Christmas, man, every time. Oh yeah.
Yeah. That still happens to me with my cigars sometimes. And so that's how I know, you know, we're doing it the right way. Because look, if I got bored of my own cigars, I would start making something different. I don't care if they were selling or not, you know. But you know, it is what it is. There's no magical science to it. There's a lot of marketing bullshit, but at the end of the day, good tobacco is good tobacco. That's why these guys come and do our tobacco school, which I would love for you and Coop, Aaron. Yeah. I'd love for you guys to come do it sometime. But when it's all said and done, these guys will always.
What the fuck am I, chopped liver?
Well, you always say you're going to come and you never do. But these guys will come and they'll learn about individual tobaccos, and then they start, you know, they look at it in a different way than a lot of places do it. And then I'll say, okay, put together a blend, right? And they're always amazed that whatever they put together tastes good.
Right.
And it's like, well, you're using all good tobaccos.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to fuck it up. I've given you like the basic box to work in. You're not a master blender.
Yep.
I didn't give you any shitty tobacco, so it's really hard for you to fuck up a cigar, right?
I can guarantee you, if Aaron's probably the only guy in the review world that will come to your place, make a cigar, call it the greatest cigar ever made, and still give it 1.2 and 22 cents market value.
Well, the problem for Aaron would be the problem that I have sometimes, which is it's really hard with the inventory of tobaccos we have to make a flavorful mild to medium cigar. Like when we made the have you guys smoked the 20 años, the Casa Torres that we made?
I've never smoked that before.
For the Schusters? That is a really, really, really flavorful mild to medium cigar. And we had to go buy all new tobaccos to make that.
Yeah.
because Esteban blended the original Casa Torres in the 90s, in 97, and we had to go to Honduras to get tobacco from this one guy. We had to buy tobacco from Johnny Diaz in the Dominican, Leo Reyes. So we had to procure tobacco specifically for that project because we just didn't have tobacco like that in our factory. And, when I made the Baca, the number one complaint we got out of the Baca was, it's really good, but it doesn't taste like RoMa. And I'm like, what does that even mean? It's
that's for people who can't evaluate a cigar for a cigar. They
See,
have
and
a
that's
mindset.
I posted about that because I said to guys, you guys are judging this based on aroma craft. You're not judging the cigar because a lot of the guys, these are guys that smoke knuckle draggers. So Chromax. And I said, you're not looking at the cigar like you're supposed to as just a cigar.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, at the show, I had Danny, I think he might have stole more than he was supposed to. I took all the anthropology sizes I got. And,
well, we're making those again now, and so a lot of the guys that we gave those cigars to, they said, I really liked the samples you gave us at the show, but what came out was different. I'm like, if you smoked the 4x46 that I gave you at the show, it tastes exactly like the 4x46. In fact, it was the exact same. It was just the first weeks of cigars from that batch, right? Yeah.
But you said it earlier. It's the sizes, Skip.
The size makes a big difference.
So that 46 was probably. Soccer will stab me. That was probably one of the best cigars I smoked at the show, and I can guarantee you that every motherfucker at the show, every rep, every guy at every brand, can I get one? Can I get one? And I left my bag with Jesse that day, and I got it from her the next day. And it was the talk of the entire show. But when I came home, I messaged you the first second I smoked, and I said, wow, this is super sweet on the retro. But that cigar had time to develop just the sheer length of the size, smaller ring gauge, way more flavor, way more sweetness on the retro.
And that cigar also is one of the few cigars we make that I think if you hold that cigar for 3 years, it's going to be a completely different cigar too.
Yep.
In the 46 or overall?
In any of the sizes, just because of the nature of Cameroon. Like, have you ever smoked a really old Partagas 150?
Nope.
You know what I'm talking about, like the Partagas or even the Partagas 160, I guess, would be kind of the same idea. It just changes a lot over time.
Yeah.
All good cigars do.
That heavy Honduran tobacco mellows out. The Cameroon becomes richer. And
so you told me before I smoked the cigar, you said, Ronnie, this is going to be lighter than EC. And I said, really? You said, yeah. And I called you up. I said, no, way sweeter, way more flavor, but in strength and nicotine, I think you were right.
Well, Arapiraca is the hardest tobacco to work with, in my opinion. But Cameroon is probably the hardest tobacco to blend, especially in thin ring gauges. It's really hard to do. For me, I mean, I don't know what other people say, but doesn't Jose Blanco say that Cameroon's his favorite tobacco?
Yeah.
And there's Cameroon, like the kind of Cameroon that Fuente uses, which nobody else can get. It comes from the same family, but it's really a different. It's like the difference between Criollo and Corojo. There's a different strain of Asian tobacco that they use that they give to the Fuentes, but those leaves are like this big, and it's hard to make big cigars if everything is that big.
Coop, who does La Aurora source from?
Where's La Aurora source?
They have great
Cameroon.
It all comes from the same family.
Yeah, same family got 95% of it. So at the end of the day, it's. Yep.
Yeah, but the difference is Guillermo has Cameroon that's 10, 15, 20 years old.
Yeah.
See, and I think the Preferido Cameroon is the best Cameroon that I've consistently for years and years. I like it better than the Fuente stuff, but at the end of the day, I've always been a La Aurora guy.
Dude, Guillermo Leon had outside of big corporations, Guillermo Leon has probably one of the most interesting kind of like warehouses of tobacco. I mean, Benji Menendez showed me some stuff that Scandinavia had, which is crazy, but Guillermo probably, as a private company, probably has more like weird, crazy, out of there, amazing tobacco than anybody.
Well, after coming back from the Dominican, I think that he has a crazy piece of every industry. So it's not.
Yeah. The problem is for whatever reason, Guillermo just can't sell cigars in the States. Like, he had a little window there where he was really big with social media and he was doing better, but he's really struggles to sell cigars outside of kind
What's
of like
crazy
catalogs.
when I was in Europe, I saw Preferitos on the shelf right next to Cuban cigars. Just a Preferito Tubozo, nothing else.
Yeah.
Well, I'm off to take out the dog. Aaron Coop, good seeing you guys. And I actually never met the gentleman from FireHouse Cigar Brokers.
Joe.
How are you, Joe? Ronnie, pleasure, brother.
Just remember, Joe is a grower, not a shower.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to belt. Yeah, I got a belt too because I do have to get up tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think we'll probably
take care, gentlemen.
Down here soon.
I will try, Aaron, because otherwise I'll keep you on here for 2 more hours, Aaron.
I'm gonna take at least the live stream down. We can chat for a few more minutes after. But for everybody that tuned in on Facebook and everything like that, thank you for joining us. We just almost got right around the 6-hour mark, so thanks for some people stuck around the whole time, so that's pretty interesting.
Amazing. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. All right, so I'll shut the stream down now. Thanks, guys, for watching.
I forgot people were watching.
I don't think anybody was watching. What time?